when you're hate watching someone and they do really bad, it is really fun. You know,
I was like, I've tasted the juices of a successful hate watch.
Of course. Who hasn't, you know? Sometimes it's irrational, but you're just, I want this guy to do bad.
There's got to be like a specific, you know how like in German and stuff, they have specific words for those types of
For a successful hate watch or whatever.
There's, because I know what the like Schadenfreude or whatever is like kind of close, but they've got to.
They needed the successful hate watch. Successful hate watch word.
Because it's such a unique.
It is. It's great. Sometimes it is. I mean, I will say with League, when you have like a horrible session of League, you just want, you know, misery wants company, right? When you turn on a streamer, you're no longer cheering for your favorite streamer to have a good game. You're like, I want them to suffer like me, you know?
That's why, you know, a lot of times people are like, oh man, I can't play anymore, but I could definitely watch. Like,
I could definitely watch someone else get grief.
Yeah,
that would be fun. You guys
turn on your stream. In our Discord, I'm like, you know, they're always like, all right, you guys jump into solo queue. I'll just watch, you know, turn on your stream. Or whatever. You got the cooldown.
Yeah. Your friends are hate watching you right there. They're cheering against you. It's kind of messed up. All right, Dignitas played against Sentinels. That match happened as well. What was your guys kind of like read on this one?
Dignitas for Sentinels?
Yeah.
Well, you know, Sentinels did better. I thought, so Dignitas had their bot lane this week, and I thought initially it was looking pretty promising. Like, Ignite was going around making plays, but I don't know. At some point, it just sort of fell apart for them, and it felt like you're just watching Dignitas, the team we've seen be in last place for pretty much the whole time.
I love these intros. They're like, that's a series that happened, and then you just find yourself watching Dignitas. But I understand what you're saying, though. You know, and everybody at home does too. And it is kind of unfortunate because it's, you know, especially after like the opening weekend, and then they're going on the podcast and they're like, oh, there's only a few things that we need to clean up. But you also have to feel, you know, a bit for this team because they're the ones that actually had to do the full emergency sub bottom lane. And as much as, everybody did have to deal with visa issues and people getting here late and practicing stuff, you know, that they actually had to, you know, fully go through it. So I think that's the angle to go for, is a little bit of you trying to keep the hope, you know, light alive there for Dignitas, because I would say, for me, my biggest takeaway this year is that I do have a lot of respect that they are trying to change, because, you know, like you're saying, and then you're just watching Dignitas and everybody has all these bad memories for the last many, many years of this organization. They're making a real effort to change it all, you know, brought in Jonathan, new GM, you know, changing up a lot of stuff inside the organization. And and they got probably the most rough end of the visa situation sick. And now they've got everybody here, and hopefully, you know, they can find some value with these changes. You know, of course, they're not starting out great, and nobody's thought that they would. So I think if you're the Dignitas fan out there, hello, you know, keep maybe take a long-term approach.
Well, I feel like they were in this series with a chance. I didn't feel like it was just like a stomp or anything. To my recollection, it was like pretty back and forth and everything. It wasn't like they were just getting completely blasted. So
they've been blasted harder.
It wasn't that bad. You were casting this one, weren't you?
Yeah.
This one was like relatively competitive. I know it was 2-0, but wasn't it? Am I crazy?
Game one started pretty close, but then it sort of fell apart. You know, Sentinels had the Ori Nocturne combo, which has kind of been terrorizing the league so far. It feels really hard to play against. And there was one point where Dignitas was kind of like walking around mid, and they just got a little bit careless with their formation, and they had 3 people stacked on top of each other, and then, you know, Nocturne and Ori just immediate punish. And that was one of those ones where Doublelift and Pabelta were discussing it, and they were like, oh yeah, big misplay to group so much. And then we were like, that can happen to you at any point in time, right? It's like you you can't just never be grouped with people. And that's part of what makes playing as Ori Nocturne so hard, is that it's not like, okay, there's this small window where Nocturne can ult you. It's like he can kind of do it anytime and you will have no warning that it's coming. It's like the screen goes dark and then you're immediately Ori ulted and there's not really anything you can do about it. It's I don't like, there's no timing where you can flash it. If you have Zonia, you can do that, but you don't necessarily know it's going for you because you can't see anything. So while it is bad for that to happen, I kind of understand how it can, right? It's like, you know, at some points you will be near your teammates, and it sucks if that's when he goes on you.
Yeah, I think to me, the thing that just felt bad was like, oh, even though there's like, oh, the early game or for game number 1 is totally fine, and it felt like, all right, they're in a capable spot, then maybe it was like kind of like a domino effect of like, then they just like lost several team fights in a row, and I was like, never mind. If you just can't win the team fights, then I actually did like how they adapted after game number 1 when they couldn't win the team fights and weren't having great coordination in them. Then in game number 2, they did go into a lot more like globals and some split pushing and making attempts at making picks and stuff, but. I
mean, game 2 was kind of a stomp.
But that one. Yeah, but I like at least the idea of like, hey, we recognize we weren't able to team fight, and so let's try a different strategy. It's not like it's gonna lose in the same way.
Yeah, I will say.
That if the best thing you can say about a team is at least they tried and they didn't lose in the same way, that's I would say looking good.
Photon, I think is actually really good.
Yeah.
I think Photon has impressed me quite a bit. I feel like he is looking pretty damn good. I like that he's actually doing combat sums as well. I feel like it totally makes sense, especially like given the situation. If your team is struggling a bit more and he's having really good success in a lot of the lanes. The Ignite Gwen I think was kind of cool that he brought out against Renekton. He did Ignite Kennen before. He did Ignite Renekton as well, if I'm recalling correctly. But he's done it a few times. I think he's looked individually really good. But obviously, the team is struggling. They have had the visa issues though too. That is also very true. But hopefully they can kind of get things going. As far as the Nocturne Ori thing though, I will say I feel like it is strong, but I feel like it falls off pretty hard later once like luxury items and stuff come through. Like it is really strong for a long time, but it feels more mid game focused. So it's like, you can't just not go anywhere. Like the range is crazy, right? But if you can kind of keep the game more steady and slow and give up some stuff and farm, when it gets to the point in the game where it's like, oh, the mage has Zonias, the AD carry has a GA, and it's like, all right, who do we ult? Like it does get a little bit weird where it's not true of 100% of competitions. Obviously, it depends on what you build around it. But some of the games I've felt that way where I'm watching it, where I'm like, okay, it's looking really good, really good, really good, and then they have these luxury items, and you're like, all right, how do you play the fight now? Like, do you just try to like one shot the GA and then hope you can win after? But like they have an Azir on their team too, so you're kind of like ignoring the Azir and he's hitting you. Do you go on the Azir and try to like force Zonias, but then like the AD carry's killing you? Like I do think it can get really tough late game.
Yeah, I think we saw. I don't remember exactly what game it was, but there was some. I believe
Inspire loss of it.
Yeah. So that was actually the game as well, where it was in bot lane, where there's a little bit of mind games when Azir has Zonias and ult between Nocturne and Azir, because it's like Azir's probably going to Zonia as soon as he sees Nocturne flying in at him, right? Because the Ori ult is always going to happen at that timing. But, you can mind game it. You can have Nocturne just go in and hold the Ori ult so you can get him after Zonias. And then there's also the like spell shield with the Azir ult interaction where Nocturne's going to try to react spell shield to the Azir ult, which I think you can do it on reaction, but,
Inspired did it like, 3 times? That was crazy.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think it is something you could like maybe flinch on if Azir like does his ulti at a weird timing. So, yeah, there's some gameplay there, but ultimately I think it is... The way that I look at it is, if I'm picking Azir and I'm giving up Oriana, she's way less threatening without a Nocturne on her team. I think it just enables her to be such a bigger presence, because it's like that delivery with the Nocturne is just basically unfair. Like, I don't know any other way to describe it, because the ball like doesn't snap back even if Nocturne flies way out of range and it hits the exact same time. And because he flies in so quickly, it's just like you're guaranteed getting Ori ulted with a Nocturne on you. So I don't know. When I see AD carries playing against that, I'm just like, good luck, bro.
Yeah.
Hope Zaya's in the meta or something, because like, what else can you do?
I was gonna say that they actually deserve a matching skin line for Nocturne and Oriana, because it's one of those combos.
Nocturne just becomes a ball.
That's iconic. Like, they definitely need to have some matching skin line where like you can duo with your friend as the mid jungle, and you'll be looking good with Nocturne and Oriana. I actually in this series was focused a lot on the Sentinels side, because Sentinels also started 0-1, and this is a team that tried to take a lot of like value picks and take a lot of picks directly from Disguised, which in the opener was not successful. But specifically looking at Dark Wings and Hambach I thought had a really good Pantheon game in the second one, especially. You could see some of the moments where the language difference was very apparent, like the first gank towards mid, where they've got like a basic like counter gank set up, and they're like, oh, bait him over to this brush. We're Talia Pantheon. Like that, speaking of combos, like, yeah, Nocturne Oriana is scary later, but like early on, Talia Pantheon, flash stun into seismic shove, unraveled earth, like that's a 2v2 win right there. And like Hambach goes in and he flash stuns, but Dark Wings is running away, and so he's not in range for the seismic shove combo. And I'm like, that is just a pure, language diff. Yeah. And also maybe you haven't played together enough.
Dude, that combo's it does take some practice, because Pantheon stun is so short. It's like a 1 second stun. And Talia's W, it's like you basically have to throw it as soon as Pantheon starts jumping to actually get the connect. Otherwise, it's going to be late.
Yeah, and that's why the big difference is he's running away, he's running in. You got to be able to either be like, we're still going for this, kill, 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 because if you're not, then it doesn't work. So that's why it's such an apparent, like, they're not on the same page. Because if they are, I think they do win that 2v2. I think it was a good call for Hambach to go for the flash stun. But if you're running out of the direction and you're not in range, and
who he was talking about it, he was saying how for Dark Wings it's kind of tough because like everyone else is just speaking Korean and he doesn't really speak Korean, right? So he's saying that they're going to try to do more like communication in English and stuff and move more towards it. But it's like you have 4 players who all speak Korean fluently on a team with one guy who doesn't. So it's going to be that situation.
Shame on Dark Wings speaking English in a North American league.
Oh well, I mean it's definitely it's tough for him. So who he saying that they're going to try to change that, so they are going to be doing more English. And Hambach, I think he was saying was learning English and doing a lot of classes and stuff. So I think that'll probably get better over time. But yeah, they obviously can be pretty happy about their win. We are going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back after this.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. We're going to finish talking about lock-in week 2 as DSG played Fly. That was a pretty fun series. I've been pretty vocal about I just think FlyQuest is a really fun team to watch, and DSG was like a nice surprise as well. Something, I don't know if you saw this interview, but I thought was really interesting because obviously DSG has been having to play with Kisno, but they're going to have Kryra for next week. And I just assumed that because they were having to play with Kisno, that meant they were scrimming with Kisno. Ido gave an interview. Apparently they haven't even scrimmed with Kisno at all. So Kisno had literally played like the amount of games with them that he has played on stage. Like that's it. So they were basically saying, no, we know Kryra was going to get his visa. So we just kept scrimming with him and practicing with him. And so Kisno, I'm like, damn, you're actually doing pretty well. Like you're just getting popped in. You haven't even gotten to scrim with this team a single time. That's kind of crazy. So that kind of made me more impressed with DSG, honestly, hearing that.
Yeah, I think Kisno's been really good, honestly. You wouldn't expect he's a rookie from how he's been playing. I think he's been very active in their games. He goes for a lot of plays because a lot of the time, especially for I don't think anyone's considering DSG a top team, but a new jungler on a bottom half team is probably going to look pretty AFK, right? It's like there's not going to be a lot of opportunities. You're going to have to do a lot of like damage control, like try to figure out how to get your losing lanes in a playable state. But I think he did great, especially game 2. I thought his Vi gameplay, especially him and Call Me, like they had so many good Vi Rise combos that game. They just found so many plays. I was extremely impressed by that.
I mean, I've just been extremely impressed by DSG overall. With what they have been able to do after having most of their team basically stolen by Sentinels this split coming in, I think this is one of the really promising stories. And then, winning a game versus FlyQuest and making this series super exciting. I honestly thought after game number 1, because game number 1 was stomped by FlyQuest, I was very worried that the whole series was going to be like that. But DSG bounced back really nicely in game number 2 to push it to full 3-game series, and I think props to them all around. Even if weren't considering you've literally never played any scrims with this team and you're just throwing them in as a solo queue, I thought DSG were looking better than expectations and doing quite well. Call Me especially. I'm glad you mentioned him because I think individually. The Azir game wasn't great, but the other games were quite good. And then last weekend as well, or the first weekend, I thought he had some really big moments. So I think overall this team is really fun to watch. Their team fighting, I think, is going to be one of the biggest strengths for this squad because even though bottom lane did lose out on a decent amount of lane phases, Sajed was quite good when it came to the team fights.
He's really good.
And especially his Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
He has had multiple now very good Kai'Sa games that have been in big carries positions. So I'm actually quite excited for this DSG lineup. I'm honestly going to be a little sad that Kisno is going back on the bench here. Of course, he was just an emergency sub, but
he might get another spot.
Fan. So
he's done well.
He definitely has.
He's done well, and like hearing that he didn't even get to scrim with the team, I feel like that's so hard. Like you haven't even gotten to play with these people at all, and you're just like popped on stage for your first tier 1 games with 0 practice, and you're looking pretty good on a team that's not expected to be a top team. I'm like, damn, somebody give this guy a chance, right? So I do think I wouldn't be surprised at all if some team is having some jungle struggles. Maybe they're going to try out Kisno, right? So I think he's definitely done a good job kind of proving himself. My understanding is that going forward, it's going to be Kryra because they released a video last week saying, we just need 1 more week, and Kryra was going to be here. So Kryra should be coming in for this coming week, which is pretty exciting for them. But yeah, DSG has been, I think, a pleasant surprise, especially given the fact that they lost all their roster, and then Ido's like, yeah, we're building this whole team around Kryra, and then they don't have him. So I'm excited to see what they can actually do with him arriving. How the team is actually going to look, but they've been a lot of fun. FlyQuest on the other side, I've just been so impressed by Masu and Cryogen. They have looked like way better, way faster than I expected as a duo. They are looking really, really strong. They've had like a lot of lanes where they were just completely blowing out their opponents. Cryogen is like the prospect coming in that, talking to a lot of the guys in tier 2 and even the coaches and stuff, people had the least faith in being good out the gate. And he's been really good. So I feel like FlyQuest really is kind of like hitting that high roll point where you're like, okay, this could actually just be a top team right from the get-go. Griffin, I think, is like super impressive. I knew from watching him some on Loud, like he was obviously good, had potential, but like I thought this team was going to look like even more rough around the edges. Ghost has been really solid, and when I think back to like he did have that one playoff series where he played and Inspired just like chain ganked for him and he looked pretty good, but like the other games he played during the regular seasons for FlyQuest, he looked rough, and he was really struggling, I had thought. So like him as well, I thought it was going to need more time to actually get to a good point. I feel like the team looks good. Honestly, I think Quad looks like the weakest part of FlyQuest. I don't know if that's a hot take at all, but I don't even mean it necessarily as Flame because I think the team looks good, but like, yeah, I was expecting, you know, Quad and Masu to have to do a ton of the heavy carrying. I think Quad looks like the weak point on the team.
Huh, interesting. I mean, it is a hot take, but I think it's pretty valid. This team is very easy to root for. I mentioned it last week, but I mean, who doesn't love the story of like a bunch, like most of them are NA players, right? That actually, well, I guess Griffin, Masu, Cryogen. Gakkos is young. He didn't play in other leagues, so we can kind of adopt him.
We claim him.
He can be an NA player. But yeah, it's really cool. Especially Griffin, you know, Griffin and Kisno, and then also Cryo once he gets in, they're all like, you know, homegrown NA junglers, which, you know,
NA has had a lot of good junglers, to be fair.
Yeah.
Since the very beginning.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Surprised that you guys would agree, but you know.
Yeah. That's been really cool. It's always easy to root for them. And yeah, you know, it's fun. He's playing the Volibear. He played it again. And
Our boy right there.
I mean, it's cool that he's doing well with it, but at the same time, like, don't do too well with it, man. Like you gotta not make it look too OP, or it's just gonna get nerfed more because it is like already crazy in solo queue. And he played without Thresh this time, though. I will say I have to bring up Disguise Comp from game 1. They're not the only ones who've done this, but I swear, so many times we see Rumble with no CC on the comp, and it drives me crazy. Specifically, it'll be Rumble Azir together, and this time it was Wukong, but a lot of times it'll be like Trundle or something. And then I'm looking at that saying like, how are you ever winning a fight? Like, if I'm a top laner and my coach picks me Rumble with 0 CC, I'm just gonna like start screaming and and leave the game. Okay, maybe not that.
Nonsense, dude.
Maybe
he's not even screaming words.
the whole game I'm nonstop screaming. No, but it's like how
they're just like, is this guy okay?
How are you killing anybody when you have no lockdown on your team? It's like no one on their team is going to be able to merc tread,
And you have no comms because Meteos is just screaming in your ear.
Yeah, that's the worst part. But we see this so regularly with this comp, and I do not understand. I don't know the last time. Maybe T1 pulls off these kind of comps where you have like no frontline, no hard CC. But for 99% of players, like, please just draft some kind of way to kill people. If you can't lock someone down, you're basically relying on them just like running into you and dying.
Did you see the Rumble equalizer to end that game as well? It was really funny.
Remind me.
Okay, so it was like bot lane and they're pushing in. I mean, it didn't really matter. The game was pretty cooked. It was some funny things, but like, I don't know. They look for their desperation engage. Everyone, I think, was kind of like making fun of the Azir because like he went in for the shuffle and all got sidestepped.
Right, yeah.
Everyone's like, ha, look at the Azir. But the Rumble equalizer like went off the screen. Like he like placed it at the into the wall. Like it went like sideways and down, and it just like wasn't even the right direction. Wasn't even close anyway. It just looked really, really funny.
Maybe that's why I didn't see it.
I think everyone looked at the Azir and was like, ha, what an idiot. He missed his all. And meanwhile, the Rumble's like self-equalizing.
Yeah, I mean, that was to teach his team a lesson. It's like, stop picking me this.
But it was pretty funny, funny like moment at the end. Yeah.
It's the meme of the soldier protecting.
The Azir.
The Azir is protecting the Rumble. Bad Rumble.
That was a funny ass Azir ult. Just go in, flash in, and miss all 4 people.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that was definitely not a good Azir game. He had some other moments, but I am on the FlyQuest hype train, and that's why their next matchup is versus Cloud9. So, you know, talking about like, oh, this team could totally be top team. They're literally the second place team right now. Well, tied for first place. And so we get this epic matchup, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest, coming this weekend. Definitely looking forward to that one, but I'm super excited for this squad because you know, they're just so quickly working together. You've got it pulled up.
Got to show it to you. Watch the equalizer. So everyone's looking at the Azir, right? And maybe we can add this, but maybe it's too late. We didn't ask for it, so it's our fault if it doesn't get added. But 27-43 into the game. So there's the Azir. Now watch the equalizer. That was like the craziest one I've ever seen in pro play.
Only half of it is on the map.
It's all off the map. It's literally off the screen.
that was either a misclick or he had already been like, okay, I'm
protest.
following up the Azir ult. Like, I'm going to ult where they're going to be scooped to.
Well, it's still off the screen. It's not even by the Azir
It was
ult.
bad. It was bad.
It's the funniest one I think I've ever seen. Like, again, it totally didn't matter, but it's just one of those moments that was really funny.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one to bring up.
Yep.
I totally missed that.
Oh yeah, we've got a new request, by the way. One more play to show.
We'll see if we can get it added. But yeah, no, that was a fun series. FlyQuest looking really good. Like you said, they're going to be playing C9. We did have one more matchup. We had TL going up against Shopify. That was kind of the final series that we haven't talked about. TL did get a win. They were able to 2-0.
That was TL from scrims right there, especially game 2.
Mm-hmm.
My lord, that was a dominant performance. And I don't know. I'm very much questioning the Zinni stonks so far because this guy was like the most promising prospect. There was the most hype around Zinni that I've heard from like an import in a while, right? It's like Thanatos level of hype. And
I think it was more hype than that.
Probably. Yeah, I mean it was real hyped. And he has not looked good. He has been struggling real bad.
That's why, before the season, when I asked them after their little boot camp, I asked the actual other teammates, the players, how do you feel about the Zinni hype? Because like Chronicler was saying he's gonna come smurf your league, and they were all answering like, "Whoa, slow down, he's young," and that's code for like, we're not going to start out super strong.
It's not just a Chronicler take. This guy won like LCK CL like Finals MVP. Like he was, from what I've been told by multiple people, he had like up to 4 LCK main team offers.
Yeah,
like this is a guy that was looked at as like the next big thing coming out of challengers for mid lane. So, but I agree. I think it's like. He's played now 2 series of Tier 1 League of Legends, right? And he just moved across the world. And, I don't want to like pass judgment and say, he's never going to be good or anything like that. Quid, obviously, his first split was horrible. People were up in arms that 100 Thieves was even going to keep Quid on their team after his first year. And then he won MVP. So we don't know where Zinni is going to be. But I will say Zinni is the worst mid laner in the league right now. And I don't think it's like particularly close. I think he has looked really bad. It is only 2 series, but he has really struggled. And I mean, Quid was dunking on him. And I mean, it was kind of like, obviously it didn't matter, but the game 2 with Quid on Oriana, where he was like Omega fed.
Filthy, absolutely filthy game. This dude's like, I remember looking at the items at one point. He had like Luden's Sork boots, Magi's Storm Surge, and he has like an Asher's too or something.
He had 48 flat pen. He was dealing true damage to their carries. Both the Azir and the Xayah had 44 MLR. He had 48 flat pen. That was like the kill at the end of that game was one of the fastest kills I've ever seen. Like he got like knock waved and insta died. It was like a 0.1 second from full to dead. It is a crazy kill. But I was like, well, yeah, that's kind of what the series has looked like. And he was dying a lot in the Anivia game, but I also kind of felt like in the Anivia game he was the only one really doing that much. So I felt like the Anivia game wasn't that bad, even though he was dying a lot. I saw him getting flamed a lot for it, but I was like, yeah, but he was doing some stuff, and his team was getting kind of owned and like.
So I don't think Zinni's looked good. I will defend him in the sense that like his team is not doing him any favors whatsoever. No. Game 2 specifically, Fudge had Gnar into Renekton, which this is a like super standard counter pick into Renekton. This has been going on for years. I don't know how long. And Fudge has been a top laner for a long time. I guarantee he's done this matchup a lot. And he got gapped. Like he got destroyed by the Renekton as Gnar. Like something went horribly wrong if that's happening. I think he was down 50 CS or something. And I don't even think he got ganked. Like he just straight up 1v1 just got like absolutely handled by Morgan.
I will say Morgan, his Renekton, I think is by far his best pick. Like this is a guy who has like a career like 40% win rate. Like he hasn't played on a lot of good teams. His Renekton is like a 65-66% win rate, most played champion all time. Like that is his champion. So maybe Morgan's just built diff on Renekton. I don't know. This is the first time he got to play it. Like but yeah, that was surprising for sure. It's because Fudge is a really good top laner. And normally plays it really well, and he got slammed by
Well, I also felt like this series TL had something to prove because losing to Cloud9 in the opener after they were speaking of hype, every player from scrims was like, oh my God, we don't want to play TL. TL's the best team. We got to dodge TL, all this stuff. And then
they got 2-0.
And then they got 2-0 by Cloud9 in the opener by APA, their old mid laner. And so it's like, ooh, they're playing a little angry. Like, Spawn gave them a very strict lecture. And they're like, all right, we got to show how we've been crushing teams in scrims to make everyone fear us on stage. And it felt like they, took it out a little bit on some of the Shopify squad here. Because, this looked like TL. I was like, all right, good. It's not just scrim bucks and all fluff or anything. This is actually a good team, too. So we have, like, a lot of good teams in the league.
Jose played really well, I thought.
Yeah, I thought Jose played well.
I was expecting an FF from Shopify. Not gonna lie. I think I'm playing so much solo. Keep like, as soon as I hit 15 minutes game 2, I'm like, yeah, why haven't they FF'd yet?
Dude, the Azir play was so funny where Core got caught out, and then Core tries to self ult himself on Bard, and Zinni Azir ults him over the wall.
Run, get out of here, Core.
Exactly. And then the Azir ult lands on Zinni and whoever else it was on top of him. I can't even remember. Maybe it was the Wukong or whatever, but it lands on them. And then TL just arrive like Avengers, and everyone on Shopify gets wiped, and Core just gets completely saved, scooped over the wall. It just looks so funny.
Yeah, that was the 4-man Oriole.
Yeah, they got insta 4-man ulted, all die. Quid was just so fed that game.
Yeah. Quid, I don't know if you saw the pros, but Quid was talking about Core JJ being a big reason why he joined the team in the very beginning, and him giving him feedback. You could tell he really appreciated it. He's like, I've never received macro feedback like that from someone. And just talking about how happy he is to play with Core and be on TL and feel like he's growing as a player. All seemed really good. And this series also backed up the Morgan has been our best performer, type thing from some of these plays, and Morgan playing really well too. So I feel like the TL needed this one to get back in,
and they got it.
Some of the hype, and I think the hype has been reestablished.
I think the hype's going to continue because they're playing against Sentinels this week. I think that is going to be really tough for Sentinels. I do think they had a good series, but yeah,
Impact versus TL.
That's going to be really, really exciting having him get to go up against his former team. Of course, Impact has played on a lot of different rosters, at this point in NA.
For a while, though.
He was on TL for quite a while.
And I feel like this is the first one where it was like, all right, old man, we're kicking you.
Yeah.
Usually when Impact leaves a team, it's like, I got a better offer. See you guys.
Yeah.
type thing. So I think this one might be a little bit extra.
A little personal. No, I agree completely. I mean, he did feel like he really just got let go, right? He got replaced. And rightfully so. He had a very bad year. He had the worst year of his career, I think, by far. And, I think he's going to be really hungry to prove something against TL. Morgan definitely, I think, is a really hard laner to deal with. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I feel like it feels hard to build the way in which I expect Sentinels to win this, because I just think individually TL looks so strong. But of course, we did see them kind of have some collapses when they played against C9, in week 1, right? Even when they were in a really commanding position in game 1, they did still lose that. So of course, there are going to be opportunities for Sentinels, but I think it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, I agree. It's also, this is another one where it feels like Sentinels, they're going to have a little bit, they need an extra time, maybe work on some synergy for the team. This is one of the teams where I thought it was going to click quicker, but it was kind of weird to see these players that have already been, played together, not have as much synergy as some of the teams that just got slapped together. And then like DSG, who you took all these players from, and they're literally playing with Kizno, who they never even scrimmed together. And I was like, wow, their synergy looks better already, in first couple of weeks. I thought that was a worrying thing a little bit. At least Sentinels are coming in on a higher note. Yeah. And I think we'll have some confidence. So it will be a fun matchup. I think probably most people are going to favor Team Liquid, especially with how much hype a lot of the other players are saying from not only the games that we saw on stage, but also, just dumping on scrims.
I feel like one thing that maybe you can give to Sentinels is that it's like Hanbok has had some really good early games. And it's like, if they can work on their coordination and be really on point. I know he had like Kiana game week 1 where he was like monstrously ahead. His Pantheon game was really good. Like there are these moments where it's like you're kind of questioning what he's going for. Like, is it a communication issue or whatever else is going on? But like he has had some really explosive early games. And if you can try to create like a really big lead, hey, you never know what can actually happen, because they do have some talented individual players. I think Darkwings has kind of like really surpassed a lot of people's expectations. Like I think he's been pretty solid, coming into a league where there's 5 LCK CL mid laners, LCK mid laners that you're going up against. It's not easy.
And he's playing on a team that we're all speaking Korean.
Yep.
I was going to say that.
So it's like he's a North American prospect that's on a team that doesn't really have comms for him. Yeah, I think considering that, he's doing great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he just needs to learn Korean, I guess. But that's a really rough situation to come into. It's like mid lane is one of the most important roles. You know, you're in this insanely competitive role where most teams are importing players for, and then you can't communicate with your team. So he's trying to catch up to all the macro stuff because obviously he's new to pro. But I think he's been doing well, all things considered. Not perfect, obviously. Has had some sus games for sure, but I think this team could be really solid though once they get it together and like figure out a way where they can communicate and work well together. But I think definitely this matchup, like TL's heavy favorite, it would be a massive upset. But I think it would be awesome to see Impact just like roll Morgan top lane. I don't know how likely that is, but it would be so cool just for like the revenge arc. TL kicks Impact and then and they were always criticizing his laning phase, and he just comes back and like dominates their new. Like,
and he picks like Fiora or something, and you're like, "What in the?"
The least Impact champion ever.
Yeah, and he just crushes.
That would be so. That would be absolute
funny.
cinema.
That would be super crazy. Yeah, realistically though,
You're
some of the
Cassante, buddy.
Yeah, he'll be on a standard Impact lane, and then honestly, if you're trying to be like, oh yeah, maybe the mid jungle for Sentinel can like do something. Even in the Cloud9 series that TL lost, the beginning of those games, they were crushing. And a lot of it was Jose and Quid. They were doing these, flat. Jose was making like W flash plays on Xin and then Quid was passing him the ball and then getting shockwaves. And then like they got multiple like flash engages with these shockwaves. And it just felt like, whoa. Like their mid jungle synergy is going crazy right now, and I think both Jose and Quid really impressed, even in the TL games that they did lose. Yeah, they did fall apart later, for sure. And but yeah, I think TL is going to be very difficult.
Yep, Quid Diodo looking pretty good. We have DSG versus Lyon, which I'm actually really excited for because we're gonna get to see Kryra for the first time, so that should be a lot of fun.
Against Inspired.
Good luck.
Woo!
Good luck. And we'll get to see, some more kind of info here on Lyon. And these matches are really important because if you are in that like 1-2, you can be in the last chance match or last chance bracket, whatever it's called. But like there's a last chance qualifier. 6 will play 7. So one team will get straight up eliminated in that the teams that are 0-2, whoever loses that is going to get eliminated. But, whoever does end up 6th, 7th, will have that final chance, and that's going to be played next week as well. So we'll have that one extra game to see who our final playoff qualifier will be. So everyone's trying to dodge that and wanting to get the 2 wins to guarantee that they're going to be in.
I think Lion's going to win this game pretty handily. There is the chance of like ego plays and stuff, especially because we did see
they almost lost against Dig.
We already saw them versus Dig do a lot of ego plays, and it looked like, especially a lot of these Berserker ones, it looked like Berserker had zero respect, and he's like, I'm so much better than you, and he would just like walk up and try and crit him and flash on people, and at least that's purely conjecture. That's what it looked like to me.
They looked way more locked in against C9.
Yeah, they look way more locked in versus C9. So yeah, maybe this is a series where that might happen again. The ego might happen again, and they're like, we're way better. But honestly, I do think, Lyon should be favored coming into this. DSG though, like we said, after losing the first game to Fly and getting blasted, their mental was fine.
Mm-hmm.
They were joking afterwards about how hard they got blasted, and they're like, "Whoa, you got our 1 kill on the whole team, Kisno. You're a beast." They were like, "What was the score?" It was like 1-17 or something like that. And they're like, "Dang, Kisno, 100% of the kills." And then they go into game number 2. Like, they have strong mental. They're able to like play it out until they get to some mid-game team fights. Then they win the mid-game team fights, and they like kept focus. So that's something I really admired about that DSG roster. And now that they have Kryra, you were talking in the opening episode how the coach was telling you that we're supposed to be a Kryra team and built for him to carry and stuff. So maybe they'll look completely different, and like all the game plans they've been scrimming and practicing will unfold before us. And maybe it's like, oh, he's spam ganking Saint or something, and we're like Operation Tilt Saint or something like that. But
at the end of the day, it's your first ever tier 1 game. You get to play against Inspired.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is DSG going to feel more pressure, specifically Kryra, because
the team was pretty
like
good.
From Kryra's perspective, it would have looked better if the team just crash and burn did awful and Kisno was just like the biggest liability of all time, right? Like,
because there's no expectations.
Yeah, like that would have been what Kryra would probably not like outwardly hope for. Like, I don't think anyone's actually doing that, but like it would have helped his perception, right? But because Kisno actually did well and DSG did better than people were expecting, now for Kryra, it's like, if he does bad and if the team does bad, then you're gonna have these people being like, how about Kisno, right? It's like why'd they switch out Kisno? That was going pretty good.
What if we even scrimmed with him?
Yeah. So I mean, there might be a little bit more pressure on Kryra himself, which is like, it's not what you want when you're making your debut as a rookie. And I mean, there's no guarantee that actually happens. Like, they might just be completely chill and still in a good headspace, but it is something to think about.
But if they lose and they go into the last chance thing and then you lose again, that feels tough.
It definitely it doesn't look great.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, because you get eliminated pretty early and you have a lot of time to think about it, and everybody's there's no more stage games to go for. I will say though, Inspired is still in MVP form. This guy is already able to solo carry games, take away enemy win conditions, build towards his own, create hero plays. So it's not like you're coming in and it's like, all right, maybe because Inspired's on a new team with all these, players, and everyone's wondering about, are the personalities going to work together? Honestly, probably doesn't even matter.
Inspired's personality works with Inspired.
Yeah. So, he's looking good.
He's looking insane. I mean, Inspired still looks like the best jungler in the league, even with his team struggling. He's a beast, absolute beast. We have Dig versus Shopify. So loser of this will be eliminated. Will be first team out. If it goes 0-3, you're done. The winner of this will have a chance, I think. I guess there could be tiebreakers and stuff, so maybe it's not guaranteed. But I think the winner of this should probably be in the last chance qualifier, very likely. So this is obviously a really important matchup. And I mean, again, it's like, it is a very fast first split. You're eliminated very quick. I mean, well, it's not even really a split. It's like, it's a mini tournament, right? That's kicking off the year. It won't be that long till they play again, but it obviously feels really bad to be first team out and to miss playoffs and to kind of like start off on that bad note. And, you talk about pressure on people. There's going to be a lot of pressure, I think. Zinni has a lot of pressure of expectations. Shopify was looked at, I think, by a lot of people as a team that could be, like top 4 team, right? Like a pretty strong team. So if they go first out, that would be crazy. Dignitas as well. You mentioned it, Kobe. Like Palfox said on pros that he thinks they could go to Worlds. Like he thinks they could be a top 3 team. Yeah, they got screwed with their bot lane coming in late. But again, it's like, you don't want immediately to then just be first out and everyone's like, well, it's just Dignitas as usual.
Yeah, if you're working so hard to change all of the perceptions of Dignitas, and you're like making internal changes and top-down changes, and if the results are still going to be 3-0 insta out, then it's really hard to change perception, and that's going to stick with you. But as you said last weekend so eloquently, this is the losers match. Losers of
biggest losers.
It's the 0-2 teams, and so one of the teams,
one will be the super loser.
Which team is better at losing?
I guess if the theme of this episode was like hate watching, like people enjoy watching bottom of the barrel matches also, because there's a lot of emotions on the line, and like you're saying, there's a lot that goes with this, and so. There's going to be a lot of pressure right here for both these teams. We'll see if that does affect play. Historically, with Shopify, they have been able to win a lot of the games that mattered. So even though, and chat loved bringing up this stat, they had a negative win rate. They were like 40% games won.
Yeah.
They won the games that mattered, that progressed them in tournaments and progressed them in playoffs. And so they were able to place top 3, and they were literally the 3rd place team, even with a 40% win rate.
And both these teams haven't even won a game yet.
There you go. More goose egg stats. But you have to think about some of the moments where they got there. And I'm trying to remember who actually was the one giving the interview that credited contracts. I think it was Fudge. And he was talking about how, because he was asked about, a lot of these comeback plays and like crazy plays that you guys make in the late game. Why is Shopify so hard to take down even when you're losing, even when they're getting beat in a game? And he was like, honestly, a lot of credit to contracts. They just like full send on some of these like pick attempts, or catch attempts. And this is a team you can never underestimate, even when you are winning against them, because they'll just like send 5 people to a brush, on side lane or something, and just try and get your pick there, or do some crazy like attempt at countering an objective or something. So I do expect the series to be really fun to watch.
Yeah,
because Dignitas, this is despite them still starting 0-2, this is not like old style Dignitas, and so I think there should be some fun fireworks in this series.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't mentioned that this is also kind of like a revenge match for Palafox, because he was booted off Shopify. Now he's on Dig.
True.
And he was like one of the only players.
And I could see Palafox, to me, has always been a player who has the potential to play really well when he has the proper motivation, and I feel like this should be a pretty motivating situation, right? It's like you're down 0-2, you're going to get eliminated if you lose, and you're up against your former team that just booted you. So I could totally see Palafox having a really good series this one. And I also have my eye on the Shopify bot lane, because they have gotten rolled every game so far. Granted, they were up against FlyQuest bot lane, who's super good, and then TL's bot lane, also very good. So maybe it was just hard matchups, but like they've had some rough lanes, and so
even when they've had counterpick at times, I think.
Oh yeah, I mean they've really gotten blasted badly. Which part of it is tough matchups, but again, they're up against FBI Ignar, who they had the visa issues last week, but I think historically they're a pretty solid lane. So we'll see. Can they bounce back, or is Shopify's bot lane just kind of like a weak point for them?
Yeah, and it is like that old energy team, because the 3 of them that are on Dignitas, plus Jonathan, the GM, who was coach, are playing verse contracts. So I was thinking, as I was talking about the contracts, like comeback plays and his weird angles and stuff, these guys all played with him for so long, especially Palafox. Palafox has played years and years with contracts. So if there's any team that is not going to give him some of these angles, or some of these like risky gank things, or long extra stay over the time that people expect you to stay there type plays, I feel like Dignitas, the players that are on the roster now will have their eyes open for those types of plays.
Yep. The last matchup we're gonna have for this coming week is gonna be the winners match for winners.
Woohoo!
It's C9 versus Fly. This is the match for first place going into playoffs. Whoever wins obviously will be 3-0. C9 Fly. Last time I feel like that was like a headline matchup. I guess it's more, I shouldn't say last time, because obviously they were like recently. But I think back to like the first times back in the day to when, do you guys remember it was like the C9 Civil War thing when like High went over to Fly and they kind of
had that weird logo, the original FlyQuest
was it
logo,
the airplane thing or something?
It wasn't quite. It was like an eyeball with some wings and stuff on it.
Yeah.
Weird,
Oh yeah,
it was like yellow and.
Yeah, I remember that one.
But that's kind of what this brings me back to for some reason. Because I'm thinking back to like, it doesn't feel like this is the same FlyQuest team, right? Like obviously FlyQuest last year was like the expectations were just like, yeah, of course you dominate the league. Of course you're going to go to international, but are you going to beat an LCK or an LPL team? Like that's where people got to. And so it's, even though they are in a similar position to last year, it feels so different than before. So I don't know. It kind of brings me back to like the roots of this matchup, which is, I guess, why I was thinking of
it's a FlyQuest reboot. So you can have that like Origins feel again.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, it's going to be a super exciting matchup because this is like FlyQuest's best test so far. I think they've looked really solid in their first 2 matches, but maybe it wasn't up against the toughest opponents. And C9, you know, one of the toughest opponents, maybe the toughest right now. So I'm really excited to see how they do. I would expect C9 to win this one. Though I'm going to keep my eye on the bot lane since I think C9's bot lane, like they're very good players, but Vulcan and Sven haven't really been that great in lane recently. Even in their game against Lyon, like game 1, Sven's Corki specifically has had so many awful laning phases. Obviously, he can play the champion, but for some reason, just on stage, his Corki has just not done well at all. He'll fall down like a ton of CS in lane. They did get some kills to even it out against Berserker, but up until that point, like they were down so much farm and just perma-pressured. So I don't know. Masu and Cryogen have just absolutely dominated every lane so far. So I actually think that's an area where like, you know, C9 might struggle.
Yeah, I mean, Sven on average is down at 10 minutes, like 100 gold, and Masu's up 500 at 10 minutes on average. The only one he doesn't have as big of a lead as is Berserker, and I think that's mostly because of the Lion versus Dig series,
I mean,
where he was up like 10 trillion gold.
Yeah, that was crazy stat padding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be awesome matchup, though. Griffin versus Blabber as well, you know. It's like now Blabber is like the Unk in a jungler, right? He used to be like
he was the GOAT, and now he's
he's been on C9 for like 8 years or something.
Yeah.
The Unk can still be the GOAT, you know?
True.
He's got to
It's like a faker.
True, but it's just like, you know, old versus new in a way where I don't think most people would want to be called that.
The Oat.
Yeah, but
I think Gunk is funnier.
It's going to be a really good test for Griffin, I think, going up against Blabber like that, because Griffin's looked solid, honestly. He does.
You just reminded me, people should go watch the intro video for LCS, because the part they have with Griffin, he specifically says he has this memory of watching Cloud9 win, and it was the year where Blabber got MVP, and he gets the award, and everyone's tearing. I was tearing up too watching it, and Blabber starts tearing up, and the whole stadium is chanting for him because you can see it means so much to Blabber. And there had been, there was a lot of conversation around it. And Griffin specifically points to this moment as being like, that's my dream. Like that inspired Griffin to become a pro jungler. So we'll be reutilizing that footage and intro and video and stuff for the intro of this series, because that's just the perfect story. He's like, yeah, when I was 15, like Griffin is still so young. He's like, yeah, I was 15 and I saw that, and now I'm here playing versus Blabber, the MVP, the Gunk.
You know what else he said in that video was, I'm the next generation. All these old guys are about to retire, you know? So
the perfect spice,
we'll
maybe.
See
the
if he can
intro.
hurry that along, you know?
And it also is, if Cloud9 win this one, then they've beaten TL, they've beaten Lion, they beat FlyQuest. Like, these are the best teams in the league. So Cloud9 could, I don't think, have a stronger start. Take it. This is basically like bounty hunting all the top teams, all the other top teams in the league. And so
DSG had a way easier path to get here for sure. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, C9 can fully, like, I mean, they are the de facto best team right now. I think everyone's going to be looking at it like that. And it would have to be a big upset from FlyQuest.
You mean FlyQuest? You said DSG?
Oh,
had an easier path to get here.
oh, sorry. I meant
Okay.
because they play. I was thinking because they played DSG.
Okay.
I meant like against DSG. Yes, FlyQuest. FlyQuest had an easier path to get here because they played DSG and then they played Shopify. Those are their wins, right? Compared to TL and Lyon, it's obviously a lot easier. Right?
Yeah, it is. It does always remind me how like this isn't a full round robin, obviously, because it's a lock-in tournament, but. A lot of times people will overreact to like, you know, week 1, week 2 starts for teams where then you look at their strength of schedule, you're like, hold up, like that's not the same kind of 2-0, right? It's like beating DSG Shopify compared to beating TL Lyon. So yeah, I mean, I would say Cloud9 hasn't looked completely untouchable. Like a lot of their games, like they can be a little bit messy, but they're beating really strong opponents. So yeah, I mean,
they're heavy favorites for sure.
Yeah, they're absolutely favored for this one.
Yeah, but it's going to be really exciting. I mean, it's a great test for FlyQuest, and you could argue that it's like their first like really big test because it's the first time they're playing against a team that is an expected like championship contender. You know, I don't think they are going to be there just yet, but it'll be cool to see like, okay, like can you compete? If you can upset them and win, that's crazy. Like, oh my God, are you just like a championship caliber team, like just randomly from the word go?
So our Los Ratones story over
there.
There
you go.
The Bad News Bears, the underdogs, the
there
kids.
You go. I mean, that would be hype. But if they're even competitive with C9, I think that is such a promising start for this team because this team did not even think they would be good at the start, right? Like Masu said it from the draw show. You know, ThinkCard told me it's going to take a while when I was interviewing before the season started. So I think they have already kind of like surpassed their own expectations for their start. So now it's just a question of like, all right, like how high can you go?
Fly.
Yeah. How high can you fly? So it should be really fun. It's going to be an exciting weekend. Our producers also came up with a game that they want you guys to participate in. They're calling it Literal Word. I keep saying world. Word champion. And so the idea is that you guys leave a phrase in the comments that Kobe and I have to try to like fit into one of our casts.
And Medios is gonna have to say it on his co-stream, okay? So he's not getting out.
And no telling your co-streamers about it.
We gotta see the reaction.
We gotta see if you can sneak it in. So this reminded me, one of our producers for the dive used to do this, where in the story meetings where he'd be like, you gotta say barn burner or like, I don't know, whatever, just like random words and things. Yeah. And so we have to be allowed to say it without getting fired. It's gotta be safe for work.
Yeah.
You don't get too crazy. But if it's funny and it's safe and it gets a lot of upvotes in the comments, we'll try to get it in there. And then you guys can, if you notice it in the cast, you know, you can call it out. Yeah. See, you can say who worked it in best.
there you go. So yeah, leave your comments of a word or phrase, and we'll see. We'll see. We'll filter them.
Yeah, they'll be heavily filtered. Yeah.
We're careful with dealing with.
If we're not filtering, there'll be no dive next week. We'll all be fired. But that'll wrap it up for this episode of The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Leave a comment and let us know what phrase or word you want Kobe, Medios, and I try to work into our cast this coming weekend. And then let us know if you catch us saying it during the broadcast. LCS returns this Saturday, February 7th, 1 p.m. Pacific, as Team Liquid is going to be taking on Sentinels. We'll see y'all there.
Get over here.
Hello and welcome back to week 3 of LCS Login Tournament. Raz, you distracted us at the start of the show. They were counting down. What are you doing? No, that can't be what you wrote. What's the other thing that you wrote?
Boston sucks. It's just an actual fact.
Boston does not suck.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
an
well,
actual
what
fact.
specifically about Boston sucks, though?
Well, there is an inhabitant that calls Boston their home. Maybe named.
And we love her, LA! The random fandom is thriving. That's all I know.
Boston doesn't suck.
I agree.
Best city ever.
I agree. We got a fun weekend of games ahead of us. Let's take a look at the schedule to kick things off here so we know what is ahead of us today. And then also, oh, hey, that was my shot, Raz.
Okay, my bad. I'm invading.
All right, today we got all the 1-1 matches. This is the last week of the Swiss stage. So winners will be qualifying for playoffs. We'll talk more about that later. Losers will be going on to kind of like a last shot here. But Sentinels versus T-Law, baby, to kick things off.
Yes. It's really fun to see. Just like both teams, all of them, in the same position, fighting to get into playoffs. There's one chance of them not making it to the playoffs. They don't want that to happen.
And for DSG Lyon, I mean, that's a big one for them because it would be the first time either of them would actually make it into like an LCS playoffs. Obviously, Lyon, they've won a lot of championships throughout the years in the South, but this would be their first time, qualifying for playoffs in the LCS, which would be pretty cool for them. So, and actually to kind of break it down, because it is Swiss stage, sometimes it can get a little confusing. We actually have a handy dandy board that we're going to be updating throughout the entire weekend. So here, I'm going to stand on this side so that way you can see the board itself. This is how everything's played out so far throughout the Swiss stage. This is what we're at today. If we can get a zoom in right there, boom. And then tomorrow we'll have the 2-0 and the 0-2. Loser here is out of playoff contention. Winner here will be undefeated, and already both these teams have qualified. This is the really interesting one for me, and actually I asked for production to blow it up for everybody because the 1-1 teams, the losers, will go into this 1-2 group, along with the winner of the 0-2 Shopify Rebellion versus Dignitas. So we're gonna actually have 3 teams that go into this little bit here, and this is what it looks like when it's big. The top team will automatically go into the playoff bracket. That's determined by things like how many game wins, strength of wins, things like that. But then the 2 teams that are here have to play a best of 1 at the end of day on Sunday. So we're gonna try and fill this out a little bit with predictions because we actually have amazing magnets. I'm just gonna go ahead and slap on the teams that I think are going 1 and 2, and I want to get both of your thoughts. Boom. This is what I got. What do you think, Raz?
You know what? We're changing that up.
What?
I'm taking my accurate with me.
Emily, defend me. Do you agree? Those 3?
You have.
I have Sentinels making it in.
Yeah.
And then actually,
you know what? Is going to beat Shopify, Raz?
I think it would be this, because with number of game wins, DSG's won more games than their losses. So it's probably them Sentinels.
Get this out of here. Get this out of here. I'm putting it on top of it. I'm putting it on top of it.
So you think Dignitas
So you actually think Dig are going to do it?
We just don't know, all right? I'm just putting it out into the ether. There are some the Digamaniacs out there are going to be behind their team that didn't really get much of a chance.
The Digamaniacs, is this an official term?
That's the official term.
Yeah?
Ask the Dignitas
I think it's telling that that was the one that you attacked because Sentinels and DSG are playing today.
True.
And so that means that you automatically think, no question, Lyon and TL are going to win.
No question. Okay.
That was a big warm-up.
I was like waiting for him to flip up. I actually agree with you on that.
So then the big contentious one then is Shopify. So Emily, you can be the tiebreaker. So we actually have like little magnets here. Oh, sorry, I just ran away from the camera. We got the little magnets that we'll be updating throughout the weekend. So I still think it's going to be something like this. Emily, are you the tiebreaker? Do you agree, or do you think that Raz is right and Dignitas can take down?
I tentatively agree, but it's tough. It is tough. Shopify look very, very uncoordinated.
I gotta make an admission.
Okay,
I gotta make an admission.
We're all running up to the board right now. It's like, show and tell.
I just make I just gotta make an admission. Look, the split
Wait, you
sucks.
just flip-flopped immediately.
Look, I just wanted to put it out there so there's not just a one-sided.
The potential.
The fans out there want Dig to be represented properly.
You're actually making a really solid point though, because last week Emily already called it out that Demonte put his hand on my shoulder and said, "You gotta stop rooting for us, bud."
Have you stopped rooting for them?
No,
and
that's not me.
Yeah,
I should put Dignitas winning. Actually,
that means that Dig are going on ahead, and you are continuing to curse Shopify.
These are good points. Good points being made. But obviously, we're going to be updating this throughout the weekend. So everybody, awesome. Shout out to the props department for making all these little magnets. Yeah. This thing's super cool. But today it's just going to be those 1-1s. We all think Sentinels versus T-Law. Probably T-Law favored there. Sentinels. It is, kind of a bit of a rematch, though, right?
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, Golden Glue?
Say that? Well,
what are your
Golden
thoughts?
Glue. Wait, do we have a microphone? Do we have a microphone for Golden Glue?
We
have a
don't.
coach.
No, just
ganking
relay
us
his
right
message.
now.
Relay
All right,
your
give us a
message.
message for the fans. We'll relay it. Here, boom, microphone.
We're gonna win.
Hey! Okay, there it is. There it is.
Says they're gonna win.
Yeah.
Right there from the man himself.
A real believer, and maybe someone who's cursing his own team. We're gonna have him accountable after the fact.
Could be, but it's also time to check in. This is something I'm super invested in. I don't know how invested Raz is based on the current points on the leaderboard right now. But LCS Fantasy is back, everybody. If you haven't yet made a team, you can still hop in and join. But I wanted to take some time to show off the top performers. So we have an internal league. This is the Production Fantasy League standings, right, Emily?
Yeah, and Liam is crushing everyone.
Shout out Liam, the stats guy.
As you can see.
Where the hell is Emily?
He also said statistically best roster is the name. I'm surprised I haven't been called out yet for this.
Yeah, where the hell are you?
I forgot to join the league.
Oh.
Yeah. Which also you and I both did last year.
I feel like that does mean that I need some sort of punishment that, I don't know, maybe Jack
We are going to do a loser punishment for like 24 hours in the office playing League or something like that. We haven't fully determined what it's going to be.
That would be very fun for me because I just
23
don't
minutes
sleep.
left, by the way. 23 minutes to get your team in. I have not gotten my team in. I'm doing it right
Oh, you're doing it right now?
I
did it this morning during the meeting.
Anyway. A reminder, though, that you can still get your set your LCS fantasy roster over at lcsofficial.gg, and you might want to lock in some of these players.
Yeah.
It's very FlyQuest favored for our top performers of all roles.
I asked for this graphic. I was like, just show me the top scoring points. I didn't actually look into it myself. I didn't expect it to be all FlyQuest.
You know what it is? They're currently the bloodiest team in the league.
Yeah.
They're literally just the bloodiest team in the league, and they're winning, so it's like a combination that you need to look into. Maybe not this week because of the team they're facing.
Yeah, it also is like, I remember last year, Shopify players gave me a ton of points because they were bloody and their games were long. So even if they were losing, a lot of the times, even if they had like less than optimal stat lines, their games would just go like close to 40 minutes and there'd be a lot of kills. And if you got the champion correct, it was like, oh, okay, I'm getting a lot of points out of it.
You can get a lot of points out of it if you get the multipliers. But Raz makes a good point that that's FlyQuest against the strength of schedule they've had. They're against C9. So if you're still locked into your roster, how many FlyQuest players you putting on, Raz?
I just put on FlyQuest. None. I took them all off.
It's a tough matchup. It's going to be a tough matchup for them this week. So thanks everybody for playing along. Top 5 for me. Hopefully I can maintain that position, push for a podium finish. But also the new patch is here this week. So we're going to take a look at the biggest changes with a catch. We need to reveal which player we think each change will affect the most. Starting with a jungle champion. Used to be a solo laner, but Jace. We're going to talk about Jace because there were a lot of Jace changes. Emily, what were the big Jace changes?
Can I have a thing?
Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
So the big thing for me is that the monster, the bonus monster damage is nerfed in both forms. It went down from 25 to 10. And I think that was to kind of attack jungle Jace, which we had not seen in the LCS because it was so strong it was just permabanned.
Okay, interesting. So the great breakdown of that. Now we got to put the player that we think is going to affect the most.
I got one.
Okay, let me.
So I'm not erasing the back.
What?
So we're just going to keep that there.
It's just still Boston.
It's just going to be the backdrop. But I will say that it will positively benefit, even though it is strictly a nerf. Griffin, because now it's going to be like off the ban list. While before it was just banned constantly.
Okay.
Now Griffin's gonna be able to pick it. He is a carry jungler, and he's gonna be able to run.
How do you spell Griffin?
I spelt it. Maybe the Y should be in.
I think
the
you
Y
have
and
those
the I
swapped.
change spots.
I think so. Yeah.
Maybe,
it's okay. You know, we hire you for other things other than your spelling. Exactly. You got it.
All
Emily,
right.
what you got?
So I was also going to say Griffin, but I'll cross it off. So, but I also think contracts. Whenever I think of junglers that are a little bit more unique, I feel like he is always willing to try them out, at least. I do think there's an asterisk to this in that it would require the way you play to be a little different around your team, just based on the way Jace plays. It's not like this huge engager, like, for example, the Malphite, which we saw from him. But yeah, I still think it's something that he would play. I mean, I think Jace is still strong enough that we could see it from a lot of junglers.
I went the opposite way. I went a mid laner. I went Quid because jungle Jace is nerfed, so now it might show up in solo lanes more. I think Quid's somebody that would pull this out, especially as potential blind pick for the team.
All right, makes sense.
That's for Jace. Now let's talk about Ryze. There were also Ryze changes. Emily, you got me on that one too?
Yeah, I mean, it's just basically scaling nerf on Rune Prison. Another thing, Phase Rush was dinged a little bit.
Okay.
I think that's something that you also kind of want to take into consideration.
Like, even though the nerf on Ryze's Rune Prison you'd think is like not really that much at all, but then you think about the nerfs to actualize. You already mentioned Phase Rush. Like, it basically they just attacked Ryze on all fronts. On all fronts. So I have it impacting Quad. I know Quad was already the answer prior to it, but I think Quad worked in both situations. Hey, he played Cassio, a really strong Cassio and counter picks into the Ryze when it was being picked up frequently from the opposing mid, but also he is a great Ryze himself.
Fair enough.
I think he was thriving in that. He can still thrive in the meta, but like that's something that hurts him a little bit.
Okay, I went for one that's a benefactor of it. I went Zinni. He doesn't have to try and play Anivia into it anymore.
Yeah.
That did not look great last time around. If less people are playing the Ryze, then now Zinni won't have to worry about it anymore.
I like that
There we go.
answer.
Emily, what you got?
So I'm cheating because I was also going to put Quad, so I want to put something different. I always cheat. Any team with rough side laning, I feel like Ryze is so strong right now that it was something that people used. Ryze, I feel like Talia is another champion like this, where if you have really rough side laning, you use Ryze as a crutch to be able to be like, I can get to side lanes quickly. I can get to team fights quickly. And I feel like a lot of teams were doing that, and quite honestly, a lot of teams in LCS have rough
That's why you can name one.
Calling us out as a region?
So,
Use one example. Who's hurting?
I don't want to go.
Valid point. You know what? I think that just means that no one's coming to mind. We got one more though. Ari. There were some buffs to Ari. One kind of small one, but still could be impactful, right?
All right, I want to take this first. So
okay, you go for it.
Steal mine because I feel like we keep having the same answers, and I need to come up with something different. So my big thing before talking about the Ari buffs is like she was already good.
Yep.
Like she already has a 57.6% win rate globally, but in LCP, 72.7%, LPL 68.8%, LCK 66.7%. This is not a champion that was bad in the first place.
Yeah.
I see Quid absolutely owning people on this. I think he is really, really good. I think she has so many options to pair with junglers still to do that 1-2 kind of CC combo. And I can definitely see a game where we just see Quid absolutely popping off on Ari.
Raz, let's reveal at the same time. No, same time, because we have the same one. Okay.
Erase them Boston.
All right, 3, 2, 1, boom.
Boom, Palo Faker.
Palo
Nice.
I even got a nice little onion Dignitas logo in there.
Beautiful.
He's a great assassin player. I mean, so far I think he's been doing well this split. I think first week was a little tough because bot lane getting ran through a little bit, but he was performing well within his lone lane. So, hey, Ari works well for him. I do want to say quickly to you, Mr. Yakamoto in the chat's very distraught by the fact that you're cheating. So, like...
What? How am I I'm not cheating. You go first. I have the same answers. I have to say something else. That is the magic of being on live TV if you go second. But Raz, you had brought up that TL did some kind of cool VOD reviews.
Let's check it out.
And then here, I actually, if this was Scrim and I was reviewing, I'll be very upset with you. This guy, on the wrong side of the map, no flash, exhausted, nah. Run up, hit Baron, where are you going? You have no TP. I want you, say, if this guy pushed this way, we hit Baron. And you just walk to here, then if he teleport, you go back bot. If he doesn't teleport, we fight. If I am Renekton 2 item, if I am Renekton 2 item with flash, hit Baron! I will kill everyone!
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. No flash Wukong, no flash nah. I'm going to eat them all. I think this is something we can get a lot better at as a team. Because then you don't even eat next wave. You know, you're very fit Renekton. You have good step count. You know, at night, I go, walk on treadmill. I do lots of steps. Look, 8,000 steps today. You're Renekton, does the same amount of steps as me. Walking around Summoner's Rift.
think I thought this time
Yeah,
I
think...
get a red and just hit the burn.
Oh, you want red, yeah.
But no time. Just hit the burn this time. But you don't want. Lyon is red. Oh, this is mine, man. Why?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
This is mine, but you just hit the burn this time. I can prank and another,
Yeah.
Young's come. Oh, it's a shame.
That was incredible.
That was great. That was just a Super Cup basically of like, it's Spawn. It's funny. Last week, Spawn talked about how he was going to be the nice guy, right? Or at least Quid specifically talked about, I thought he was going to be like an angry coach or anything. I was a little afraid that wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Spawn was like, no, we're going back to being angry.
Yeah.
That game, by the way, 8K gold ahead. 8K ahead, and the brother's like, I would be very upset in this situation because we're now starting Baron and immediately turning like into an immediate advantage.
But he said it in a nice way. You know, I think that's still nice, Spawn.
We'll have to see.
He said, if this was scrims, I'd be angry, but he wasn't angry.
But it's on stage, true. That's what the whip comes out during scrims.
Oh yeah.
But no, it was a Super Cup because it was like a good one back and forth. It was fun to be able to see Morgan communicate like his thought process, what he's looking for, obviously challenging himself to like speak in English purely. Like I love that entirely. But yeah, it's funny. Because even during the game that he is talking about, while he was walking back and forth between us, he was frustrated as hell.
Yeah. We'd be like, oh, your team is doing something good. And then he'd be like, but like walk out.
Like, all right, fair enough.
Well, I think it's because he knows how good TL can be, because that's what we've heard from everybody else is how solid they are in scrims and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, and I actually want to bring up how good I think Quid and Jose Deodo, or Quid Deodo, I think as they call them together. So these are a few Ori plays that I kind of pulled. As you can see, this is the end-all be-all fight over that bot Scuttle Crab. You notice that Jose is not level 6, but Ori is, and the ball is already on Jose here, and he is about to just go right in onto Blabber and get off this shockwave. This actually really sets TL ahead in this game, despite the fact that they do end up losing later on in mid to late. I also really liked this, again, another combo of using the Shockwave and Xin Zhao combination in a little bit of a different way. Shockwave goes off first. And you can just kind of see how united mid jungle are throughout this play, which kind of surprised me because I thought they might need more time to get on the same page. But they already looked really good here. This is from last week. You're actually gonna see Core. This is a basic set play around the Nocturne ult. You're going to see Core coming in here too as Bard. This is going to be on to Zinni, and immediately as they set it up, Noc ult goes through, kills Zinni off right there. This is another play where Core has gotten the Bard ult off. You see who the Ori Shockwave is going to end up hitting here, but again, Jose is in there as well, and I just really liked how well coordinated they looked. All of these are obviously Oriana plays, something that Quid is really strong on. But I love them playing together, and I think they already have such good synergy, and it's been on display, especially in these early to mid games for Team Liquid.
You know when you hear like a nasty guitar shred in like a metal song or a rock song, you just gotta like, That's a feeling I get from that. Yeah. That was a four-man warrior.
I will say that was also very satisfying Shockwave because it only hits 3 people, but with the Wukong clone, it looks like it hits 4.
Well, it counts. Come on.
And of course, they're playing up against Sentinels. And they have been having, I would say, the opposite focus, where people are looking at their mid-jungle duo and saying there's just not a lot of synergy or work together. I think it makes sense. They talk about Hambach being off the same page with the team. I have 2 plays in particular that I wanted to be able to talk on, so I have them in front of me whenever we're ready to go. First thing first, I want to be able to point out the fact that we're looking for a play on Photon. Photon's under turret. They are looking to basically go on him. The biggest focus I want to say as we start the play immediately is Nocturne ulti already gets called. Darkwings has a free move. He is already going to be aiming to join the team. The wave is all the way over here. Basically, you are starting immediately. And if you want to go for it, then Huhi, with ulti, with everything, can just jump alongside him. But they're just not on the same page here. So Huhi basically only comes in now. The dive has no minion wave. Brahel awkwardly comes in. And then Photon completely pushes it off. So by the time Darkwings is actually here, well, play is dead. Photon's peacing out. And so he's going to have a pretty easy way to get off this turret because they were blaring alarms the entire way through. Now this one is a little bit more simple. Now big ups and credit to Ignar, who's just chilling in the tri-bush because he's recognizing that Palafox alone with a turret in danger. He would be correct because Hambach is going to look for a Nocturne ulti play. Now let's freeze frame the moment the ult hits, right here. First thing I'm gonna point out is Darkwing's ball is all the way over here. And Nocturne is all the way over here, so he's already out of range to be able to put the ball on him. You highlighted in your play, Emily, basically the ball was already on top of his ins out when it happened. Now with Nocturne and Oriana, it's gonna be difficult. It's even more difficult if the ball has to have the travel time here. So by the time the ulti comes through, Azir is already well out of reach. Alistar is here to defend the play. The play is dead. And if you have 2 ulti plays already that have failed in a normal game, in a normal environment, the Nocturne Ori combination is dead. You probably lost the game in a normal environment, in a more competitive field. They had more chances and they ended up winning out. But that was 2 examples where it felt like Nocturne ulti is now on cooldown, nothing came out of it. Another Nocturne ulti off cooldown, you push the play top lane in a better situation, they actually die for it.
Yeah, and I like comparing and contrasting the two, especially with the focus on Nocturne and Oriana. I do also think that Sentinels, we had Huhi on last week where he talked about, we have a lot of things to work on. The thing we united around this week was like Dragon and Drake plays. I also had both Contracts and Jose Deodo on pros this past week, and they both cited Hambach as just someone who is like so overly aggressive, and a lot of the plays you like never see coming, and you always have to be on the lookout for him. So I think if Sentinels can find a way to challenge that and kind of make it so they are on the same page instead of what you pointed out, Raz, then it'll be really, really good. This is not a, this is something I also saw from Hambach when he was in Challengers, when he was on Bro. So this is not a new thing, and it's about reining it in and getting on the same page of the rest of the team.
Completely agree. Even in that first play, like, if Huhi recognizes he's going to go in early, he can join in. It'll probably be a lot easier of a play, and then of course Kais can join in. So like, I remember Huhi on the desk talking about how on the last team that he was on, a lot of rookies, a lot of younger players. He's only going for guaranteed play. And this one, he has people that just want to flip the switch. He needs to be able to align with that.
And we've seen other instances, but those were fantastic examples of that. That's kind of how we expect the mid jungle to go. But I also want to remind everybody that this is a big match for one specific top laner ahead of us also, because Impact is now on Sentinels, and he's up against his old team in Team Liquid. Impact and Team Liquid are kind of synonymous with each other. So we actually put together a little montage of some of Impact's top plays from his time on Team Liquid.
To me, like best memory, of course, when I won first time, because in Sinai I cannot win. When I won in tier, I mean, of course, other teammate is doing great, but I was thinking that, oh, I'm finally success.
Team Liquid are your North American LCS Spring Split champions. Back-to-back sweeps. TO's the best team in North America. It's 3 LCS titles in a row. They are the super team. They are the only team to lift the trophy back to back to back to back.
Having good memory, like you guys who know, maybe I'm back. Some point like, oh, we missed the Impact, and like come back and like, oh, we won again.
For the first time since 2019, Team Liquid is the best team in the LCS.
Now I played 12 years. In my whole career, like, I didn't get anything about like MVP or like this kind of thing. So thanks to guys to give this MVP. I appreciate it.
It's crazy to me how much he still cares about the game. Like the game of League of Legends, he cares about it so much after how long he's been playing. And he's just always like thinking about League, looking at League, playing League. So I think just the passion that he has like allows him to like still be good.
Practice without me cannot win. It's not courage, but good luck without me. And let's see, Lizard, you guys can win without me or not. That joke, but still, it's not like, hey, without me cannot win next day, you know? I want you guys to win too, you know?
Impact goes godlike. It's a triple for Impact this time around. Coming around from behind, the slicing Maelstrom wants to make it happen, and yes, sir, he does. Team Liquid back into the fight even longer, but a beautiful flame spitter from Impact. The man with the most games in the LCS just showed you why he's still doing it all these years.
Especially with a player that has had this level of, I guess, impact on the team that he's been with. Team Liquid throughout his entire career in North America to now face against your team.
Yeah.
Is insane. And you can see it. 5 titles, an MVP that he got in 2024. Like, he is somebody that has such a lasting legacy on this organization.
And I love that he was even saying in some of those quotes there, like, wasn't able to do it on C9. If you remember, he was a part of another legendary roster, then went to Team Liquid, had the back-to-back run, had a lot of success, and he's been kind of perennially their top laner. So, Emily, that brings up an interesting question that we wanted to get Twitch Chat's thoughts on.
Yeah.
What's the question?
What's the question,
I believe
Emily?
the question is, according to the teleprompter, can TL win without impact?
Can TL win without impact?
Yeah,
Is it possible?
yeah, no. Spam yes or no. I mean, I do think they can, and I don't think it undermines how much Impact has done. I do want to talk about, because Impact kind of had a really rough split last year, right? Or last season.
Yeah.
And that is the other thing is I feel like not only is he now going against this org that he has had several stints on now, but also he's really looking to prove that he's still one of the best, right? After having a really down split, after having a complete career resurgence, phenomenal MVP year the year before.
Yeah. And I think that his performance so far, week 1, even though the loss came through, I felt like he individually performed well. You asked other players, and they were like, especially in pros, they were like, hey, if my top laner is performing like this and we lose, we have some questions to answer for. And so we do want to see Impact get to that 2024 level, because that was, in my mind, his strongest play individually in a league in his career. Because, like, yes, he won a world championship, but, like, he was somebody that actually led a lot of what was during the lane swap meta. Like, incredible lane swap play that a lot of regions needed to catch up on. So can they win without Impact?
So this is the thing, is like, I think that is a reflection of just how good we think TL are, and not necessarily a slight against Impact. But I mean, I guess it underlines the Grud match, and if Sentinels managed to pull off this upset,
and 41% are saying no, they cannot. That's a big number. That's a large percentage of people saying that Team Liquid cannot win without Impact.
Another question we would have asked you guys is like, is Impact the TL GOAT? Brother, I'm telling you right now, there should be a statue outside the Team Liquid facility.
More people say no. They don't believe in a Team Liquid without Impact. And when you take
we need a statue of Impact outside the Team Liquid facility.
Along to with the Core JJ
exactly.
Two of them, both like.
But when you take a player like Impact, who has such a legacy on the organization, he wins MVP of a split. The next year, he has his worst competitive year statistically on record. That's big shoes still for Morgan to fill in. I know that he's coming off of a cool streak, if we want to put it that way. He did not look good last year. Still, the shoes that Morgan's trying to fill are big, and chat seems to agree that, like, it's going to be harder for Team Liquid to win without Impact on the roster.
It's sacrilegious talking about Morgan like that. That's crazy.
I think
still big shoes.
The big thing for me is Impact just brings so much to a team that's beyond his gameplay as well.
Sure.
Whenever you talk to him about the game, like, he'll just stop by and start talking to us about the game. Like, he's so into League of Legends. He loves it so much, and he's very smart about it.
I gotta ask, what is your predictions for this?
TL2.
Oh!
Kangas?
Let's take a look. Yeah, we'll start on the bottom. I got 2-0. It's 2-0.
Why are you calling me out? I didn't realize you guys also had the same
Surely
prediction.
someone in the chat thinks Sentinels can take this.
This is purely because I just think Team Liquid are a lot more well-coordinated, as we pointed out with both of our telestrators, right? I just think they're much more on the same page. In addition to, I just really love the way their mid-jungle have been working together.
I think there's so many mistakes that we kind of pointed out from Sentinel's side. What would make Sentinels a fighting team in this series is straight up their bot lane. Rahel and Hui must perform better. I think they had a series in the first week in which they were stomping, but then it didn't materialize. And then in week 2, it materialized with stronger Drake play, so they were starting to get their macro a lot better off in order. So, like, if we can combine the two, stronger laning phase, great play around objectives, then Sentinels can take this to 3.
I agree with both of your statements. And for me, it's not about the impact lane. It's about the rest of the map, the mid jungle and the bot lane. I actually also favor Team Liquid's bot lane. I think Jan is playing exceptionally so far to kick off the year, and Rahel Hui have not shown as much synergy in the 2v2 or in those later game plays. So, wow, 2-0s across the board. I guess we disagree with chat. They had 51%.
Yes, yes, I think we disagree with chat a little bit.
I think chat was also doing broader.
Maybe.
And they
But you know what we all agree on?
What do we agree on, Raz?
What do we all agree on?
That we should shut up and start the damn show.
Let's do it.
Hey!
Throw thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It is time for the final week of the Swiss stage here of our pre-first stand competition in 2026. One of our teams will be eliminated this week. That's not going to happen until tomorrow. Today, though, we've still got a lot of the rest of the standings to shake out before we determine how that bracket stage is going to play. And first up, it's Team Liquid Alienware going up against Sentinels.
And the quickest way to describe the stakes for this match is win, and you're into the bracket stage, lose, and you might have to play a last chance qualifier at the end of tomorrow for best of one, because the Swiss stage will ultimately eliminate 2 teams, whoever goes winless, and then one of the 1 and 2 teams.
Well, I'm ready to see if we can find who was right and who was wrong in that conversation between our analysts and the Twitch chat. Impact going up against his old org here, I think, will be a lot of fun. Obviously, it's much easier breathing going through the rest of the weekend if you just win here and you know for a fact, like you were saying, you're into that bracket stage, you're ready to keep going with the competition. Because the reality is, if you miss out on bracket stage, you're not playing again till April.
For sure, it would be 2 full months off. So there's a decent chance both of these teams still make it to the bracket stage. A lot of league is yet to be played. But I love the long conversation that the Lounge had about Impact, because he's had 2 very successful stints on Team Liquid here. And bit of a funny story that I, for some reason, just thought of now.
Okay, what do you got?
So the last time Impact left Team Liquid, I remember his first game back against Team Liquid in the spring split. I was there on Team Liquid. He went like 0-4 in laning phase because everyone on TL just wanted to kill him over and over again. But then he won the game. So it was such classic Impact because he scaled on Gnar and managed to out team fight and make enough good plays. It was when he was on EG. Alfari was just destroying him on Camille, but then everyone tunnel visioned really hard on killing Impact over and over again through the game. So I wonder if we're going to see a similar story. With how close at least Jan and Core were with Impact and how long they've played together, if there's going to be that like extra grudge to try and really beat Impact, and then Impact might have the last laugh.
Where you can just absorb all of the pressure. Sure, you could play the weak side, go for it, scale up, win the game anyway. I'm excited to see where we get on this one. Sentinels, of course, bringing themselves up to 1-1 after starting off with the loss here earlier just a couple weeks ago. Team Liquid also, you know, they kicked off the split in the TL versus C9 head-to-head. That one a lot of us, myself included, were very excited for because these were the 2 teams that played in Kespa Cup. They were the ones that had the extra stage practice. C9 ultimately came out victorious in that, as we all know. But then Team Liquid able to bounce back again this past weekend, bringing themselves to 1-1. So just want to keep the momentum going, I think, if you're on either side. Team Liquid obviously has a lot to redeem themselves for, I think, after last year's performance where they kind of crashed out, missed Worlds, didn't really have the performance that an org with all these titles you would expect them to have. And Sentinels, when you're the new guys in town, you want to make a good first impression.
They really do. Team Liquid finished last split of last year in 6th of 8 teams. That is not what Team Liquid is shooting for. technically Sentinels was worse. They were 0 of 0, so you never really, I feel like that's worse than 6 of 8, not sure. But they also ended up bringing over 3 of the players from DSG who actually did, weirdly enough, finish better than Team Liquid last year. So a lot of unknowns coming into this matchup, especially because the teams change so much from week to week. So we had the C9 TL matchup at the start where TL lost, but then they really dominated against Shopify. Yeah. And then Sentinels looked completely out of sorts against DSG in week 1, but was way more coordinated and getting Dragon Soul in both games 1 and 2 last week. So they clearly found a workaround for not being on the same page.
All right, so getting into draft here for the first game of our best of 3. It's first pick selected by Team Liquid. Sentinels then going to respond by choosing to go to the blue side. It's Sentinels banning out the Rumble, the Azir, and the Renekton. Meanwhile, Team Liquid takes out the Oriana. They get rid of the Cassante. They get rid of the Jarvan. That early Cassante ban, I feel like you don't see a lot of times, but in a time where you're going up against a dude who played over 300 games with your org and won a lot of Cassante games, I like the respect here from TL.
I like it as well. Mid lane bans are traded. There's an 80% ban rate against Hambach of Jarvan, so it is a relatively banned champion anyway, but I'm looking forward to seeing when Hambach does play Jarvan. It's not a champion he's got like huge historic stats on, but I do imagine it's something he's probably a demon on in scrims, so going to want to track that as the series progresses if they end up letting that through. Nothing too surprising with the first pack Ambessa because that's set up by the Cassante ban for Team Liquid.
Yep. Going to go ahead and pick that one up there for Morgan. Meanwhile, back over to Sentinels. Still plenty of OPs left to go. The Varus is going to be the instant lock-in here. A lot of times throughout the history of League of Legends, Varus goes one place and one place only. He lanes bot as the marksman. But there have been a couple of times, including recent history, where he can be flexed to the top lane here too. I feel like playing into Ambessa could be very dangerous. Ambessa also could be in the jungle, so there's flex potential for that here as well, as the second pick for Sentinels is the Pantheon.
It would be so wild if Impact's first game since leaving Team Liquid a second time is Varus top.
Yeah, I would be completely surprised.
He's like, the Team Liquid chains are off. I've been waiting to play range tops this entire time. I doubt it. I think it's the AD carry Varus.
Most likely as well, but I had to at least bring it up in case we do get the 1% chance. In case we do, but we're going to get Ryze locked in here on the side of Team Liquid, most likely for Quid. Excited to see how that one works out. The champ is very powerful with mana stacking being as strong as it's ever been with the addition of Actualizer to the game. Now, what do we want here? We're hovering it back and forth with a couple of different junglers. Obviously, if we get one of those locked, it's 100% tell that the Ambessa is going into the top lane there for Morgan. What's Jose Dioto want to pilot here? Okay, the Wukong for the jungle for Jose.
Quid was just having fun cycling champions. It was always going to be a Sundered Sky AD jungler. He's just picking between,
like, come on now.
Do we want a little bit more team fight or a little bit more early game? Do we want the Xin or the Wukong? And he's just going to end up going with Wukong, which I like for him because him, Jose, and Quid have just been extremely good at creating action together. And I think the Ryze Wukong is another good combo where they can go to work.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you want to talk about good combos. Pantheon Taliyah, just a staple combo, simple, point and click, secure yourselves the kill, set it up for the seismic shove. And this also not just has that micro combo potential, but the macro combo potential. Grand Starfall plus the Weaver's Wall, working together, targeting side lanes, making plays around objectives. I need to see coordination between these ults.
Good globals. We'll see if they can make plays happen, not just at Drake. Because actually, if you have a team with a lot of globals like this, you do actually pay a power cost for that. So if you just end up grouping around singular objectives without utilizing the globals, you're going to be weaker. So Sentinels is going to have a bit of a challenge here since they haven't actually shown good map coordination outside of just grouping for Drake so far this split.
Okay, second half of the bans, and Sentinels are going to take some shots at the AD carries. They want to get rid of the Sivir. I feel like when the enemy team is showing 2 divers and a Ryze, Sivir can be something that would synergize very well with that, so they want to remove that additional move speed to dogpile into a big fight. Gwen is going to be the ban for Team Liquid. They do want to try to prevent that from being picked top lane into the Ambessa, as Ezreal will be the next ban for Sentinels. I already mentioned the Taliyah and the Pantheon being able to combo out a carry and find that pick. As long as Ezreal is paying attention and you're playing on land ping, you can just arcane shift out of the way of Pantheon's stun and you're not going to get hit by the seismic shove follow-up right next to it.
For sure. I think Yon's just going to play Jhin. I think that's what's left for him. They've gotten rid of the Spell Shield Sivir. They've gotten rid of the Safe Ezreal. They have a lot of damage in both Ryze, Wukong, and Bessa, so just getting more utility from the AD carry would make sense. That's if Team Liquid is down to play like this, because we know they've been absolutely dominating people in scrims. Jhin is one of those picks that AD carries love playing, but oftentimes their teams don't let them play it. Here's where I think it actually makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
So we'll see. Obviously, they might have something cooking. And it's Sentinel's pick right now, which is still something we're adjusting to. They're on the left side, but they're second pick, so they're actually the ones picking after the second ban phase. But Impact's likely picking his champion now since he's up against Dembessa.
Okay, he's going to go ahead and lock the Aatrox here. This is one of those standard, just like it's a solid laner. It can contribute to team fights. It can have some threat on its own in a side lane later on in the game. Kind of checks every box, I feel like, a little bit. I do worry a little more for Drain Tank style champions as we've moved into this new season. More so for solo queue, but also sometimes if you have a top laner who's really willing to put the pressure on you, if they opt to take the Ignite instead of the teleport, Drain Tank champions can seriously have a lot of their points of strength completely turned on against them.
Jan doesn't want to play Jhin.
No.
He wants to play Lucian Nami and
Let's go
for the lane kingdom. This will be interesting, actually, because every lane on Team Liquid wants to push, which can work really well if you're really on point, but it can be dangerous. Oftentimes, you want to have the lanes that you're specifically playing around and the lanes that you're specifically playing weak side with. But now, the Lucian Nami is going to be going hard for trades. The Ryze Taliyah is a matchup we see a lot of, and then Ambessa Aatrox is another one where any type of jungle attention can swing the matchup. So a very aggressive pick there by Yannick or JJ.
The other thing I'm looking at, Jet, we've got a lot of limited range here on Team Liquid, right? You've got two melee divers up there in top and jungle. Ryze is a very limited mid lane mage in terms of his range. Yeah. Lucian has shorter range than other marksmen, and you're fighting into a Rel. You're fighting into Varus with Chains of Corruption. You have the Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah, point-and-click CC from Pantheon. So when everybody in this short-range team goes in, it's kind of what you're saying with you want to see the lanes be coordinated in how they push and move forward and back. Everybody's got to have that same cohesion on the team fight level too, because otherwise you're just going to be running into a whole bunch of stuff that they are very happy to have you run into.
Yeah, I really wish I could go run and grab Spooks or Spawn and ask why they're doing Lucian Nami. It's probably because they've just been destroying people with it in scrims all week. So if it's ever up, it's just a combo they should pick because it's good in the game. Because I'd want to ask, like, why not Jhin Rakan? Like, that to me, with all the damage they have on the top side, just pack the bot lane with utility and go for it. But we'll see. If they're super confident, they're going to just try and run this game and blow Sentinels out early.
I'm ready to see it. Can Team Liquid bring the fire and look strong heading into the bracket stage? Or are we going to see a Sentinels that, like you already touched on earlier, continues to sharpen and refine themselves? I think the week 1 loss to Disguised, certainly not what anybody would want to see as a new org entering the league, but then at least being able to bring it back in that week 2. Here's your real test now, though, right? Because you've already had to play against Disguised, you've already had to play against Dig. I can tell you right now that at least out of all of us here on the LCS team, those were the two that we had rated the lowest in terms of our tier lists, our predictions, whatever you want to call it, for this this first tournament, first quote-unquote split leading up to first stand. So now that you've fought the 2 lowest rungs on the ladder, let's see how you stack up against the higher rated teams. And I think Team Liquid is certainly one of those squads.
They really are. Based on the scrim power rankings, they're already champions. But they need to be able to show
Scrim Bucks.
Yeah, they need to show it on stage. A little bit of banter happening in all chat between the 2 teams because Impact has paused. There is a claim that his runes changed at the conclusion of Champ Select, so they need to investigate this because if it's player error, they don't let you remake Champ Select. If it ends up being client bug, which they're going to check with the shadow play, then they'd end up doing the remake.
Right.
Impact, if you've been following the LCS on, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram, Impact has not had a good go the last 2 weeks. Have you been following?
No, I'm not on TikTok or Instagram.
Yeah, well, your YouTube Shorts? You just got to pick one.
I'm barely on social media, bro.
It's true. It's true. Anyway.
I'm 35.
So they had, week 1, they had Impact do a math problem.
Okay.
Where he had to do, in Canada we called it bed mass. But there's like a different name for it in American. But it's essentially just like, what order of operations do you do math in?
Oh, the PIMDOS, yeah. Parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction.
Brackets, exponents.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, Impact couldn't do it. He was the only pro. He just messed it up.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and then last week, they did the reaction time test with a couple players from his team and like 6 or so. and he also finished last. So he's just not, and then now he messed up his runes. Like, come on, man.
Well, let's see, because I think, if I remember right, week number 1, we had a similar problem to this, and when they investigated, the problem did actually come from the client trolled the player, and the runes weren't, like, the guy picked the right thing, and then the client yeeted it back to what it was.
So listen, it would be dishonest if I said the client never has bugs. In fact, the client in which I'm trying to use to spectate the game keeps failing the patch. So I am also not in Spectator, but they're not going to remake for me. We're going to remake for Impact. Let's see. Cassante runes, support
Cassante. No, I changed 100%. Impact, tough it out. WTHJ. Let's
Observers,
check.
Show me Impact's actual runes, if you can. The chat is amazing, but I wanted to see the players lined up. They're having some good matches. How bad is it exactly?
Is it like I wanted to take Grasp and it gave me Conqueror? Because then it's like, that's still good. You're just going to have more scaling versus laning. Or is it like I wanted to take Grasp and now I have Airy?
Exactly. Does he Airy Aatrox? Is it just completely GG here? Oh no, they might be telling him that he just has the wrong runes if they're checking the shadow play.
Oh, it has just been confirmed in our ear that this is player error for Impact. So whatever these runes end up being, we will show you guys as soon as we have the graphic prepared. That is what Impact will be playing this Aatrox with.
I almost want to have like Scout's Honor. Hey, Morgan, let me remake, please. And if like everyone in the game agrees, we just like old school, like... just let him do it, sort of thing.
Just like back in the days
like
when
it was
like the ladder tournaments and stuff. Yeah, it's just like, okay, so I brought the wrong thing.
I don't want to dishonorably beat you in the first game back because you messed up your runes. Like, I want to beat you because I'm better.
Beat the real you.
Yeah, but that's not how this works.
No.
So I need to see what he has. You can see there's the life drained out of him. Guardian Aatrox.
Yes, Guardian, okay.
So I imagine everything is right except the Guardian. He probably was clicking his No, Demolish as well.
Yeah.
I never see people bring Demolish.
Yeah, at least he does have Revitalize. He's got Second Wind, but and then he has free boots and he has cookies.
So that's okay. So the Demolish is a little weird, maybe intentional. Second Wind is real. The Guardian's gonna be rough.
Yeah, that does nothing for him in the actual lane for the actual trades. Grasp also taken for Morgan Zambessa, so you have the actual good laning green rune.
Yeah, of all things to have in his first game back against Team Liquid for the second time, he has had such an incredible history.
He really
on this team,
has.
which is why he really wants to win this game. Look at this, 374 games on Team Liquid, an unbelievable amount. 5 titles. In fact, Team Liquid doesn't win titles without Impact, and 1 MVP, which he got in 2024. So such an incredible career, again, across 2 different stints on Team Liquid, and now up against them here. And I will also say, compared to last year, he's looked really good at the start of this year. He's had good counter matchups. His KDA's improved. He's involved in a lot of fights. So most top laners have a really hard time getting involved in the game this split with the lane changes, with the role quests. Impact, not so. Also up in solo kills. So the early signs of this year in Impact, notwithstanding taking Guardian Aatrox, have been really good.
You know what I'm going to be really impressed by? If that 2 in solo kills goes up to a 3 while piloting Guardian Aatrox.
Bro, if you get solo killed by Guardian Aatrox, that's going to mental boom you more than Grasp Aatrox.
Maybe that's what he's playing for the entire time. Mental warfare from the veteran of over a decade of League of Legends play here.
Is there a worse rune to have as your keystone on Aatrox top lane than Guardian? Like, it's the most support rune possible.
Yeah, it legit just doesn't do
I'll take
anything
Electrocute,
in this lane.
Dark Harvest, Fleet. I'll press the attack.
All of that stuff at least does something. As bottom lane, hold on now, CoreJJ might be in a little bit of trouble. And yes, he is. He's out of there. Hambach just jumps in, auto attack, first blood. They decide to give the money over to the Pantheon instead of to Rahel on the Varus. So we'll see how much more Hambach can get accomplished now that he's further accelerated.
I love it. Hambach skips Krugs, goes for an early gank. Team Liquid was so heavily prioritizing the lane, they used their wards in the lane. They didn't ward the river, so he gets an easy ramp around and gets first blood.
And I feel like this is exactly what you were talking to us about. Now, hold on. Jose Dioto jumping into the mid lane here. Does find a lot of damage onto Dark Wings. Quid ghosted Dark Wings. Barely gets away on that one. But yeah, what you mentioned back in draft, talking about the Lucian and Nami, I'd love to ask the coaches because all 3 lanes always want to push, and that could be dangerous. Well, Hambach says, all right, if you want to have this Lucian Nami pushing for some reason, I'll happily pick up the free gold.
For sure. A lot of pros have said Hambach's one of the more difficult junglers to play against in scrims because he goes for a lot of plays that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Makes it happen on stage here as well. With that being said, not like it really gave his bottom lane that big of an advantage. You can see the gold for both players is still even. It will only give Hambach that slight goal lead over Jose.
Exactly. That's why I was a little bit surprised to see the fact that they wanted to give the kill over to Hambach. You could have just let him get the stun for the assist and then have Rahel take the last hit. Sure. But no, they wanted to give it to the Pantheon. Hambach's going to be the one with the extra money in his pocket. The 400 gold from First Blood just means for Pantheon most likely an extra longsword. So what can 10 AD accomplish? Yeah, that's the question.
Speaking of the rarity of Guardian Aatrox, our stats man has done a poll. So according to Lolalytics, in Emerald plus solo queue on this patch, no one has taken Guardian, even accidentally. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah, 0 games with Guardian currently reported on the new patch. So that's something.
That's pretty impressive stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Breaking new ground here.
Yeah, he's a trendsetter. He's continually forging new opportunities up here in the top lane with the Guardian Aatrox. 20 seconds on the clock until the first dragon spawns in this game. We'll see who has the bot lane control to be able to lead the charge on that one. Morgan up about 300 gold up here in the top lane is the largest individual gold lead besides that first blood for Hambach so far on the scoreboard, as Hambach does seek to invade the jungle now with Jose Dioto.
Yeah, trying to make something happen, get some early control over this Drake, and I wonder if they're going to have the same type of Drake prio they had last week. So really interestingly, I mentioned how Sentinels didn't know what they were doing week 1, but was really coordinated in week 2. It's about this play around Drake. Specifically look in game 1, after they took that first Drake, Drake was only live for 19 seconds, 18 seconds, and then 14 seconds on their way to Soul. And then in game 2, even though there's slightly slower Drakes, they still got a pre-26-minute Soul. That was with Baron between 3rd and 4th Drake. So they were so focused around securing that objective, which I think worked last week when they were better than their opponents in lane, or at least even. It's harder to do against Team Liquid when Team Liquid is constantly trying to push both of these lanes. But you can see Hambach still trying to set things up, just not really able to get it because Rahel and Huhi are getting pushed in.
Rahel and Huhi are getting pushed in, and this time around, Jose Dioto is shadowing as Jan and Core complete that push. They know that Hambach is likely wanting to look at this bottom lane here yet again, if nothing else, just for the dragon control that you're talking about that Sentinels was able to express in their previous series. But as long as Jose was ready to be here, in case there was a 3v2 that would need to be turned into a 3v3, Jan and Core will crash the wave.
Yeah, and last thing on the Drake control, I think bot lane's really important in that as well. And last week against Dignitas, you can see the CSD for Rahel was positive in both game 1 and 2, compared to last week, or the week before against DSG, where it was really variable. And Impact's still going for some of these all-ins. Imagine if the man had grasp, what he'd be able to accomplish.
Well, he popped World Ender, he stabbed Morgan once, and then hit him with Q1 once. Yep. That was the most value that he got out of World Ender there. So
getting the wave in.
Yeah, okay, he's got control over the way, well, actually, no, the Cannon Minion's still alive for Morgan. So World Ender, I don't think accomplished everything you would have hoped for it to accomplish there, as Morgan can now just back away, does have a 13 CS lead, so just about 2 waves that is going to shrink a little bit as Impact farms up these extra minions that are still left alive. Morgan's going to take his recall, teleport back into lane now with Caulfield's Warhammer, pickaxe, and refillable, so a nice strong buy for the first recall.
Yeah, Morgan is likely going to be a problem. Immediately ults him as well, as Impact is trying to hold the wave. Might get the solo kill.
Yeah, this one's looking rough. Morgan comes back to lane, and no mercy for the misplaced Keystone. Just 100 to 0's Impact right there with the fresh purchase of all the new damage. Solo kill Morgan.
Jeez, I'd love to see how he got the angle for that ultimate there. I feel like Impact was trying to hold the wave in front of his turret to actually play safe, but ended up getting surprised by Morgan ulting. Morgan has so much tempo now on Impact and can look to make a play on the rest of the map. So he just straight up teleports right onto a minion. Impact was just trying to get one more CS before probably resetting. It's got to be tilting to take Guardian in the first place, but I felt like he was holding on pretty well. That moment might push it over the top because that's going to accelerate Morgan towards Eclipse, and then that lane's going to be unplayable.
towards Eclipse. He's got the EXP advantage now. 800 gold individual lead for Morgan over Impact because of that kill that he achieved. I guess it wasn't a true 100-0. Impact only had about 80% health, but still just going from the vast majority of your health bar down to 0 because you overstayed for 1 second. That's the kind of punishment that for Team Liquid fans, you want to see Morgan recognize the opportunity to achieve. And for Impact, like you said, it's just so frustrating to have to deal with that. Morgan knows how strong he is. He, however, also knows public execution is still down for the last 1/4 of the cooldown. Impact does now have World Ender back up, so it's not like Morgan can put a ton of pressure onto Guardian Aatrox until that ulti is ready to cast again.
Looks like Team Liquid might be going for that first Drake right now, as Morgan was looking to reset to give them even more pressure, but it seems like we're just going to have a trade here of the Grubbies for that Drake.
So here's my problem with taking Grubs from the Sentinels' perspective in a game like this. Guardian Aatrox. Because Grubs require something else to give you any sort of reward, and if you can't get pressure in the side lanes, it's much harder to get the payoff from the additional damage to the turrets.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at those plates, man. 5, 5, 5 all across the lanes. They've been holding pressure in these lanes, warding River aggressively on the bottom side since that first blood gank by Hambach, and they're going to continue to do that. So I understand. I think Hambach did what he could. You're not contesting Drake when mid and bot are pushed in and your top laner is down teleport and also pressure in lane. So take what you can get. I think that's all that play was.
It's just sometimes what you can get doesn't feel great considering the state of the game. It is, however, a very low turret plate game between both teams. Yes, there's 0 taken by Sentinels so far, but on the other side, Team Liquid has taken 2 in the top lane and 1 in the bottom lane. The 2 from top side also occurring because Morgan got the solo kill. So just really low damage to turrets in the first 10 minutes overall.
Yeah, I am secretly hoping for some montage moment where Impact flashes next to Rahel to proc Guardian and save his life in a crucial late game team fight, so we have a payoff for this tragic moment in Impact's game against Team Liquid when he brings the worst possible keystone onto Aatrox. I want to hear if chat can think of a worse rune for Aatrox to have, because I currently...
And he means keystone, by the way. Don't think of something random some junk little minor rune.
What is the worst possible Aatrox rune? It is Unsealed Spellbook is better.
Yeah,
First Strike is better.
Is way better because you can get Exhaust and Ignite from that.
Yeah, everything has a use. Guardian is the worst rune for a solo laner, surely.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like
They're saying Airy. Airy is better.
No, dude, Airy's way better.
It'll do damage. Yeah. Lethal Tempo is better,
You can at least poke the guy with Q1, Q2. You can get value out of Airy.
Yeah. So the chat is saying Airy, Phase Rush, Lethal Tempo. They're all better.
Yeah, this all seems better, but right now, things could not be worse for Quid here in the mid lane. The gank squad shows up. Hambach, Huhi, and Darkwings working together to grab the second kill of the game for Sentinels. The gold's still equal despite the 1 kill lead for the Sentinel side, and we'll see what they can try to build after this as Core JJ just takes a ton of damage. Over the ball comes Huhi, goes for the wombo crumble, but Core JJ with a nice tidal wave. Remember that the tidal wave comes out right behind Nami, so it was able to interrupt the crash down animation of Huhi, prevent that extra bit of CC that could have spelled Core JJ's demise. The entire time, though, as Core and Yon are distracted with this jungle invade, Rahel has been able to get the wave crashed into the tier 1 turret bottom lane. And hey, the Grubs are paying some dividends as Rahel barely manages enough damage to take the second plate.
I mean, a beautifully done sequence, starting with killing Quid and then using that pressure to also win bottom lane. So they managed to take temporary control of both mid and bot, and that actually gives them a gold lead in this game thanks to the kill they got mid, as well as completely denying Yon a wave, as well as really farming some of those plates. So Sentinels definitely staying in this game. That was a really nice sequence.
And honestly, the only gold advantage for TL now is the top lane. You can see here your MasterCard power spike for Hambach as he secures the Sundered Sky on that jungle Pantheon. Sundered Sky also secured in the top lane for impact on that Aatrox, give him a little bit of extra snappy trading power and healing. And we are hitting those first spikes, pretty much across the board for both sides. Hambach gonna go ahead and continue clearing through the jungle here. And Jat, I am yet to see either the Weaver's Wall or the Grand Starfall come in to make a big play for the side of Sentinels. But considering we've got the next Drake here in about 90 seconds, maybe some playmaking, some setup before that, like you mentioned back in Champ Select, right? Make the fight unfair before it's time for the objective. That could be the angle to try to build a bigger lead.
And if they burn flashes anywhere, you can look to punish that. So Core JJ losing his flash and heal in that skirmish would give Hambach a bit of a window if Yon and Core try and push up at all. So they're actually going to lose a lot of the aggression that they have in this bottom lane with the Lucian Nami because Core has no flash and Hambach is a little bit unleashed on the map right here. Nice job, Impact.
Yep.
Calculated.
Calculated.
Out of there. Just hang on, Impact. Just hang on until the laning phase is over.
Weather the storm. Hey, it's what you were talking about previously, right? Where the last time he comes back against Team Liquid, they all just focus him furiously. He's not being focused by the players this time. It's the Rune that's really got it out for him. But as long as he can hold on, he's still a guy who's been playing the game for 15 years. He's still a guy who won a world championship back in 2013. There's players in the league who were like 3 years old when Impact was a world champion.
Yeah, he won a world championship before Keystone Ruse. So now that he doesn't really have one, that's normal for him. He played years without Keystone Ruse.
Yeah, everything was so different back in 2013. This man has seen every version of League of Legends that has ever existed. He's seen the ones that have only ever bared themselves in Mark Merrill's mind's eye. This man is a League of Legends force of nature. So we'll see what he can accomplish with that rune, as now we do have everybody kind of squaring off, a bit of a stare down around the second Drake.
Core JJ's got to be really careful with no flash. That's why we had Quid right behind him in case they jumped on top of Core to try and return the damage. Nice little quick cheeky bot lane push by the Lucian.
Okay, Jose Hambach raiding a little bit. Cyclone pops off right with the Core JJ ulti behind it. A lot of damage to the Hambach, staying alive an extra second thanks to the shield, but he does fall down. Impact sweeping around on the side here with the World Ender. A lot of damage under Hell, and Sentinels have lost their AD carry. Darkwing's trying to get away from Quid, and Impact has no one left to guard. He flashes over the wall, just barely stays alive. But Sentinels have lost their jungler, they've lost their AD carry, they've lost their mid laner behind enemy lines. And Team Liquid is going to take those 3 kills. They're going to take this Drake, and they are going to take control of the game here in the bot side river.
Oh man, I'd say Jose played this fight incredibly well.
Yeah, we can fight then. We can fight here. Yeah. We can fight here. It just cannot TP. It just cannot TP. TPing. Fight here first. Yeah, fight here first. We came in. Going.
Look, Varus. Talia no flash. Atrox.
Atrox has splash up.
Okay.
I'm coming. Anyone?
No flash, Talia.
I will chase. Good job. Well played, guys. Good TP.
Yeah.
Always very hectic comms for Team Liquid, I will say. There's always Core JJ is incredibly loud in team fights, but sometimes that can be very beneficial. In that fight, to me, Jose, both with the engage, but then later on, managing to reach Rahel as Morgan had the flank TP, really gave Sentinels no way to play that fight, and the game's kind of been blown open here unless Team Liquid lose something quick.
Yeah, 2 Drakes, 3,000 gold ahead. As Sentinels try to defend the entryway into their jungle, it's Team Liquid looking to make this map smaller for their opponents, placing down control wards past the midline here of the river, wanting to control this topside river area to be prepared to take the Rift Herald. And then that's just going to give you more fuel for the fire to snowball the game even further away from Sentinels. You can see gold leads in every single role except support now for Team Liquid, which really doesn't matter that much anyway. The biggest of which is the nearly 2,000 gold individual lead for Morgan Zambessa here in the top lane. Weaver's Wall coming in.
Whoa,
Sentinels want to try to make the play. Yon gets caught out. Wombo combo shut down on the Team Liquid 80 carry. Sentinels finds a critical piece as now Hambach's going to head over to the Rift Herald, and all that preparation Team Liquid was doing might have just been for naught.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Sentinels. It looked to me like Darkwings managed to sneak through a hole in Team Liquid's vision since Team Liquid was really aggressively holding the river with 3. But then they realized there were 4, and everyone just had to back away. Now they're looking to make a play on Impact, though. Goodbye.
Yeah, Impact, he at least heals. Oh, yeah, he gets himself the passive auto attack, which gives you a massive spike of healing, especially when it procs in the same auto as Sundered Sky. So quick surge to the health bar, but as soon as the next wave arrives, there's still more than enough firepower to knock him down. Wave crashes into the tier 1. Team Liquid's going to take this turret now. That will be their second turret take of the game. So even though the Herald exists on the other side of the rift, TL is still pretty happy about the state of turrets.
Yeah, it goes from bad to worse for Impact. They need to stop killing him, though, because he's not going to be worth that much gold.
Don't over-index on it.
I mean, weirdly enough, I think this is one of the reasons the game feels a bit weird in some cases. Is once you've died once or twice, you're worth very little gold that decelerates quickly. The patch notes made it so your bounty decreases not quite as much as last patch, but I believe you still devalue very quickly. So the next skill on Impact is going to be like 170 gold. Had a thought.
Okay.
I wonder if Guardian Wukong is better, because it probably procs off your own clone.
It probably does, because the clones can eat ash arrows and stuff like that. So they generally count as champions for every other interaction.
Something to think about.
Yeah, okay, when I go to sleep tonight and I'm just wondering whatever's going to lull me into dreamland, I will contemplate the meta applications of Guardian Wukong.
Like Nico, maybe Shaco, and Wukong might be able to self-proc Guardian?
Okay, sure. Well, if I see Guardian Wukong in the future, I'll know that somebody found out that this has legs.
I might try it. If Impact cannot get banned for taking it in a pro match, then I'm definitely not getting banned for playing Guardian Wukong.
All right, fair enough.
He didn't take it intentionally, obviously.
Somewhere out there, Drew Levin's ears just perked up a little bit as we talk about bringing Guardian Wukong into ranked. All right, back into the game. We've got just about 20 minutes on the clock, which means Baron's going to be spawning here in 45 seconds. I don't really think either squad is at a point where they would want to try to rush that objective down, but the next Drake is spawning in less than 60 seconds here too, as he walks up, goes for the Shattering Strike onto Quid, who's not really concerned about what Sentinels has to bring to bear against him. He's going to go ahead and take his recall. This will be Soul Point if Team Liquid grabs it, and going back to what you were talking about earlier, Sentinels looking good in week 2 with Dragon Control. Obviously, they have not been able to execute on that here in Game 1.
For sure, and then also a little bit bigger picture, how these teams have been playing. I've been looking at a lot of kill participation lately, and specifically look at Team Liquid on the left here. Jose and Quid have really high kill participations, which is true in this game as well. They're both at 80%. As Jose is looking for some damage. But specifically, Jan and Morgan haven't been able to be as involved in the game. I'm imagining it's something they want to improve on, but again, this game is kind of that story. Jan with 1 kill participation of 5 so far, and Jose and Quid both 4 out of 5.
And up there top lane, critically, you can see Morgan forcing out the World Ender from Impact. As soon as he sees the wings come out on the Aatrox, he immediately backs away, because that's all he needed to get. Because now they're going to be able to force this team fight around the Drake. Yes, even if you have teleports on both Morgan and Impact, Aatrox without World Ender does not have nearly the amount of threat and presence that Aatrox with that ultimate does. So Herald's going to be summoned up in mid lane by Rahel. It gets the charge into the tier 1, but they critically won't even get the full structure by the time Team Liquid is able to rotate over to defend after securing the Drake.
Yeah, nice TP there by Morgan to hold the turret. And I think that was correct by Sentinels to not contest that Drake. You're pretty much in last-ditch effort to salvage the game here, where on third Drake, you just try and trade Team Liquid's map investment for as much gold as possible. Ooh. Really cheeky play there by Morgan, but Impact is able to sidestep the ultimate and get some of that crystalline overgrowth off of the turret. But yeah, Sentinels just needs to get as close in gold as possible before the eventual soul fight to have a puncher's chance in this game.
All right, so top left is a doomsday clock for Sentinels right now, counting down from 4.5 minutes or so. They've got to be ready. They've got to be able to answer this. And despite the fact that we did get to see the one really good play out of the Weaver's Wall that got the kill on Yawn back in the mid lane a few minutes ago, I still feel like I haven't been seeing enough of the Pantheon Talia macro playmaking to really want these picks on your team, for this to be what you go with in the Game 1.
It's really unfortunate. I do feel like one of the reasons you could see the life leave Impact's eyes when they told him he didn't get to remake for this Guardian is because, like, this comp kind of needs to play through Aatrox. To me, mid laners like Twisted Fate, Galio, Talia just thrive when you have volatile topsides. Because they're already going to be trading, and it's the mid lane that actually gets to decide that matchup. But against an Eclipse, Grasp Ambessa and a Guardian Aatrox, even if you send it to Lyra Pantheon up there, you might still be losing, so they don't have the way to play the game.
And now Jose immediately has his way to play the game, jumping in after Hambach, but a counter engage coming out from Huhi and Rahel looking to target Yawn. Hambach is low, just about to die still. Yawn down to half HP. Impact makes his way into the fight, and Yawn is gone. Rahel's also out of the picture, and Team Liquid continues pressing forward. They've got themselves a 4v2. The fight is already won. It's just how much are they going to win? And it's a whole lot, chat. The only man left standing in a red jersey is Huhi, and here's our replay of how this started. It's Hambach trying to face check into the Tribe Rush.
Yeah, Team Liquid's going to be getting Baron during this replay. There's no way they can stop it. And again, it's Jose who actually pulls off the nice engage. I'd say Yawn does keep getting focused in these fights. He's probably not super thrilled, but everyone else on the team is able to capitalize on the team fight. This is one of those team comps where every lane, every player can carry, and Team Liquid easily cleaned this one up 4-for-1. Got a feel for Impact.
Yeah, it's tough, man, having the runes show up like that. I will be. Does the Guardian, observers, can we check how much damage the Guardian has actually managed to block this game? Because I'm going to assume it's procced twice.
I do want to check.
Once in each team fight, and that's it.
Oh, we got to get rid of the Baron power play. 441 damage.
Okay.
Decent.
All right, sure.
Yeah.
That tells me it's actually procced more than twice. Yeah, probably 3, maybe 4. Not 100% sure, but obviously not the same efficacy as something like a Conqueror or a Grasp of the Undying. It's now a 6,500 gold lead with the Dragon control for the side of Team Liquid. Like we mentioned earlier, the clock is ticking down. You've got to have the map in the best possible state before they go after the Dragon Soul.
Oh,
this is not a good map state. Morgan's diving into all 3 players here on Sentinels. The follow-up from Jose, Core, and Yawn as they all pile in. Hambach's the first to die, and Yawn unleashes the calling. He's dead second, and there's the pincer play coming out from Quid to cut off the remaining members of Sentinels as they try to run. We might not get a Dragon Soul. The game might end before we ever get there. Jose Dioto looking for Impact here, who does manage to get enough distance to stay alive, but everybody else on Sentinels is down.
I don't think that's going to be the end of the game yet, just because the minion waves haven't arrived, but Team Liquid did a great job there playing fast. They kind of jumped ahead of the waves. So Sentinels was almost waiting to defend the turrets when the waves arrived, but Team Liquid was so fast in setting up that play, they killed everyone, and only now are the waves actually getting to the turret. So it makes for a very successful Baron power play, really makes this game pretty unwinnable for Sentinels, but we're gonna have to wait until at least the next big team fight.
All right, Tier 2 in that bottom lane, crashing to the ground as we speak. The Tier 2 over in mid lane. Oh, it does survive. Look at that, just barely hanging on. The one in mid lane also about to die to the minions, so plenty of pressure in 2 different spots from those minions for Team Liquid. 10,500 gold lead.
It's huge.
Drake spawning at 25 seconds. As long as all 5 players on Team Liquid play the next fight with their eyes open, I don't think that it's losable.
Probably not. I will say, a really successful Baron power play this year, with Baron only giving half as many gold rewards as previous years. You do hear a lot of teams talking about how one Baron isn't often enough to end the game because you just don't get the same lead that you would get last year from the Baron.
Jump.
But I mean, it's probably going to be 2 Barons in this game as well. It's only 3 minutes until the next one, but Team Liquid is in total control.
Yep, and there's your Chemtech Soul. Utterly uncontested by Sentinels. They know that they don't have a chance of fighting a 10,000 gold lead TL at a neutral objective, so instead they're just going to take... And this is another one of those handshakes where you feel really bad about it there with the top lane. You're handshaking Dragon Soul for a tier 1 turret with an objective bounty slapped onto it up in top lane. So it doesn't feel great. Gets the gold lead back down to 4... Nope, never mind. Back up to 5 digits here for Team Liquid, as Quid's going to make sure it builds even further. Secures the last hit on that bottom lane tier 2, and TL is keeping the pressure on.
They really are. Jose has had a great game on the Wukong,
100%.
Notwithstanding the top lane. The top lane has a bit to do with this game, and it did stop the way that Sentinels could really create action, but Team Liquid still did a great job themselves creating action through mid-bot in controlling these Drakes. If you wanted to really ego on them, Morgan takes Guardian in game 2.
Oh!
If you really want to ego on Impact,
diabolical.
I highly doubt it'll happen. But depending, like, if you're Impact right now, I think your best chance is trying to bait them into it. Say the only reason they won is because of the rune, that you would have won the matchup anyway, that he's, you know, not a big enough edge considering you didn't have a keystone. Make Morgan do it too, just to even the field.
I feel like if we are considering baiting the enemies into taking a rune that literally does nothing as part of our win con. Our win cons have been severely compromised.
I just think you might be able to get him to do it. That's the thing. It's not a completely unrealistic ask. Oh, Quid might be getting caught.
Yeah, Q1 hits the sweet spot. Quid eats the full Aatrox combo, but he's still alive with 60% HP.
Yep.
The Nami wave roars in over the top.
This might be GG.
Just stops the follow-up. Morgan dives into everybody. Hombok's going to be the focus here for the very start of the fight. Already down. Jose just into the back line yet again. Going after Rahel. Jose Diodo very low, but he does get another Sundered Sky proc to keep him alive. Jose walks away from it, but Impact finally gets the kill. The Aatrox awarded with 1,000 gold shutdown, but it's only Darkwings and Impact still alive. As Jan continues to get all those blessings from Core JJ, the bullets slow you down as he shoots you in the knees with him on the run. As Team Liquid continues their push towards the Nexus turrets, it is a 2v4 right now as Sentinels will scramble, but it ain't gonna matter. Darkwings is already down. Impact will be the next to die as Jan and Morgan go forward. Double kill for the Lucian. And now as the minions arrive towards the Nexus turrets, that'll be all she wrote. 18-5. Team Liquid commanding their leads, particularly through Morgan, particularly through the plays of Jose Diodo throughout this game. Hombok's gonna die again. Team Liquid just wants to pad the stats a little bit. He retreats back into the fountain, and TL takes game 1.
A little bit of KDA maxing at the end of that game. 19 kills to 5. Dragon's Soul secured. And the Lounge did predict nothing but 2-0s. But did they factor in the Guardian is the real question.
And I think I agree with what you were saying all game long. Jose Diodo's playmaking, that was the big moment for me in so many of these fights. He's my player of the game. Chat, who is yours? Lounge, who is yours?
It may be Impact. And by the way, Jad was asking a question. Did I factor in Guardian? You might be surprised I did.
You did?
Maybe
you predicted it.
Picked Guardian for him.
Oh, I don't think you should admit to that live on broadcast, Brad. I think that comes into
the plan. Other issue. That game. My plan succeeded.
Okay.
All right.
We can talk
Can we
about,
just make the case that they did not lose the game because Impact picked Guardian Aatrox?
Impact probably believes that.
Yeah. Yeah, tell that to Impact.
I do think it's a tilter, but I also thought we saw exactly what you and I broke down going into this game, right? Where, especially when it comes to mid jungle, I would have loved, even though Sentinels did get a few punches in, right? Like they had that mid lane gank onto Quid that was around 11 minutes that I thought was good. We didn't see a lot of playmaking from this Taliyah Pantheon combo that they kind of picked and is kind of supposed to be the driving force of a composition like this.
Yeah.
And by contrast, Jose was everywhere.
And we've seen this with Sentinels in the past, specifically with the Pantheon Taliyah not quite working. They're referencing it on the cast as well. So Sentinels still trying to fine tune what that mid jungle is accomplishing together. But it also wasn't just the mid jungle, it was the team fights as well. Let's take a look at a Pagoda moment because this was a big team fight win for TL. They are playing very well as 5.
A very decisive one. Even though Jose Diodo was a little bit late for this one, actually this was the 14-minute one in particular. I like this one a lot because it was Team Liquid specifically taking out Hambak right at the beginning. Immediately my glance went towards Darkwings and Rahel that was not combined with the team. They were not following up with what Hambak was pushing for. They were trying to zone out Ryze. Problem is, Ryze has an ultimate that teleports him to his team. So cannot be zoned. He was not zoned. He actually joined in on helping and imprisoning Hambak, so that was an immediately pick at the beginning of the fight.
Something I didn't notice there too was Morgan having to flash over the Dragon Wall because it was dodged. That was a funny way to start that play off. But overall, still, the tools for Team Liquid, Alienware are coming together when it comes down to these team fights. And I mean, I don't remember who had mentioned it, but yeah, the Guardian wasn't the sole reason this game was lost. It made top lane tough though.
Yes, I do want to remind the audience, if you guys see a Pagoda moment worthy play, to spam the Pagoda emote in the chat because there's going to be a lot of them throughout this weekend. It's an important one for playoffs coming through in the future. But yeah, to that point, it happened a lot. I think for Sentinel's perspective, last week we're focusing on Drake's heavily.
Yes.
It was going to be our focus, but both these games, it felt like Drake was really the decider. It was not Guardians, as you mentioned. It was basically a well-coordinated squad. Now, I was wondering who was going to be the player of the game for this one.
Ooh, who do we got?
I think we voting blocked it.
Yeah, I believe so.
This might have been a sweep
also based on Flowers, I think he might have also voted for Jose Deodo.
In fact, he might have influenced the fan vote as well. We'll get our votes up there. It is Jose Dioto.
Yeah, it is Jose Dioto. There was no surprise.
Look at that. That's actually, I will say, surprisingly low kill participation for Jose compared to like what we're used to seeing from him. But as you see that KDA, I thought he did a really good job in so many of these fights.
0% for Quid?
Hey, game to game, it happens, guys.
That's crazy.
All right?
He was runner-up for me. Although I like the Morgan love. Although I will say, Morgan has a really good argument for player of the game if in game 2 he accepts Jat's challenge and locks in Guardian top lane.
A handshake?
Could you imagine?
Yeah, just handshake
I think we should ask Twitch. Can we get a Twitch poll? I don't know if I'm allowed to call this live.
No,
Can we get a Twitch poll of should Morgan take Guardian for game number 2? I think the fans would vote yes.
I mean, fans always want to see chaos.
They do.
So
I like chaos too.
I think if I was
But I don't think you have that power.
You don't think I have that power?
I would be voting yes as well.
All right. Well, I think the
I'm sure
people
Twitch
are on my
chat
side
is
regardless.
spamming it in honor of you. Just so we know, Sentinels have selected first pick.
Yeah.
TL will be on blue side.
All right. So Sentinels
What
red
do we
side first
think
pick.
Sentinels do differently? Because for me, I still think I did see a few plays where I was like, okay, you're trying it. Like I really liked the super early gank around like 245 from Hambuk skipping a camp to go gank his bot lane. I thought that was really good. But what do you think they have to do to be able to come back? Because from where I see it, I see what we exactly set up, which is that TL are just a much more well-coordinated team.
They're just going to look at, and there's not a lot of time in between games to do it, so they're probably going to focus at the 2 points in dragon fights, the 13-minute dragon fight, the 23-minute dragon fight, both of which where they got control and then just weren't really coordinated or on the same page. That's going to be a constant, so they need to be able to focus on that because you're going up against a really objective-focused team in Team Liquid.
And Impact, don't tilt. Please don't tilt Impact because that's a tough one when you lock in Guardian. But as long as he doesn't tilt and he's able to bounce back, I think that can also be how Sentinels win. But that's for game number 2 to decide. We're going to throw to a short break before we're back for the rest of the series. See you there.
Yeah, slow fight. This fight is slowly up. Yeah, slowly up. I'm down to fight this one slowly. Watch. Watch it. Yeah, slowly up. They want to turn on the Lyon.
No flash, Rel.
We're fighting on the left side.
Pantheon no flash.
Yan, they took Yan.
Talia no flash.
Talia no flash. Rel, Talia no flash.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, anything
We can go Baron after.
Baron after?
Yeah.
Well played.
Good.
I don't go.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at the turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone. Don't pray for me. 'cause I'm already done. There's a chemistry. I see it in her eyes. Don't follow me tonight. That way madness lies.
Hello guys, I'm Jose Dedo, jungler for Team Liquid, and I'm going to show you some tips for the jungle this new season. Since there is some new champions in the jungle, and I think Malphite is a very interesting one because he's a jungler now, you can do a fast ulti if you ult near the wall. So you can do like a super fast ulti if you're in a small wall. Even if it looks funny, it's so OP to gank people when they're not watching because he's so fast. But not many people know this, that you can ult the big walls. But if it is a small wall, you can do like a super fast ulti. And the more range you like cut in, the faster it will be. So like this one is faster because you can do like on the edges of the walls. So it's a fun way to gank people when they're not paying attention and you just like a fast rock in their face. So it's a good way to kill noobs too.
That's my favorite advice for when you're trying to climb in solo queue, the good way to kill noobs.
Yeah.
Because I never played pro, but I liked playing solo queue. And one of the best ladder techniques was always find the guy with the most vulnerable mental and spam gank him, ulti on CD. And if you can do a hyper fast Malphite ulti to make that happen, hey, why not? Jose Dedo with some good advice. Welcome back, everybody. My name's Captain Flowers, casting here with Jab for this first series. Sentinels versus TL. Dominating game for TL in game number 1. But of course, some tragedy for Sentinels. Impact picking the wrong rune, getting Guardian, which is the most worthless sack of junk you could possibly have for a top laner, it feels like. So Impact's going to just have to write that one off, reset mental. Sentinels go next here in game 2.
Hopefully they can reset their mental. There were a few positive takeaways in the early game. For Sentinels, I thought Hambach had a good early gank bot. I thought they did get a little hands checked in that big dragon fight that blew the game open, but that was also when both top laners teleported in. One Ambessa had Eclipse and Grasp, the other Aatrox didn't have good items and a Guardian. So a lot of things that could mentally tilt you in that one. Just reset. You need to win 2 games anyway to win a series, and Sentinels is almost starting fresh here.
Exactly. Reminder to everybody watching from home as well, or maybe if you missed it at the start of game number 1, if you win here, you are automatically guaranteed to play in bracket stage. Brackets start next week. This week is the end of our Swiss stage leading into first stand. So obviously most teams will be able to qualify for the bracket. Out of our 8 teams, only 2 will be eliminated in Swiss. One of them will be determined tomorrow because only one team will end up going 0-3 in this format. That team, of course, will not be able to move forward. But then one of the many teams who kind of end up in the soup, as we've called it in the past, at 1 and 2 will also have to be eliminated. That's not to say that if you lose here, you're going to be in a really bad spot, but it's obviously way better to just take the win, be one of the 2-1 teams, know you're playing in brackets next week.
Yeah, so when you play 3 rounds of Swiss with 8 teams, you're going to have one 3-0 team. They're going to be our number 1 seed.
Yep.
I blanked a little bit because I should know all of it. You're then going to have 3 2-1 teams.
Yep.
They're going to be in bracket stage as well.
No matter
You're going to have 3 1 and 2 teams. The best team of those 3, based on the tiebreaker rules, will also go through automatically. The other 1 and 2 teams will be playing a best of 1 tiebreaker at the end of show tomorrow.
Exactly.
to decide who goes and who goes home. And then obviously the 0-3 team is out.
Yeah, tomorrow we've got a really exciting schedule because it's the 0-2 teams playing in the elimination match for 0-3.
Yeah.
It's the 2-0 teams playing in the 3-0 match for who gets to be the first seed, like who's the best team in Swiss. And then it's the BO1 to determine the secondary elimination. So a lot of stuff on the line tomorrow, but we've got to finish our festivities here today to see how that's going to shake out. So getting into the second game here, Sentinels have elected for first pick, and Team Liquid has chosen the blue side. TL banning out Cassante, Nocturne, and Rumble, so 2 out of 3 of their bans being spent on their former teammate there in the top lane. Meanwhile, Sentinels will ban away Akali, Aurora, and Gwen. A lot of AP solo lane threat here taken out, as let's see what Sentinels wants to go with for the first pick, the Azir being up. I just feel like this champion is mid lane. He kind of fits into the same bucket for me as like Oriana, where he can just fit into any comp and it'll have presence and pressure.
Speaking of Oriana, I think it's going to be one of Team Liquid's picks in the next 3. Depends how much they want to style, though. This could also be a Quid Yone angle, so I'm not sure what they're going to do in 1-2. But when you leave Azir Oriana up, you're probably picking one of the 2. It's a little bit interesting because Team Liquid banned the Nocturne, so the Knock Wave combo is going to be nerfed. But Morgan, when Renekton is up, picks Renekton a lot of the time. It's his best champion. He's got it again.
Yeah, the Renekton's locked in here with the Cassante already banned away during this first phase as well, because I feel like that's another one of those things where it's just very easy to see Cassante Renekton be the top lane matchup once one of them is chosen. So without that response available, we'll see what Impact wants to have here as Jarvan is selected here for the jungle for Team Liquid.
I really like it. I'd mentioned how most teams have been banning Jarvan against Hambach with the first pick priority on Azir. Even if Team Liquid wants to answer with Oriana, they don't have to do it immediately. So instead, they just power pick their top laner for Morgan with Renekton, and then give Jose Jarvan, which could also be a good combo with Oriana if that's what Quid wants to do next.
Okay, and we're going to see Sentinels lock in the Scion for top lane there for Impact as well. I know that this is a champ that Impact has plenty of experience on. I love seeing Impact be on champions, not just that can have a big presence in the team fight, but can also move around the map more easily, because Impact is not a selfish player. You hear Azael talk about this all the time. He's not the guy who wants to sit in his side lane and take plates and be the split pusher hero. He's the guy who wants to join up with fights, translate his advantage elsewhere, and having an ultimate like Scion lets you do that more frequently and more effectively. Third pick of the draft here for Sentinels is the Nico.
And if Impact does well in lane, he can also start not having threat on him from the Renekton, but it'll be a really interesting early game with Morgan playing, I imagine, a very aggressive Renekton to try and get push and first move the entire game. I think that's what we're going to see if Team Liquid can pull off, Morgan just constantly having lane prio, because I've heard that he's an incredibly good laner in scrims, and I'm also going to say I doubt we're seeing Guardian Renekton in this game. Like, as fun as it would be to beat him with Guardian in the second game, I think it would actually be unplayable to have Guardian Renekton against the Scion.
You just never have any chance to kill him ever
impossible,
for any reason, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just not going to work out. We also get exactly what you were predicting here for Team Liquid on pick number 3 with the Oriana. It's just exactly as you said. You know it's not going to get stolen away, because it's not like Sentinels can do anything useful with it after they already have Azir. So TL will be happy to just take that one before the second half of the bans start coming in. And with those bans surfacing, Yunara is going to be the first one banned out by TL. Remember, the 80 carry bans in the second half of this one are a bit of a double-edged sword, because you still have the 80 carry left to be selected for both teams. Sentinel's going to ban supports instead. Looking at Core JJ's Bard.
I like it with Sentinels at least trying to pick a lane that they're going to play through. It's hard to guarantee any prio in Azir versus Oriana. They're not going to have prio in top lane with Scion versus Renekton. But if they pick Nico early and then ban out the other supports that often match Nico, like Bard and potentially even Alistar, then they would put Team Liquid in hopefully a disadvantageous spot with support.
And like you said at the end of last game, bright point for Sentinels in a game number 1 that didn't have a lot of them. Hambach's pressure for the first blood in the bottom lane. Clearly they want to try to play through bot. They want to try to help these guys. Xin Zhao banned out here by Team Liquid. That was one that we saw Hambach hover in draft both last game and in this game, I believe. So with that one taken off the table, that is going to reduce some of your early pressure. And there's the Nautilus ban from Sentinels.
So Core JJ down 1 engage support, but so Alistar doesn't necessarily beat Nico, but I see a lot of people play Alistar into Nico because it won't get bursted later, and it can also face check a lot of bushes. We'll see what Team Liquid decide to go with, though, because they don't necessarily need to draft for team composition. It seems like Core and Yon are just really confident with any laning combo they go for. Neon loves to do a lot of different hovers. I feel like there's so many different directions they can go here. Potentially, Ezreal's a little dangerous because they are against a Sion, and Oriana, Ezreal doesn't have a huge amount of sustained damage, but it does give them really good range, and it's good into Nico.
Well, let's see how Sentinels wants to respond here. I need not just the AD carry, but the jungler right next to it. You know you're going up against Jose Dioto on the Jarvan. You know he's going to be looking for some playmaking on that one. You know he's going to be already kind of locked in from the performance last game with all those great engages on the Wukong. Jarvan going to have a similar threat in this one, so I want to see what Hambach can respond with. We are going to get the Kai'Sa here for the Sentinel side. So you've got Nico, Kai'Sa, Azir. Like, even your carries are happy to jump into the fights for things like the Emperor's Divide, use the Killer Instinct. This feels very aggressive from Sentinels.
Yeah, I feel like last game, they didn't feel like they could do much, so they're stacking engage tools here, and a late pick Vi as well, so this is a Kai'Sa comp. If the Kai'Sa can get going, then Rahel would be in for a very strong game, but that's what Team Liquid's going to try and stop from happening, just picking really strong lanes, right? I feel like that's been the name of the game for a lot of these Team Liquid drafts early in the season. They pick for matchup, and they try and blow the other team out.
And Karma Ezreal, this is a classic bullet hell bottom lane to have to match up into. As long as they're landing Mystic shots and Inner Flames, your health bar is constantly going to be taxed, constantly under pressure for a shorter range marksman like Kai'Sa who wants to get in, fire the Acathian range, scrap up close. Once you're low on health, that becomes seriously dangerous, seriously quick. So we'll see how well Jan and Core can dial in that accuracy.
And this is really interesting early season draft trends I'm seeing from Team Liquid with Core JJ this series so far playing Nami and Karma. And he's played a lot of Nami and a lot of range supports because historically, Team Liquid has struggled when Core JJ isn't on a hard engaged champion because a lot of times they become reliant on his ability to find fights. But this speaks to the trust that they have in Jose Dioto, who played great last game on Wukong, is primary engaged once again on the Jarvan, and if they can continue to make this work with Jose actually being the one to primarily engage, it changes the dynamic of playing against Team Liquid.
And I do want to bring up, because I feel like we always have to add this asterisk onto these conversations, because we've had this convo about Core JJ a lot of times in the past. It's not that Core is bad at Enchanters, not by any means. Correct. Remember that when Core JJ became a world champion 2017, that was Ardent Sensor meta, which is like the strongest that Enchanters have ever been in the history of God. Yeah. Like, that was the Enchanter meta, right? And so Core JJ is not bad at Enchanters. It just feels like traditionally, he's the one, like you mentioned last game when we heard the comms from TL, even if things are getting hectic, he's a very loud voice, he's a powerful voice, he's not afraid to speak up. So when you have your big engager on someone who's also a shot caller and a communicator, it feels more likely that you'll have success as a team in those moments. But having a backup, like you're saying, with Jose Dioto, having somebody else you can trust to do that, that's just nothing but an extra tool in your kit.
For sure, and especially with the way that it looks like Jan and Core want to play, where they're just trying to dominate every single laning phase, that's going to be range supports. Yeah. Just almost every single time. So as long as this works for Team Liquid, it makes them an exciting team to watch as well. We do have a slight delay. Jan is saying he has an audio issue, no sounds again. Jose's maybe joking about having first strike Jarvan.
Because Impact said rune question mark when it got paused.
I know. Maybe he does have first strike Jarvan. When they told me about a delay, I was really hoping it's another rune bug. Like, Morgan has Guardian. It would have been my dream. But it's not happening that way. I mean, first strike Jarvan wouldn't be bad. I see a lot of solo queue junglers.
It would be better than Guardian Aatrox.
Yeah. Everything is better than Guardian Aatrox. Guardian Jarvan is better than Guardian Aatrox.
Yeah, Guardian Jarvan, because he's at least going to be playing like jungle, or even on his off roll, sometimes people play Jarvan support. Yeah. Like, you're at least next to other champions.
Absolutely. Jose is making me wonder if this is like some hidden tech in solo queue. I'm pretty sure he's going to be Conqueror Jarvan, but is first strike Jarvan even a thing? I'm just double checking. It is actually. It's got about 500 games and it's got a sneaky high win rate. So maybe, you know, if you wanted to go Profane Hydra Guardian Jarvan, that's another thing. I think that's going to beat out Guardian Wukong in terms of the joke builds that we've had so far today. Okay. I feel like first strike Jarvan could actually be good.
I still wonder if we will actually get it. Hopefully we can resolve whatever audio issues or first strike Jarvan issues these are as quickly as possible. Get ourselves into game here. I do want to see if Sentinels can be better about enabling their bottom lane this game.
For sure.
I want to see more activity. I loved what we got with the first blood from Hambach last game, but again, I criticized this a couple of times. I'm going to levy that criticism again because I think it's important. Pantheon and Talia, I just didn't see enough one-punch, two-punch, follow-up ultis making plays with these guys.
For sure, especially with how quickly people redeploy on the map and how many plays can happen outside of big objective fights. You wanted to see more from the Talia Pantheon. As we're going through this pause, I have a bit of a bigger picture topic.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
I feel like this season, pro play is closer to solo queue, and this isn't necessarily a good or a bad thing.
Okay.
It's closer to solo queue than in past years. Like how similar the game looks, but more specifically, like which skills transfer from solo queue to pro, I think is more true this year than in past years.
Well, I think a lot of that probably has to do around the quest system, right? Because lane swaps are now just completely out the window.
Yep.
Because that was one of the big disruptors I always felt about the differentiation between solo queue and pro is you're not getting lane swaps.
Yeah.
Right? So that changes the picks because now you can pick these I do nothing except sit there on the ground and cry until 10 minutes 80 carries that normally can't play bottom lane in pro. Okay, well now they're laning against a Scion 2v1, they're fine. Right? Now you're going to have to pick the stuff that can still deal with being pressured in lane, just like you would in solo queue.
Exactly. Right now, the biggest difference to me from pro to solo queue is just the incredible teamwork around Drakes and how infrequently we see top laners just absolutely take over the game. I think that could change, but like another thing I'm noticing is a lot of these rookie junglers across the league. So Griffin here, I'm going to mess up his name, like Rylick or something in the LEC, that are able to play the more damage-heavy carry junglers. Maybe Kryra will be like this as well. Like the junglers that are playing Ambessa, Aatrox, Volibear, these like high-farm solo queue carry junglers, that's just more workable in pro now because they're not having to like completely sacrifice their jungle pathing to deal with lane swaps. And I just feel like that might end up being rewarded more as we progress into this year. As we're getting into game, I feel like the rest of this topic will be reserved for a podcast. But he's trolling us. It's Conqueror Jarvan.
Yeah, he's just messing, man.
First Strike Jarvan actually seems legit, by the way.
It doesn't seem as legit as Conqueror Jarvan. I'm just going to go on record saying that.
Yeah, I'm going to try it.
Okay, are they playing it in jungle or are they playing it as a support cheese?
Jungle. Jungle, 54% win rate in 800 games. Compared to 52% win rate in 350,000 games, sample size notwithstanding,
if you ignore
it seems
the word
fine.
1,000 and only compare the hundreds of games part,
it's only 350 times more likely to be brought.
Yeah, it's only a multiple of 1,000 times as many games. I don't see the issue here.
Might be good.
Okay,
First Strike, it's the same as First Strike Jace, right? You're just trying to farm gold, and you burst hard.
Yeah, Accelerated Shock Blast is the same thing as Flag.
And drag. Don't forget the second part of the combo.
True. All right, well, since Jose Dioto will not be enlightening us with any of these new age Jarvan builds today, he will be on the standard stuff, starting on the top side of the map, and you'll see in the mirror there, Hambach doing the same thing. As right now, Jan and Core are doing exactly what I kind of expected them to do on this Ezreal Karma duo. You use your range, you use your pressure early, and you just make these guys constantly sweat versus the projectile volley.
I mean, I want to see if they do exactly what they did last game, though, because last game, they pushed up really hard, they used their wards in lane to control the bush, and then they got almost cheese ganked by Hambach, which gave Hambach a kill and didn't really hurt their lane. So I feel like they're saying that was actually completely fine. We don't care if you gank us and get a kill, because they're not warding currently. Core does have a trinket. He may go and use it soon because this would be the timing that Hambach would do a gank if he goes early. But for the most part, this is what we saw from draft. Team Liquid said they're just going to try and push every wave, and you just have to pick the lane that you decide to gank.
Okay, let's see what they've got. I mean, Yon is Ezreal. You've got Flash built into the kit. Core JJ on Karma also has his tether and his shield for the extra evasiveness. Aggressive tether here, and he absorbs a lot of the damage there for Rahel, but absorbing it means it's still landing on somebody, and this Kai'Sa and Nico are struggling to find legs to stand on. Here in the bottom lane, 2v2, you can see the clone walked into the brush there, and it did see the Jarvan moving through the bottom side river of Jose Dioto, so as long as they were paying attention, they got that brief flash of vision there. Hambach is going to take the top side crab because he knows bottom side crab is not contestable when your bottom lane is trapped underneath this turret.
But look at what they're doing now. Jose, instead of recalling, is just helping to zone Rahel and Huhi off that wave. Really good ward, though, that is going to be able to interrupt this recall if they want. Core blocks it for him.
Perfect.
See, I love it when the support gives back to the jungler, because that could have completely ruined his tempo as he was helping the bot lane with that move, but Core managed to save it with the nice block on the Kai'Sa W. Now he's right back for his Grand Prix spawn. Great first 3.5 minutes by Team Liquid.
Yeah, you love to see it. We mentioned how last game the plate count was very low overall for both teams, but we've already got the first plate taken now by Team Liquid in the bottom lane, forcing their opponents back away from that massive wave like you mentioned, as now Yon does have to wait for Core to get back into the lane, so will not be able to exert the same amount of pressure that he had earlier. Hambach still not able to really find a lot of anything just yet. Obviously, Jose Dioto hasn't ganked, but I still feel like, you know, that's one of the differences that I still feel you're going to see a lot more of in Pro compared to solo queue is the junglers successfully being able to have a large impact on lanes that they don't truly gank, as Rahel and Huhi, again, just constantly on the receiving end of these trades.
Yeah, Core and Yon are landing all their skill shots. The way Core weaved that Karma Q around the clone directly into Huhi, making them reset again as the wave was actually temporarily frozen. So they're going to deny a lot of golden experience, who Core almost gets a recall as well. Jose's likely going to look for a Gromp invade here. They've already pre-warded it. They have the wave. They're going to slow push it and try and crash it at the turret as the Kai'Sa is running back to base. So maybe they're going to pull off of it.
So one thing worth noting here, you can see the cooldown on Core JJ's Mantra for the R. It was still on cooldown when Rahel was recalling on the Kai'Sa. I believe if you have the Mantra ready, you can shoot the Q early enough to interrupt the Kai'Sa recall there. Darkwing's at 50 HP. Quid putting the pressure on in the mid lane, making sure that it's not just Yon and Core JJ running their lane matchup in this early game. And now 5 minutes on the clock, Jose Dioto feels empowered to just go for a solo dragon. Up in the top lane, Morgan is proxy farming against Impact, who goes for the ulti to stun him up here near the wall. Morgan about to die. It's first blood. Impact gets a solo kill when he has the right runes. Morgan might have overplayed his hand just a little bit here, trying to keep up with his mid and bot lane dominance. But that dominance does continue as Jose secures the first Drake of the game for TL, who he's got to be careful about getting any closer right here. He's already down to half HP. Hambach hanging around nearby, but it does not matter because Team Liquid still maintains control over the neutrals. They will still secure the Drake and the crab.
Flowers, Team Liquid is playing so unbelievably aggressive right now.
Oh, yeah.
They are kind of pseudo turret diving all three lanes at once. I imagine Morgan probably took a turret shot or two, but the crazy thing is, after getting solo killed with first blood bonus gold,
he's still ahead.
He's still ahead. That's how much he was pushing the tempo in that lane. Knew the jungler was bottom, tried to proxy, messed it up. Potentially that could really hurt because now, like, what are you really going to do against a Bramble Vest, Chain Vest, Scion? I think he's really going to have a hard time getting an advantage now. But yeah, let's watch this. I mean, Impact just... Morgan, what are you doing, bro? Yeah, he doesn't even take a turret shot, but I think getting hit by that Q...
It was a full decimating smash.
And then the second Q. It doesn't matter if you get the empowered Q on the minions. Yeah, getting hit by 2 full charge Qs, not ideal.
Eternal swagger from Impact. He's back where he belongs. He's got his runes. He's ready to go. Hey! Solo kills. I said last game I was going to be really impressed if it went from a 2 to a 3 with the Guardian activated. That didn't happen, but here in game 2, he does solo kill Morgan's Renekton with the Scion, so he goes up to 3.
And they won Split 1 last year, so they played a lot of games. This is only game number 6 or 7 for Impact, because they played 3 games in the first week. So, hey, still got it. He's going to be really hard for Renekton to do anything against him now that he's built those brick items.
And that's also something that I think if you're Team Liquid, remember that last year felt like for so much of the year, the story was FlyQuest are the protagonist of the LCS, right? Yeah. But on the path to first stand, it was TL, like you said, who represented us there. They went over and they placed 5th of 5, right? Yes. It was, again, not the performance that Team Liquid, an organization that builds to win trophies, that wants to be a competitor, would be happy with. So I think you've got all the more motivation to try to get back to first stand and say, no, 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 that's not what Team Liquid is made of. We can put up a better performance than that.
We got Hambach snuck through vision, is behind Core and Jan. I just wonder if Huhi and Rahel have enough health to follow up. So Rahel will have ult. Hambach will look to see who he engages on. All summoners there for Team Liquid. This has got to be clean.
Huhi has a minion. They got to count the minions on the Team Liquid side. Flash away from Core JJ, who he already tried to use the Tangle Barbs, and they're going to send their attention over to Jan. Nice use of the Vault Breaker to cut off the escape. Combined with the Flash, they knock Jan down. Sentinels gets a kill bottom side.
And great job getting the kill onto the carry as well, because now they get to deny him this entire wave. It lowers the threat. It allows Rahel to get that plate. Actually gives him an advantage in gold in this game, which is crazy considering it feels like he's just been fighting for his life this entire time. Not to mention, he's gone call. Jan hasn't, so he's going to have that cash in 43 more CS. So Sentinels, despite getting really blitzed by Team Liquid's early lane pressure, is set up completely fine as we approach the mid game.
And, you know, we've talked about the top lane because there was a kill there. We just talked about the bottom lane because of the pressure and the kill down there. But back over in mid, that's quietly the biggest individual gold lead so far in this game. Quid nearly getting the solo on Darkwings earlier, not quite having enough damage to make it happen. Now Core JJ tries to go in to put the pressure onto Darkwings, but the Emperor's Divide is ready. Darkwings sees the opportunity to instantly turn the play around with his bot lane roaming up. And for Sentinels, that's an easy alley-oop into a third kill, and they'll tie this gold lead up.
Core JJ not respecting when he's a flashless Karma, and also generally not respecting how decisive Darkwings could be. Having Huhi there and having the Vi around gave Darkwings the confidence, but I still do have to credit him. Like, when you're in this situation, as he has been in this game where he's been fighting for his life against the Oriana the entire time under his turret, to immediately just shift in, ult back as soon as you see the moment, just speaks to, you know, him not tilting and having really good presence of mind.
All right, Jan back in the bottom lane now as they want to try to keep this wave, this lane pressure on. There's only 25 seconds left until the next Drake is live. Since Team Liquid have controlled the bottom lane the entire time, it's been very easy for Jose Diodo to control the Dragon Pit. One kind of just leads into the other, and you can see Jose already down around this part of the map, does believe he has enough time to go ahead and grab the Krugs, so not worried about just being in the pit as soon as the thing spawns. But you can see Hambach also pathing, towards the area.
So, Team Liquid is really not that far ahead considering how much they've drafted and played around their lanes. You can see big CS advantages all throughout, you know, 116 to 88 in top lane, 111 to 98 in mid, 103 to 90 in bot lane. But because Sentinels have been able to fight back and get 3 kills, we're within 500 gold. So I think the Drake fights are going to be really explosive here if Sentinels can continue to punish this flashless Karma, as Jose wants to move into the river, knows there's no vision, but you can see, you know, everyone reset on Sentinels to be in position pretty soon.
Okay, Jose is going to go ahead, start up the Drake here. Junglers both have their Sundered Skies completed. Top laners both have their teleports ready to join the fight if they need to. Stridebreaker is done for Morgan, but because Sion has to build a garage sale of defense, he does not have a first item power spike. Team Liquid, DPS slow onto the Dragon. Got it down below 3,000. Morgan wrapping around from behind, going in for the pincer attack. Huhi wants the pop blossom. He finds it onto 2. Hambach ready to follow up. Rahel needs more damage if they want to try to kill Jose Diodo, but Huhi's already gone. Core JJ under pressure, but Team Liquid is finding so many kills. Quid knocks down Hambach. Morgan is ready and waiting with an open maw for impact here in the bottom lane. The Mystic shot can barely not catch up to the Sion, but it's Core JJ traded for 3 players on the Sentinels side. Team Liquid, just like last game, chat, once you have both teams handshake for a duel, for a fight here at the Dragon, it's Team Liquid who have the faster hands.
Wow, wow from Jan and Jose. I also said wow, so I'm wondering what they're wowing here. For me, it was that I couldn't follow the fight very well because it was too fast, but I wonder what happened there, because they kind of just blew the game open once again. You can see they're very relaxed in this game. also hitting their first mythics across the board. So let's watch this. So they get the Drake as well as win the fight, but let's see where Jarvan and Oriana went. You can see Morgan's here early. Who he goes in, Jan and Quid completely avoid it. And then, I mean, Jose gets the smite steal. Morgan just jumps in and one-shots the Karma. Just a really well-played fight here.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm on the Team Liquid side, that's about how I feel about that team fight too. Also just worked out so well that Jan's True Shot Barrage firing through the middle of everybody was also enough to kill off Huhi's Nico for the last hit, so you even get more money on your AD carry. Trinity Force done for him now. Tier stacking up even further. Rahel is about to get that cash in on the call that you mentioned earlier that's going to equalize most of that gold lead for Jan, but that's the gold lead of one of the 5 roles, and honestly, everybody that's not support has a meaningful gold lead 13 minutes into the game.
Team Liquid's looking pretty strong these last 2 weeks. They're set against Shopify as well as the 2 games here. And this isn't even a game that's gone well for Team Liquid. This is always a debate you'll have in scrim. So to me, this is a little bit like a scrim draft for me with the way they're playing, where they have 3 winning lanes. Funny thing about league teams is actually there's going to be a fight in River, so I'll save this point for later.
Well, now hold on. We also might just have them look like they're going to fight.
This is frequent. Hambach is looking though. He's in a crouching stance.
I think that dragon might want to stay hidden, my friend.
I believe so, unless he goes back to base.
Go home. Okay, we're good. What were you going to bring up?
So, if you're a team that has 3 losing lanes, you always say afterwards, if you lose the game, Morgan might be dead.
Yeah. Okay. Impact goes in. Stops him from being able to get away. Morgan does pop the Dominus, slices out of the way of the decimating smash. He wanted to try to heal up with the call to Miko the minions, but nope, not going to happen. Rahel bursts him down in time.
No,
so
game's too fast.
Morgan.
They want to keep diving.
Okay, True Shot Barrage. Trying to make some space. Hambach gets all the way back. He knows if Jan's positioning like this, they've probably got the squad nearby to try to make something even worse happen. Yeah, Huhi's going to walk right through the Hex Gate. Immediately eats a Dragon Strike plus Mantra Inner Flame combo to lose 30-40% of his HP, something around there. Darkwing's ready to join up though.
This is a really weird game with how fast it is and how close the goal still is, despite it looking like Team Liquid has just been running the whole server. I mean, Rahel's going to get fed off this bot turret. His call cashed in. He got the kill. He's also going to be not first turret gold, but still solo turret gold, so he's pulling ahead of Jan. I ran into Spooks before the game talking about tempo, and he said any scrim where Hex Gates are up end up being this like 80 kill game, because not only do you have home guards, you also have the Hex Gates, so people are just on the map that you are unable to track, and you just end up skirmishing a lot, which is kind of what this game might devolve into, as they're going to fight over this Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, the Herald's down to 5,000 HP. It's Team Liquid with control over the river, but Sentinels are ready to challenge that. Impact wants to be the front line here for the team. Does not have the ulti ready to go. Hambach goes in for the play onto Quid, but he flashes away from the pop. Rahel into the back line here with the Killer Instinct. Finishes the job, and the Team Liquid mid laner is down. However, they do accomplish what they came for. They get themselves the Herald. They should be able to pick up that eye. Jose Diodo does secure it. So Quid traded for the Herald here on the top side.
This is a Rahel carry angle. 1,500 gold on the Kai'Sa, and everyone in the team comp sets up the Kai'Sa. Not to mention, not really tanky backliners are good ways of peeling the Kai'Sa in team fights. So Sentinels absolutely in this game, incredible ways of just being scrappy to get gold onto Rahel, and now actually have a decent chance to win this game, in my opinion, as Darkwings, with Impact, just poking, decides not to do more. Did have the Azir ultimate, didn't flip him back because Drake is up, so Team Liquid probably going to get soul point here, you would imagine.
Yeah, considering, okay, the Azir's just now making his recall, but he does have teleport to try to join up with the rest of Sentinels. Quid putting the pressure onto the tier 1 here in the bottom lane, has a big wave crashing into that one. Darkwings has already arrived. Jose Diodo going in. Hambach going to be the target, but there's no damage here to follow it up just yet. Quid's now going to be in massive danger. Goes golden, but he'll die as soon as he gets out of that statue form. They kill Rahel in trade, though. There's that Kai'Sa. There's that win condition you were talking about out of the picture now, as Hambach is down to 50 HP. Team Liquid trying to get out of the enemy jungle now, as both top laners have arrived for the fight. Morgan trying to make sure that his team can get control over this Scuttle Crab now, as you're going to see Jose Diodo summon up the Rift Herald over in mid lane, then go ahead and take his recall, look for the reset. Herald secures the tier 1 turret, And ultimately, we just have a couple of kills traded here, but critically one of those is Rahel, that very powerful Kai'Sa on the Sentinel side.
Also, power spike there from Darkwings with his Gnasher's Tooth, making play after play. 2-0-2 now. Does a nice little tempo gank in the top lane to then teleporting bot lane to get the scoop onto Quid. Now turning towards this Drake, which isn't necessarily free. Team Liquid decide to give it away. And Soul Point denied by Sentinels as they look to make a play bottom now.
I feel like that is huge for Sentinels denying that Soul Point. There as Morgan flashes away from the Pop Blossom, but the Tangle Barbs still lock him up, and Sentinels should have enough damage here. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Morgan gets away with 100 HP on the Renekton.
Lord Morgan, but yes, absolutely anyone's game, and Sentinels has got to be so happy with how this goes. I think I have a quick window to get my point across. In games, when you have 3 losing lanes, the team is going to say it feels like it's unplayable, which it does if you lose. But I'll also say on the other side, when you have 3 winning lanes, it's kind of hard to win because you end up being too exposed. If you're pushing all 3 lanes at once, you can never really protect all 3 lanes at once, so you're always vulnerable to things like Vi ganks, and I feel like that's what's happened here. Team Liquid tried to crush all 3 lanes, and they made these little mistakes along the way where Core dies, and then Morgan dies while proxying, and then Quid dies to a gank, and suddenly are in this mid-game state where it's even again.
1 HP. It was unironically 1 HP at the lowest. He lived with 1. That is crazy work that he gets away like that. And you can see the whole roller coaster of emotions there on Golden Glue's face as he thought, yeah, we have the pick here. This is great. Good job, guys. And then the Renekton just barely walks away from it. Sentinels now looking to put on some pressure of their own. They've got Darkwings back up here in this top lane looking for the tier 1 turret that he was seeking after earlier. This time should be able to find it considering he has teammates in the neighborhood. As Morgan will take the chance to now trade for the tier 2 in the bottom lane. Team Liquid do have more turrets overall this game. They have had more control over more of the map for more of the game. Darkwings wants to try to let this turret eat as many minions as it can before it falls down. And it looks like right as we're about at the end here, there we go. Tag it, take it away. Team Liquid still with about a 1,000 gold lead, but since the game is this close, I think stopping that soul stack matters that much more because now one bad fight doesn't mean they get the soul and all of a sudden the gold lead doesn't matter because the soul is such an impactful buff, right?
This gives so much time for the Azir and the Kai'Sa to keep scaling as well. Right now is Morgan's time though. He completed the second full item on his Renekton. This was one of the points that Spawn was actually bringing up with Morgan in their VOD review. When he's this strong of a Renekton, like, stop doing cardio running back and forth between lanes and, like, go find fights. So right now, it's really hard to do much to this Scion. So I imagine after he pushes this lane, Morgan might go click on Baron and try and make something happen in River here.
Speaking of Baron, we do have that topside Scuttle Crab secured just now for Sentinels, thanks to Hambach and Darkwings, so they'll have some vision control over the area. Team Liquid going to step up and try to fight back for some of that themselves. 3 turrets to 2 turrets, considering it was not a full tier 1 for tier 2 trade across the map when Darkwings took that tier 1, and you were seeing Morgan try to respond in the bottom lane against the Sentinels tier 2. Core JJ placing some control wards in the Baron pit right now. Team Liquid gold lead staying exactly where it has been. Darkwings now with an individual gold lead alongside Rahel. Jet, if I'm playing this composition with Scion and Vi in top lane and jungle, and it's my Azir and Kai'Sa that have the gold leads, I could not be happier.
Yeah, they're they're chilling at this point. Impact completely neutralizing Morgan. Morgan on a ward as well with a potential Nico gank, which wouldn't have done much. Now recalling on a control ward. Interesting choice.
Okay. Is this
very interesting?
No. Okay.
Was he was just outside the bush. He didn't see it.
Oh, that is actually a big problem potentially as Impact storms in right over top of his bottom lane combo and they take Morgan out.
Ah, he wasn't inside the bush when he was recalling. I thought it was super strange that he'd be on a control ward. It's also weird that he didn't step in the bush. Just a misclick, I'd imagine, on that recall, but with that big of a lead, not being able to make anything happen and actually being the one that gets picked really hurts Team Liquid's momentum.
It's not a Guardian Aatrox, but it's a very impactful mistake that could have some serious ramifications. Impact now has all the pressure in the world here in the bottom lane. He's made his way onto the tier 2 turret. The wave is crashing into that one. Sentinels is looking to secure even more gold for their side. Yeah, you got that cannon minion alive, but look at this massive minion wave that's now going to be eaten up by Quid, who does need to use his TP to go answer Impact down here.
Sentinels might win this game. Rahel just keeps getting gold. 5 kills now. Looks like Dusk and Dawn is on the way. Kaisa has a new build every single patch. You do so much
she's
damage.
One of those types of champs.
You have so much damage with Dusk and Dawn, like pseudo AP attack speed Kaisa. No way to build resists against it. You proc your passive constantly, have great poke. So he's going to be very strong. And there's not great ways for Team Liquid to actually get on top of Kaisa. With next Drake coming up in a fight, surely going to happen around it.
Yeah, people think about, ooh, hold on now. Impact going into the middle of everybody as Morgan tries to do the same and immediately rethinks that decision. Yeah. So, yeah. All right, both top laners throw themselves into a 1v4. Scion's pretty much always going to outperform in that situation.
Getting value out of the TP shield. They just really wanted to make sure they were maxing it.
All right, Sentinels starting up the Drake. Keep your eyes on Rahel, on that Kaisa. Impact still full HP here with the Scion as well. He goes in for the Pop Blossom. Finds it, but it's only on to Hosdioto as the Shockwave counterattack seals the fate of Huhi. 1 dead on either side, but considering it's the jungler for TL, it means Sentinel secures the Drake. Easy peasy. Morgan dies now too, and Sentinels are not done yet. Quid tries to get away from the Scion, but Impact is cutting off the escape route for CoreJJ and Quid. He has to back away now as Yon finds some DPS opportunity to open up here a little bit, but Sentinels, Jat, now commanding a 1,000 gold lead and a tied Drake game.
Perfect fight for them. Both kills went to the Kaisa. They killed enemy jungler. Hambach secured the smite. This is their style of game. Double Hextech Drake now. Watching it one more time. He sacrifices his life. They get Yon out of the fight. They burst a bunch of damage onto Jose so that when Jose tries to go back in, they can kill him. And then just nice discipline here. Everyone turning for Morgan, who was already in the pit, and no one on Team Liquid could get through this Scion.
Good mid-game from Sentinels here so far, defending, fighting their way back into this game. There's that Dusk and Dawn that you were talking about. And what I was going to say before we got the last fight is you feel like Kaisa with the AP evolution, you always think of the value of the poke. You think of like the ARAM style of Kaisa with Void Seeker. It's also just a super low cooldown, so you're always getting those Dusk and Dawn procs off of the Sheen like you're talking about. So let's see, Team Liquid, how do you stabilize now that Sentinels are the ones putting on the pressure?
I think it's hard. They don't have great disengage. They're trying to take space with Karma, but CoreJJ is incredibly squishy. I mean, look at that. Impact not really taking damage, and Morgan not yet level 16, only 500 gold ahead of Impact. Waiting for Huhi to try and find another engage. He's really been the one that starts things.
Yeah, Morgan's renekted 1-4-0 in this game. Honestly, just not a very good look from him on this champion. We're going to need to see a lot more out of the Crocodile if Team Liquid wants to be able to turn things back in their favor. 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns, so everybody's eyes are here in the top side of the Rift, focusing around the Baron, focusing on the Vision War, as right now it's Team Liquid with control over the river itself, but because there's the Scuttle Crab vision for Sentinels, it's not like Team Liquid can fully force them out.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a matter of a little bit of farming until the next Drake. It's still a little bit early to really hard force the Baron unless they do get a nice pick.
Oh, that is huge. Hambach! That is a potentially game-losing mistake for the jungler to be caught in a position like that. As Darkwings retreats back up here to the top side. But now, jungler dead, no Emperor's Divide, 4v5 for Sentinels.
I think Sentinels look for a fight here. I mean, Darkwings had to burn ultimate already as a disengage, but Impact can still ult in to create space.
Okay, there's no ulti on Morgan. There's no ulti on Quid. Sentinels stepping up.
Gotta keep hitting Baron so they can smite it.
Yep, Impact's your front line here. Team Liquid still DPSing the Baron. No smite on the enemy team to try to steal it away. Baron secured. Hambach's greedy recall is the deadliest of sins. And for all the work that Sentinels have done fighting their way back into this game, Team Liquid has once again taken control.
I mean, I'm impressed with Team Liquid's gambit there to invade like that, thinking that Sentinels was all going to be resetting, because with how squishy they are, like, I'm trying to figure out how they took this space. So Yon has the control ward already. It's just really good vision overall by Team Liquid to have that control ward there, and Hambach would have needed to recall next to Impact. Should have done it in Fog. Since they've just been pushed out of that space, I do think that's just a mistake by Hambach.
Especially since you know we didn't clear the control ward they had in the bush.
Exactly.
You know the control ward is there. You know it only dropped to 2 HP. So Hambach, a mistake on that one, a bit of a blunder, does get punished, and now Team Liquid are back in control. But again, getting those past 2 Drakes, this is so much less frightening for Sentinels than it otherwise could have been, because Team Liquid now could be in some trouble. Yon with the flash over the wall, but immediately Rahel's ready to follow. Killer instinct! Killer indeed. Who he ends up taking a kill credit, as now you've got Quid and Jose Diodo trying to do something back into Sentinels. They found a couple of kills. Darkwings wants to go in after Quid as Jose and Morgan are trying to scrap with Rahel and Impact. Core JJ makes his way into the fight, but Quid's had to run all the way away. Impact stunned up with the enchanted Ruthless Predator, loses his shield on that one. Jose Diodo looking for Rahel. He knows that's the target. Dead bodies on the floor in both jerseys, chat. It's 1 dead for TL, 2 dead for Sentinels.
And we're going again in 30 seconds. That was a really cool play. So that's the type of threat that Kai'Sa can have on Ezreal at any stage in the game. Someone just lands the CC to apply the first Kai'Sa mark, and then Rahel's going to be able to fly in and finish off the execution. But what I was really impressed with was Team Liquid's confidence to re-engage, because usually if your AD carry gets one shot, you think maybe the game's over, but they burned so much just to get Yon. They said Morgan at level 16 with Renekton and me with my Conqueror, not First Strike Jarvan, are still going to be able to win this fight later. And they're going to get the Drake out of it too, with the redeploy by Sentinels just being towards waves.
Yeah, Team Liquid secure this one for themselves. There's no Baron on the other side of the map to worry about Sentinels taking. So finally, 28, nearly 29 minutes into the game, it is soul point status for TL. Darkwings' Sundisk is decaying down here in the bottom lane. Jose Diodo going to jump in, try to put some pressure onto the Emperor. Core and Yon moving in to try to help Jose here. The tether will lock up Darkwing, but they need to have the extra damage on top, and Jose Diodo guarantees it. Another individual mistake on the Sentinels side, being in a position that could be punished, is going to open up yet another Team Liquid avenue to find more afterwards. This is a 45-second death timer on your late game Azir. This is pressure onto the tier 3 turret coming out from Team Liquid as Impact moves in to try to stop the push. Morgan is maintaining a split push threat over in the mid lane, but now he's going to get jumped on. Hambach and Rahel immediately pull both triggers on the ultimates and take out the enemy top laner. Problem is, now those tools are no longer available, and Team Liquid is already in your base. Sentinels are thinking about, how are we going to make this play? How do we try to wrap around and punish? But it's still a 4v4 because you've still got Darkwings dead. Now, once Darkwings respawns, he has TP. We'll see if they can use that.
I'll give you a second to take a breath, because this game's not slowing down. Hambach is on the flank, and they will have a numbers advantage before Team Liquid can get out.
He's Pop Blossom. Keep your eyes on it. Quid's going to be tagged, but nobody else is caught. He goes for some burst. Impact wants to lock up the rest of the team. Hambach trying to put the Vault Breaker into Quid, and they've got the kill in the mid laner. Nicely picked up there on the side of Sentinels to get Quid and Core JJ together. Yon and Jose Diodo trying to make sure they can both escape. It's the buddy system. Don't go nowhere without your buddy. Sentinels wanting to get something back on this one. Tier 1 turret. Now the focus of their aggression. They will take the gold lead back with this, but critically, Baron is still 2 minutes away, so there won't be a major reward for the picks.
Absolutely insane game we have here. This is the stage equivalent of that 80 kill scrim game. The hex gates are open, the tempo's out of control. It looks like Team Liquid just never wants to stop, like they're just going forward at every single moment, and it's leading to some big plays and some misplays. On one hand, they got the pick onto Darkwings at the beginning. On the other hand, once Renekton died in mid lane, they probably shouldn't have pushed all the way through for that inhibitor, because there was going to be no way out after the fact. And you can see there who he gets the original engage. He does end up falling, but the overall counterpunch was still there in a big way for Sentinels.
All right, we find ourselves once more at the Baron Pit part of the map. 60 seconds until it spawns means now is the time to fight for vision and positioning around that objective. Team Liquid moving into the enemy jungle, and if you're Sentinels, particularly if you're Hambach, you've got to be aware of what happened last time. Team Liquid vision in the Sentinels jungle is what led to the previous Baron, so Sentinels must be very mindful as they move back into what should be their territory, retake these brushes, sweep out these wards, and be prepared to fight for a Baron, because the gold lead, Jet, really isn't that big. It's 3 dragons to 2. This can very easily go either way based on positioning and execution.
Yeah, where does the Shockwave land? Death cap on the Oriana, big one-shot potential. There are 2 stopwatches available, soon to be 3 if Huhi gets a little bit more gold, which is just a huge number of ways to dodge the Shockwave for Sentinels. So I'd like their chances here, as long as they don't get picked off, especially with Rahel's gold lead being 3,000 gold up against his counterpart Yon, not to mention Impact with his ever-increasing health bar. Looks like he got about 6,000 health at this point.
1,336 HP from Soul Furnace. Woo. That's a lot of health.
And it's not like Ezreal, Ori, Jarvan, Renekton is good at shredding it, right? There's no,
you said it back in draft. Yeah, man, when we have Oriana, Ezreal, it can be a little bit hard to chew through a late-game Scion. But now Baron's health bar down to below 10,000. Team Liquid doing very slow DPS, though, as Huhi is a Riverside minion trying to find his way around from behind the fight. Hambach wants to lead the charge. Shockwave right back onto the enemy jungler, as both will be knocked down into the Guardian Angels now. Morgan not finding an entry point into the fight as Yon dies. Hambach's ready there to take the kill. Jose Otto re-enters, and Darkwings is dealt with. Jose over the wall, but Rahel's ready to follow him as Team Liquid continue fighting here in a 3v4. Morgan goes back over the wall. Rahel under pressure. They need to try to kill the Kai'Sa, but they can't find the damage. Core JJ going to be your target here next. Double kill into Acacia and Rain, and Quid is down. Triple kill Rahel, and Sentinels, when it matters most, out team fight Team Liquid.
Absolutely insane play there by Rahel, but it all started with a suicidal-looking Vi engage. He knew what he needed to do. His job was to set up the Kai'Sa. He cues in over the wall and just sends it onto Yon. The rest of the team flies in, and watch Rahel in this fight. After getting ulted by Jarvan, ults over the wall, in range to hit Yon, but range of safety. Plus he has the stopwatch in this fight, which he holds for the perfect moment. So he flashes over for Jose. The last-ditch effort here by Quid and Morgan is to try and one-shot him. No, the Oriana ball is not going to do it because of that stopwatch. He can finish off even more kills. They get the Baron. They also get another Drake to deny Soul, and this is an absolute banger.
Somebody get my man Golden Glue some water. His face is looking red. He has to be just losing his mind right now at his team pulling off that play. They get the Drake right after, so no Soul for TL yet again. Sentinels equalizing that at 3-3. The next one has to be a Soul one way or the other, but Sentinels is now 4,000 gold ahead. Hambach with the hero moment, man. I criticized him very heavily earlier for getting caught in what gave away the first Baron, but he is absolutely the reason that they got this second one here. So redemption for the Sentinels jungler around the Baron pit. The gold is essentially dead even all over the place, not even 1,000 in any individual role, except with one very big exception, the bottom lane. 5,000 individual gold lead for Rahel on the Kai'Sa, nearly full build. You can see the itemization here in his inventory. Nashor's, Ginsu's, Dusk Dawn, critically the Zonias as well for the aggro drop alongside the Kraken Slayer, and now with the needlessly large rod in inventory, once that evolves into a fully completed item, he's done. 7-item ADC.
What an absurd power spike you have on every stage of this Kai'Sa build. Every single item seems to give him a new awesome power. It's a Kai'Sa comp. When he's this fed, it's really, really nice to play. It's the funny thing with Rahel, this was true even last year on DSG, like when he gets a lead, he's very good at carrying. It's just really hard to get him gold because their laning is not that dominant. So the fact that they were able to win so many skirmishes is really setting him up for a lot of success.
I mean, it's kind of what you said back at the beginning of the game, right? Like Team Liquid, they were playing super aggro. They were setting the tempo to the game to high. However, that led to some good things and some bad, even though they had those massive CS leads in top lane, mid lane, bottom lane, everywhere. The kills that Sentinels got kept the game close enough for Rahel to start hitting back, for Darkwings to start hitting back. We have 3 minutes until what finally, after 36 minutes of gameplay, 39 once we get there, must be a Dragon Soul.
Yes, it will be a Dragon Soul, assuming someone hits the Drake. And also, what a vintage Impact game. 29 kills, none of the deaths have been Impact. 1-0-11, an absolute brick wall, level 20 Scion in this game.
This guy is crazy. You give him the right rune and look what he can do. Impact is one of the most veteran players in Pro League of Legends worldwide for a reason. The guy is an absolute beast, man. All right, Sentinels with control over the map. They're trying to make sure that now Team Liquid are the ones who feel the pressure. They're the ones who feel suffocated inside their own base. Morgan is trying to defend the top lane, everybody else defending the mid lane. Then it looks like Sentinels will just be happy taking control with Vision for now. It doesn't look like they'll be able to push much further as the Baron has expired. So that just means it's a 2-minute countdown, my friend. It's time for a soul.
Death cap on the Kai'Sa as well. So he is 1.5 full items ahead of Yon's Ezreal. It's just, it's a full 7-item Kai'Sa, lethal tempo, AP hybrid super Kai'Sa. Will just one-shot the world, assuming he doesn't get one-shot himself.
Observers, if we can, could you pull up the tooltip for Kai'Sa's passive specifically?
1 AP.
Right now, so the viewers can see how much damage the passive will do. Okay, so this is Plasma, dealing 48% missing health magic damage on a single Plasma proc. I knew it was going to be high. I didn't know it was going to be 48% of your missing health.
And he does that in like half a second once he's autoing you, too.
Yeah. So if you're at half health, the bonus damage from the Plasma proc, without even considering anything else of his on-hits or any of that, will take away one of the 2 remaining quarters of your health.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Well, it is a 7-item marksman, so at this point, if he's not doing damage, something is broken. But that damage seems like it might be a little bit high. Ops crew, thank you very much. Love you guys. And now we want to see if Sentinels can close this one out. I feel like for many situations, if you play this next situation 10 times, a lot of those times, this is the game ender.
I agree, and this could also be the series ender. Like, we're talking them up in a big way, but if Rahel mispositions or Team Liquid win this in a weird way, the game's late enough with no turrets on the bottom side that they could run and end the series. It's likely we see a game 3, but Sentinels need to close the deal here. They've done such a good job fighting their way back in this game. They've hit the 7-item power spike. It's time to get this soul and convert the advantage.
Whenever we get into these late game moments, I always want to count who has the 1 fight, 1 game items. Guardian Angel on both junglers, Zhonya's on both mid laners, but then critically, you've got Zhonya's on both bottom laners for the side of Sentinels as well. The only person without a no you can't kill me item on Sentinels is the 7,000 HP Scion.
So I think he's a no, he doesn't need the item. It's also the protoplasm harness, kind of. Like when you have
it's not to the same degree, but it's really, it is still good.
It's insane. They just get the soul for free. So we could still be in this for a little while longer with Baron up. They're just going to collect the buffs that are available on the map. And you can see right now Jose he's trying to make a funny play happen. While they were doing Drake, he snuck his way in, and he's really just hoping that they do something silly and they can make something happen.
But again, when it's 3 Zhonya's Hourglasses and a Guardian Angel and a guy that has 8,000 health, who actually cares about walking into a lone Jarvan at 40 minutes into the game?
There's nobody that's instantly burstable unless they are like not looking at their screen and they get hit by a shockwave, because they can always press the stopwatch on the Oriana ultimate. They have better poke, they have better DPS. They just need to make sure they're playing as a unit. And they found him, actually.
Jungle battle. Okay, never mind. It's not a jungle battle. It's an EQ to get away. Core JJ just took a massive thunderbolt of damage, because also all the Void Seekers from Rahel now have the Hex Soul Lightning Bolt Chain Lightning Slow attached to them. So, yeah, those Void Seekers, I feel like the Void Seeker with the Hex Soul proccing on it and everything probably does more damage than Ezreal ulti does.
Yeah, I want to see Rahel's damage at the end of this game, if the Lounge is listening.
I really want one of those to hit, just so I can see the chunk of damage. All right, let's go ahead and begin the Baron. It's Hambach and Rahel. That's DPS from just the 3 of them. Like, this thing is shredding. Team Liquid, if they want to try to challenge this, they're going to have to go yesterday. Nope, Hambach's already got it secured. It's back to the middle of everybody. Hoo-hee! With the pop blossom onto the back line, already ready to take you on out of the picture. Core JJ's your target as Jose Dioto has to retreat. Rahel's going legendary. Now he's going golden. He's putting the pressure onto everybody on Team Liquid, and Yon's going to be killed off next. True Shot Barrage won't matter worth a damn. Quid's running towards the wrong side of the jungle. Jose Dioto's trying to cut waves, and Sentinels fought it exactly how they needed to.
They are farming Team Liquid right now. They might not have the minions in the right spot to be able to
end. They got 1 wave, that's all you need.
I think it's far enough along. Jose tried to cut the wave, couldn't completely do it. They probably end on this push.
Yeah, they've got a cannon minion. They've got Baron. Quid's going to try to stop these, and as soon as he steps up, you just instantly kill him. The damage onto the turrets from Azir and Kai'Sa at this part of the game is so massive.
Yeah.
They're just going to crumble in an instant. Impact makes his way forward as well. I can barely count the notches on the health bar anymore on this guy. As Sentinels continues their push towards the Nexus turrets, 15 seconds on Yon and Morgan for the Team Liquid side. Darkwings and Rahel stepping up to do the DPS. Rahel flies into the back line looking for the killer instinct, but nobody's dead here. Just yet, he one-shot him! Rahel gets the one-shot at a core. JJ Hombach following up towards Quid. As Sentinels is honestly taking a little bit too long to do this. Darkwings getting targeted by Morgan. True shot barrage over the top. Darkwings is slowed. Morgan with a 1,000 gold shutdown. There's no way, right? There's no way, right? There's no way, right? Hombach and Impact are alive, but a TP's coming into the bottom lane now.
Rahel got one shot by Quid trying to style with a late game ultimate. I think the Baron buff and the Scion is enough to stop it, but this wave is pretty deep, and there are super minions for Team Liquid. It would be a 3v2, but this is the last-ditch effort. It's just a Scion and a Vi.
Yeah, they're full Syndicate, all ready for the Team Liquid side. They already committed both teleports. They've already got Yon here. Hombach and Impact trying to hold the line. Yon's gonna make sure he hits every single bit of his DPS, but Morgan's about to die. He dies before he can get away. Quid and Yon trying to keep the pressure going. Impact at half HP, and Team Liquid recognizes, despite their teleports, despite Rahel going in too deep, this will not be the end of the game. The Elder spawns in less than 2 minutes.
Morgan is having a rough go. Just about 3 seconds ahead of the play there, gets CC chained under the turret. I do think it was overly ambitious for them to try for that end anyway. Again, like Scion does actually do a little bit of damage this late into the game, but my God, it as you said, there's no way, right, that doesn't end. But when Rahel flies in without his stopwatch, doesn't get a clean one-shot onto Quid, it did give that small glimmer for Team Liquid on their way back, and it mainly just confirms that we're going to be going to an Elder, which now, like, so the fact that Rahel's been on 7 items for like 6 minutes, he's getting weaker the later this game goes, and Yon is now close to the 7 items as well. He's got the Endless Hunger on the Ezreal. We're very close to getting a max item Oriana as well, so it's likely not to cost them the game, but it may have cost him the game there to not cleanly just hit the turrets and end.
This is wild. 44 minutes on the clock. 7 elemental drakes claimed, the largest number that can possibly spawn. Now we're finally getting our Elder. 45 seconds from now, Hombach steals away the enemy red buff as the rest of his team steps forward to keep Team Liquid guessing. Only inhibitors down in the game. Bottom inhibitor gone for Sentinels, mid inhibitor gone for Team Liquid. So it's not like either side is also completely confined into their base either. And both of these inhibitors are in lanes adjacent to the Elder Dragon pit. So it's not like either side is even getting dragged far away towards the other side of the map to deal with the supers.
I still think it's going to be really difficult for Team Liquid to make this approach. The poke from the Kai'Sa is so enormous. Someone's going to get chunked trying to retake this space. Not to mention, Impact just stands there, and you can't really poke him with how big his W shield is. So Team Liquid just trying to go through mid, and Elder is up. So the instant Rahel starts hitting it, it's going to die in like 5 seconds.
Let's see how much damage they do to it. Acathian Rain. Yeah, it honestly looks like
already 10,000 damage.
Kai'Sa's dancing with how fast she shoots. This has got to be a new feature for the KDA skin, as now immediately they try to go in. Darkwing's going to be your target. Yon's already killed him, but the Elder Drake has been claimed by the side of Sentinels. Hombach going into the back line, looking to try to find himself a target. Rahel flies in with a killer instinct, and there's your executions. Sentinels finally finds it, the triple, the quadra kill for Rahel. They might have lost Darkwings there at the very beginning, but the Elder buff ends games for a reason. It was a long, bloody battle, my friend, but Sentinels are not gonna go quietly here in this best of 3. They bounce back in game number 2. They do it with the massive Kai'Sa performance from Rahel. This dude is my player of the game, no question.
Captain Flowers, 17 kill Kai'Sa game. My player of the game as well. Chat, let me know what you think in Lounge. Let's hear your vote as we're going to a game 3.
We got game 3. That was an incredible carry from Rahel. The Kai'Sa Vi combo. Beautiful to watch.
I feel like they're always trying to game, not that we also didn't vote Rahel, but I feel like they're always trying to game the system as we look through this final fight. A really nice Rahel moment, but also a good exercise. And even though Dark Wings goes down pretty immediately, Impact is such a beefy frontliner for this team. And then this play from Rahel is just sick.
Literally just the idea of having to walk past the wall of Impact and Nico, just stopping you at all points. So I thought we were getting something.
What? Okay. What?
Added a little bit of extra, but no, I got the.
Get out of here.
I got the Impact is a brick. He is a brick wall. That's supposed to be him.
That's beautiful.
Is that how many stacks you got?
I had initial engager, usually Huhi or Hanbok dies, until they don't. Until they don't. By the end, they weren't dying. But then Sen wins because there were so many fights where it felt like they were making space and then Impact was just such a beefy wall, as Raz already pointed out.
And we saw echoes of the previous Sentinels where they go for these aggressive early game plays and they don't have that same synergy, that same execution, but they cleaned it up later on. Like the first 2 Hui engages, I was like, ooh, that's not great. But then it started to come online for
And a lot of it, I mean, you think about the draft and what it's trying to encapsulate for the team. The one thing we were first saying was like, ooh, they're just going to get pushed in on every lane. And that's true. But if you get to this kind of gameplay where you're getting pretty late, you have Sion, Kai'Sa Nico with an Azir, scaling is absolutely in your favor. And with how Renekton was playing out the mid game, getting picked out constantly, it was looking tough from Team Liquid from that point on.
Yeah, but I also thought it started early, right? And we will start with Impact because as they were joking on cast, he has the right runes. Morgan absolutely oversteps here, and Impact gets his 3rd solo kill of the split already, which eclipses all of his solo kills for last split, right? And this is not the first overreach Morgan is going to have in this game, but it does set Impact into an even better spot than he was earlier. This was followed up by a play on the bot side with Hanbok. It was followed up by a play in the mid lane right after this. And I did think Sentinels were just constantly looking for these plays early on, similar to a few things we saw from them in the last game, but they ended up working out a lot better this time around.
Yeah, I don't know what's about to happen here. Jat has a microphone.
Do you have the damage?
I asked for production, but they just usually ignore my requests.
Yeah, we don't know.
We asked for it.
That was insane.
That was a lot of damage,
For us, it was going to be between Impact and Rahel, but Rahel was just too strong that game.
If you get 17 kills, did you voted Rahel?
We all voted Rahel. We voting blocked Rahel.
Yeah. Good call.
Thank you, Jen. The sideline interview.
He's just checking in on us. He's checking just making sure. And you know what? Since we already talked about the early game, I'm going to make sure on one additional Impact in the mid game. Because yes, the game got wacky. And yes, Team Liquid would have won pretty much anyways, and you see Impact in the performance that he's had overall, just glazing him a little bit. But let's talk about this gameplay here, because I want to talk about 22 minutes into the game where Sentinels basically have a good position on Drake, an objective. Now, the biggest concern is who's porting in? It's this brick. He just loses his shield, by the way. He just loses his shield.
That ain't a sign, that's a wall.
Yeah, and he just walks around. So I wanted to follow one thing, and it was going to be the flank from Morgan. Morgan wraps around here just to see if he can basically find a good angle. Now, that being said, Huhi chunks him just a little bit. You can pause just a little bit here, and you can see what I think is a great angle from Impact. Impact is zoning 3-4 people. If they were to walk past, he's going to make it as hard as possible for Quid and Yon to basically enter this fight. So, as we play it through, what we end up seeing is Impact saying, nah, buddy, I'm right here alongside Huhi. Morgan starts walking up to see if he can impact this fight. But if we just do a quick freeze frame here, Morgan, you're alone.
Yeah.
You're completely alone here while Impact is zoning 3 people. So you see a pretty strong fight in which Impact recognizes his role. Renekton really can't do much here. And so I think this is a significantly better Dragon focus and play from Sentinels in the mid game. Messy going forward, but in that moment in time, it was great.
It did get a little messy, but I did like these windows of improvement, right? Because we were talking about how Sentinels, it's not the roster, it's can they bring all of their engages together. I thought Impact's frontlining was great in this. I did it as a joke about the initial engager of Huhi or Hambak dying, but I did think they were doing their part in those roles, really setting up, always looking for these gigantic pop blossoms or these Vi engages, that this time, as you already pointed out, the rest of the team was understanding their roles a little bit more.
Yeah. On the other side, I do want to give credit. Team Liquid.
Who do you think is Pog?
We're asking Huhi.
Who's player of the game?
You?
Hambak, he could be Hambak.
Well, let's see. What do we think about
Rahel? You're right.
Rahel?
Yes.
Okay, he finally switched to Rahel. Let's take a look at our player of the game because we did vote, and it is Rahel. 17, 3, and 9. And look at the damage per minute.
Insane.
1,300?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Him and Impact had a ridiculous game. So now we're going to game 3. Impact can definitely make a case. Oh, look, 44%!
44%. Rahel's up there also, so it's actually very close. And these were the two names. I know that like the two of you initially were thinking Impact. I was like Rahel, and then later on, Rez, you were able to join me on the Rahel train.
Well, you can definitely make a case for both. That's why I was still kind of looking back on Impact, because he definitely created as much space as possible. If you think about who had the biggest impact on winning in this game, I think it was probably Impact. It was hard to say between the two players.
Well, TL selects first pick. Sentinels select blue side. And a reminder that winner here locks in a bracket stage for the LCS lock-in tournament. We're going to throw it to a short break before we're back with game number 3.
이즈 바로 기시작 제이포 인스로 너 제이포 펄스 인스로 제이포 지다 오케이 야 아니 마크 렉터 거다시 이제 다 렉터 스로 잘반 암태기 제이포 플래시 안 먹게 슬롤리 가운데 나 이거 랭터 볼게 랭터 플래시 or no flash 오리 바로 오케이 나이스 베런 랭터 잘했는데
Triple kill Rahel and Sentinels when it matters most. Out team fight Team Liquid.
I'm Impact. I'm playing the Sentinel right now, top lane. My pro tip is like, I think this meta should be top lane have to be strong. So I will give tip about basic champion, Nocturne, like combo. Like, so normally when Nocturne have 50 range with R,
you can use only one lazy skill, but you can cancel motion, the WRQ, same time. You can cancel your W motion. Also, you can using lazy Q. So with 50 lazy, you can use W power, power W, and power Q, like W ulti Q, like this. Yeah, that's my pro tip.
Some snappy moves there from Impact. Maybe.
Young as ever.
Maybe Morgan needs to watch the video. Last game, the Renekton, not quite where they wanted that one to be. But the last game was a bloody one. Man, we went for over 45 minutes of gameplay. Rahel alone on the hyper carry Kai'Sa having, what, like 17 kills by the end of it. 7 elemental Drakes claimed between the teams. 3 Barons, maybe 4. I'm kind of losing track of all of the different super buffs at this point. The Elder Dragon obviously being the game ender it was supposed to be. And Sentinels striking back in a game 2 after game 1 was lost from draft because of the Guardian Aatrox situation. So now we've had the game 1 that was extremely Team Liquid one-sided. We had the absolute bloodbath game 2 that Sentinels was disadvantaged at the start for and fought their way back. Game number 3 for automatic progression forward into the bracket stage starts now. Team Liquid with first pick choice. Sentinels opting then to go onto the blue side. Aurora banned out by Sen as the Syndra and Cassante are banned out by Team Liquid. The Cassante staying away from Impact for all 3 games in this series.
Yep, Team Liquid does not want to let him have a chance on that. Also, Scion is banned because we are in Fearless, so we're still down 20 champions from Fearless going into this next game. I feel like Team Liquid also will feel like they let game 2 slip through their fingertips. There were moments in the early game where it looked like they were going for like a 20-minute speed run because they were winning every lane by 10 to 30 CS. They were attempting turret dives, jungle invades, but they just made too many slip-ups, and then Sentinels just got a lot of gold, and the game became that fiesta. So Sentinel's going to try and build off of that. I do wonder if Team Liquid stays as aggressive as they have been in draft with picking kind of 3 winning lanes and just hoping to steamroll you, or do they say, guys, take a deep breath. Let's just make sure we have scaling in case this game goes late.
I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but I honestly kind of love the just full YOLO gameplay at the very start of a season, like pre-first stand era. Yeah. I want to see teams do the, I wonder if I run hard enough at this wall, the wall will break before my head does. That's kind of what I want to see you test with your coordination, your aggro, like you're saying. Obviously, the the takeaway that I want Team Liquid to have from the last game is last game was too much of it because you ended up giving away some free kills. You ended up having a lot of errors, but I do want to see them stay aggressive, stay creative as the Trundle, Sylas, Nocturne all banned away here too. Team Liquid is going to grab themselves the Rumble first up, and the response from Sentinels, they will get the Xin Zhao for Hambach, and Ornn is the answer into Rumble.
Yeah, and they set that up big with the Sylas and the Trundle bans. So the Ornn is in a safe spot in this game, definitely wanting Impact to be able to just play good tank engage.
Well, the other thing, there is still a couple champions left to control Ornn. Windwall and Unbreakable from Yasuo and Braum, respectively, are also both very good against Ornn. Yasuo, I feel like you've got to see more of the draft to be able to pick him
Yasuo, though.
Comfortably,
He loves
confidently.
It.
Braum is one, though, that sometimes you will see teams go for after some of the enchanters are out of the pool. It's Yunara locked in for Team Liquid. Do they want to go ahead and draft the support for that already, or maybe not? Maybe we get something else. Maybe we're looking at the jungle. You can see Quid jumping through a lot of these. Some of them in particular seem very exciting, but not very likely. And we're going to get Jose Dioto on one of his iconic picks, the Lee Sin.
Okay, that's definitely confidence in outplaying. I do not think Lee Sin is strong in the current scaling meta, but if you pull it off perfectly, you can still run over a game. You can dodge around the Ornn ultimates, but in a straight-up duel and a lot of skirmishes, that Xin is going to be stronger. So big confidence play. It could also set up a Yasuo in the 4-5, because Lee Sin kicking a Yasuo ultimate is still a spicy kill combo. And Yod is laughing. Something's going on here in the draft for Team Liquid. They're cooking something up.
I hope it's something wild. I really sincerely do. We've got Corki picked up for Sentinels, for Rahel there in the bottom lane. Obviously, it will be hard for him to have as monster of a performance in any game as he did in game number 2 with that hyper carry Kai'Sa, but we know that Corki can do plenty of damage if he's not kept behind early. I do want to see how aggressive Yon and Core JJ will keep playing here in game 3.
I'm just so locked in on what Quid is going to play. It's probably, could be something completely boring, but he loves Yasuo. He plays so much of it in solo queue. Probably one of his most played champions of all time.
They've got Rumble in top lane for AP threat.
And it's I don't think it's good either, but it just it might work.
But it's cool.
It's cool, and that's kind of Team Liquid style. It's a weird thing though, to bring back your earlier point of you do want to have the team that just goes all out, early game, flips things, plays aggressive. But what happens in League of Legends so much with these formats and how quickly you can react to performance, like if they drop this game, then they could be put in a situation that they're in a best of one to make top 6 versus being eliminated and have 2 months off.
Right. The 2 months is crazy.
I agree. Like, I actually do fully buy into let's play the early game stuff because that's also a good way to beat teams internationally. And you need to practice that in your own domestic region. But if you just make that few mistakes early because you are playing a coin flippy style, you can really, really get punished.
It's the difference between running it down full fiesta every game, but then on the opposite end of the spectrum, old school TSM fans, just cover your ears for the next 10 seconds. The old TSM where they would run the league domestically all year long, go to internationals, do nothing and lose, right? You've got to be able to play your lanes in a way where you're going to dominate from the early stages of the game. But lots of support bands here in our second half of the draft. It's the Bard, the Poppy, the Lulu, and the Nautilus all band away as we're seeing the Rakan hovered here for Sentinels. That is a traditionally weaker laner with some very powerful scaling in his presence in the team fights. Now you've got Ornn alongside Rakan for massive engage on Sen.
And a lot of enchanters are gone. Remember, Nami and Karma are both already dropped from the first 2 games of Fearless. Nautilus ban, Leona, Alistar would be the engage supports. And they just go for engage, so they take Alistar.
We still don't know what Quid is going to be. You know who Alistar also loves having
Victor.
on his team? Oh!
Yeah, I know.
That is the opposite of Yasuo.
It is.
Okay.
Quid's a pretty good Victor.
Yeah, I know, but after I saw the Alistar too, which is another great wind buddy.
Well, I think actually, if it didn't have to be blind picked, there's a higher chance. But the fact that it's a full blind pick, I don't think you just slam Yasuo like that.
I mean, that's the confidence play. That's the aggressive play. But yeah, we won't be getting that one here this time around. We'll be the victor.
Ooh.
So we've got 2 very powerful, high damage AP solo laners on the Team Liquid side, which I think makes you feel a little bit better about having the Lee Sin in the jungle, because now you always have the differentiated damage types if he's going to gank for either one of those. You've got Yunara and Alistar in the bottom lane. Alistar's also another one of those supports. You've got a lot of playmaking and engage potential, but your lane is kind of crap compared to a lot of other supports. But if both supports are bad at laning, nobody's actually bad in the lane.
Yeah.
Because it's all equalized.
Yeah. Alistar, Rakan is a flip. You don't really want to play Braum into Rakan because Rakan just flies all around you. So makes sense how Sentinels comboed out the rest of their team composition. I'm a little surprised that they didn't actually go with the Hui and instead go for the Galio. Darkwings will need to survive in this lane. If he does get a little bit ahead, he can itemize really well for the solo lanes because he can stack a bit of MR against the Rumble Victor. But late game against the Yunara, where I feel like most win conditions for Sentinels are going to be late game, I don't necessarily think they outscale in this situation.
So the thing that I'm also thinking about is, from what you said all the way back in like game 1, when we had the Talia and we had the Pantheon, and you were talking about, yeah, these champions with these globals or semi-globals like those, or like a Galio was another one you mentioned, they want something like the Aatrox that unfortunately had the wrong rune to play through in the side lane, right? If the mid laner is Robin, you need to have a Batman champion somewhere in the side lanes for Robin to show up and help, because the comics aren't about him. And when you look at the rest of the composition around the Galio, you're looking at an Ornn in the top lane. Ornn is not going to be your hyper carry. You're looking at Xin Zhao in the jungle. Unless Xin Zhao starts off 8-0, which I don't think is very likely to happen in pro play, he's not going to be your hyper carry either.
For sure. I would say that the only team I've ever seen consistently win with solo lanes like Galio Ornn is like 2018 RNG with Uzi. Because they would just give him 100 more CS than everyone else, and he would just power farm. And they were the only team. If you go back and look at some of those team compositions, man, they are so not modern League of Legends.
No.
They would run like this with Skarner in the jungle. It was literally like triple AP topside garbage that you could never get away with in today's game. No, man. Those you're not allowed to pick triple AP or triple AD in your topside in modern League of Legends because teams will just run you. But RNG won MSI doing it. Sorry for the old tangent. Team Liquid trying to get aggressive in lane, burning barrier for an early trade.
Yeah, and now there's the heal burned in response for that trade just to try to keep the health bars nice and high. Jan and Core have been playing both of the previous game's lanes as if the enemy jungler does not exist. You just shove up, you don't care, you keep trading aggressively. It doesn't matter if we have Alistar, you have Rakan, and we are going to shoot you for it. Jan and Core now backing off a little bit further.
Well, they don't have barrier or heal, or health potions. So I think they actually went a little bit too hard here. He's got to reset.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Jan is going to go ahead and step back now. Rahel and Huhi, hey, this is a better lane state than they've had at 2 minutes in either of the previous games.
It is. They fought back. And the wave is also pushing against them. So Jan, he did actually have to reset there because the lane was in a bad state. So they took a bad trade. Rahel Huhi with a nice early advantage. That's going to pay itself forward. But I will also say, like, Team Liquid's jungle is pathing away from them. Even more reason Jan had to reset. They're going to have to expose themselves to break this freeze.
Jose Dioto's Lee Sin, another point that we talked about in the draft that you brought up. Like, you've got to be confident if you're picking this into the Xin Zhao from Hambach. See if he can manage to find pressure, find opportunities and avenues for ganks up against this champion that will likely outduel him. As Darkwings is, you're a melee champion versus a range champion in the first couple of levels. You're going to get traded on pretty heavily, so he'll just go ahead, back away right now. Generally, when I look at these early, like, range versus melee matchups, I always track, can you hold it together well enough to have your first buy be what you want it to be versus getting chunked out in a bad spot and you go back and you buy some junk like a ruby crystal, right?
Yeah, where's the Spectre's cow is what Galio is going to be trying to rush towards. Taking a decent chunk. I'm really surprised that Hambach didn't go for bot crab. So Jose's going to double crab him. Blabber would be, he'd be typing GG to his team at this moment. Just a free double crab angle, despite Jan being level 2 for most of this. I'm very confused about that, but he'll be back on the map to clean up grubs, or to get his grump.
Lee Sin pick, stays winning.
Yeah.
Double crab, only game so far where we got the double crab early on. Hambach thinking about maybe this top lane. Ganking for a champion like Ornn, even though Ornn doesn't have a ton of damage himself, he does have a deceptive amount of damage for a tank champion, but the setup that this guy can provide is so nice, especially with a great early ganker like Xin Zhao. I do want to see if they can punish Morgan if he gets too aggressive on this Rumble. We have seen Morgan play aggressively so far in this series. Last game in particular had a bunch of aggressive moments, some of which were far too aggressive.
Yes.
Right? So I feel like this is a guy who you can say from what you saw in the first 2 games, yes, here's an opportunity where we have, this guy is going to push too far up, he's going to play too aggressively, and that's where we can get our early leads.
Potentially, once Impact hits level 6, they could definitely send something up to the top lane, assuming the rest of the game is in a good state, which it does. I mean, this is not a explosive early game by Team Liquid by any means. Oftentimes, the explosive early game comes through the bottom lane. And for the first game of the 3, Rahel and Huhi won the early duel and took their own advantage in the bottom lane. So Impact already building up to a lot of MR on the Ornn. So he's gotten through a lot of the early laning phase. Down about 10 CS, which is not bad in the early lane from Rumble versus Ornn.
Exactly. Going up against Rumble, most champions just kind of know that they're going to lose in terms of the early farm. Morgan, yeah, he walks up, he takes a turret. Jose Dioto is shadowing him, though, because they know that they don't want Morgan to end up getting punished right here. So the wave crashes in. Morgan's going to take his recall, should have whatever buy he wants right now, as Impact does purchase the rejuvenation beads. And considering Jose Dioto was up on that top side of the map, Hambach is down here near bottom lane. They've got the push. They've got the control through Rahel and Huhi, like you already mentioned. So Hambach will take a very early first Drake. Early mountain Drake. Nice.
Yeah, start the clock. That's 5 minutes, 36 seconds. I talked earlier in the series about how Sentinels fixed their game last week by just playing Drake. So they got Dragon Soul in both of their wins last week. Technically today, they also got their win from Dragon Soul, even though it was a 7 Drake Soul in that game.
Yeah.
This team does need to have the stacking objectives to win so far. They don't necessarily play on the same page a lot of the time. So a way to bring everyone onto the same page is just start Drake stacking early and fight around objectives.
And I feel like this kind of ties in with something you brought up in the previous game. Hold on, we'll talk about that in just a moment, because Sentinels may find themselves
Crab is the objective.
On the receiving end of a pincer attack. Hambach eats the resonating strike there from Jose Diodo. Now he's got to be a little bit careful, does get knocked back, but the entrance from Dark Wings is heroic indeed. It's first blood over to Sentinels. Hambach might just die here, but CoreJJ should get picked up. Rahel chasing after him in the flash for the auto attack. Who he's staying alive for now, but the death ray picks him up. It's a 2-for-2 trade in the bot side river.
And not only that, both kills go to both carries on both teams, so a really even fight there. As normally it's Crab into Drake, this time it's Drake into Crab, and the Crab is the one that ends up seeing the fight. So both junglers level 5 at the start of this one. Jose does win the smite and get a kick on a Hambach, but it's at the expense of getting eaten by the Galio ultimate. So it continues.
Rahel and Jan also continue, both down to 100 HP during the replay.
They're playing barrier chicken as well, so both of them aren't in immediate risk of death.
Ooh, nice knock up.
Still playing barrier chicken. Insane.
Yeah. There's a quick heal from the Gleaming Quill. Huhi keeping Rahel healthy. As soon as Sonic Wave from Jose does not hit, they know that there's no more chance to try to go for a cheeky move there. Jose Diodo, without the Dragon's Rage, won't just be able to immediately take the Q into the R for the instant kill on the Corki. And so you're going to see Rahel go for his recall. He will achieve that slightly before Jan does, but they are both going back around the same time.
Yeah, I feel like Jan was sitting on that Tripletronic Elixir the whole time. I wonder if he popped that, if he could have actually won, or at least gotten the barrier. We'll still have that for a later fight whenever he wants it, but I love the spice. I mean, I do really think this game is going to come down to some combination of which AD can carry harder.
Okay.
It's not necessarily like a Kaisa comp like we had last time, but just looking at the top side for Sentinels, Ornn, Galio's in, you really need Rahel to do damage. But then likewise, with the Rumble Victor, into the 2 tanks that are all going to be itemizing MR because that's in side lanes, you need a really fed Yunara to cut through that. So we're going to wait until 3 or 4 items on these AD carries to really start seeing fights have big consequence.
A tale of 2 carries here in game number 3. 2 minutes left on the clock until the next Drake spawns. The Void Grubs have made their way into the top side river. Nobody moving there just yet. It is Morgan with control over top lane, nearly claiming the second plate there as he crashes another wave into the turret. As CoreJJ is forced to use the Unbreakable Will, finds Huhi and Rahel both waiting inside the Tri-Brush, considering that means that there's no ultimate on the Alistar. It's far harder for him to get involved in anything much bigger than a 2v2.
Yeah, Jan does have ultimate though. Big power spike if he decides to press that one. So Sentinels pushing bot lane, getting pushed in the top lane, but it's a lot of just minion trading when we consider what's actually happening in the lanes, unless Hambach can make a dive happen. They're gonna get the notification of the grubs soon.
Yep, okay, so Void Grub's secured. Jose Diodo's got that one. Hambach knows there's no ultimate here on the Alistar. Dark Wings is also following up behind to guarantee they're able to take this. CoreJJ drops, and now the target might just be Jan here with a follow-up. Hambach's going forward. Arcane Storm is used, but it won't matter. It looks like Team Liquid were ready for Hambach to show up because they send Jan back. CoreJJ is the sacrificial lamb, but Jan hanging around there just a little bit too long, right as Dark Wings walks up and says, "Sup, dude?" That is not what they were expecting, clearly, because they end up losing 2.
Yeah, Jose thought he was getting some cheeky grubs, but not being around to cover could have big implications on the rest of this game. Look at that CS gap in the bot lane now, 92 to 66. When's the last time you saw Jan on that low CS 10 minutes into the game? So beautifully done by Sentinels, getting the ult out early, rotating around. I think Team Liquid knew the Galio was around because you can see Quid trying to shadow on the way back, but it's just too big of a numbers advantage. Ultimately, Jan needed to just retreat to his turret, but knows how bad it is for his game to lose that wave. Ends up losing his life as well, which makes it worse.
Yeah, it sucks to lose a wave, don't get me wrong, but then to give up the kill right after, even if you know that the Galio is going to be close and you're sending Victor to follow, Galio is going to have so much more impact with his 2 forms of hard CC versus Victor dropping some damage or some delayed CC. Just feels like that was some greediness from Team Liquid trying to stop Jan from falling further behind. Sentinels now with a 400 gold lead as a team. Biggest individual gold lead so far in this game, though, is Morgan up there in the top lane. fine. But I feel like if you're Sentinels, you're pretty okay with that. Again, you picked Ornn. You know that he's not going to slam his lane. He does almost have the Kaenic Rookern completed. And I feel like that's the point where Rumble really stops being able to bully this guy effectively, because you just allow the shield to absorb all the barbecue.
Sentinels team comp becomes extremely hard to play against if they keep Yon in the dirt, because there will not be damage to kill Galio Ornn, and they will be able to go wherever they want. And the Drake stacking, it's online. They play around bottom lane. They're trying to burn this bottom lane down, and Drake's up. So Hambach and River, that's the game plan.
Okay, Sonic Wave from Jose Diodo finds Hambach. No reason to follow that one up here just yet. Both junglers do have Sundered Sky completed, so that power spike is locked and loaded. Hallowed Radiance done for Darkwings in the mid lane as well, alongside the Blackfire Torch for Quid's Victor. Neither one of our bottom laners that we are talking about being so important in this game have their first items thus far. Yeah. As Darkwings wants to make sure Quid doesn't try to rotate over to this bottom side river at all. You could see the Xin Zhao portrait just quickly jump forward a little bit towards the Dragon Pit in the minimap, and that means that Hambach and the rest of Sentinels have decided they have enough control. They will be able to secure this second Drake of the game. And once again, my friend, it's a Hex Rift. Chaos is on the horizon.
I hope so, because this game is a little bit slow, but in a favor of Sentinels, which was not expected. All three people on the lounge predicted a 2-0 for Team Liquid today. But again, look at this. Yon can't get back to his turret. Sentinels is just camping them.
I love to see this aggressive play from Sentinels, but now it might have got a little bit too aggressive. He does manage to dash back over the wall, escape before another turret shot finds him. The Arcane Storm is ticking, though. Here comes your heroic entrance. Darkwings arrives, but now he's got to try to get away. Rush. Lands the taunt, Phase Rush, giving him that extra distance. That means that Rahel and Huhi both get to keep their flashes, but they had to spend both other defensive summoners alongside the ulti from Darkwings. Jose Diodo seeing if he can find a greedy recall here, but there is no such thing just yet. Rahel does almost stay around a little bit too long. Okay, he trusted his sidestep there. Okay. The trust pays off.
Flowers Hex Rift is creating chaos already.
Yep. I called it. I told you.
He's already back in the map. They're still fighting.
He wants the knock up onto Jose, but the grand entrance falls a little bit short. Quid stepping forward here. Remember, no ulti on either one of the mid laners. Core JJ does have Unbreakable Will here on the Alistar as the TP is coming in. Core jumps in, nice two-man knock-up. Hambach returning with the counter-engage as there goes Morgan's Equalizer, trying to find enough damage here. Huhi and Hambach both about to die. Core JJ won't be traded. The double kill back over to Morgan on the Rumble. He's looking to carry from the top lane. Where the hell did the Ornhorn go? Impact is not able to send the thing back in where they wanted it, and Team Liquid gets everybody away on blinking health bars.
I gotta see if Impact got CC'd, because I thought that Ornn ultimate was about to turn things, but as we mentioned, total chaos, and the biggest winner of this is actually Yon. He got a full push bottom lane, takes 2 plates, and then can walk up for this. Wow, Rahel is completely denied of farm, but Hambach actually just all-ins on top of a Rumble TP when Impact is way behind and a level down. So yes, Impact has his ultimate here and just doesn't click it right. No CC to stop him.
I do think that could have been the fight turner that you're talking about. Whew. If that Ornhorn redirects, because you slam that onto all of those low health bars, they should be able to pick up this kill onto Quid without a whole lot of to do about it. That Phase Rush is getting him somewhat away, but no, Hambach will finish the kill. Yeah, the Ornhorn in that previous fight, if you could have found the knockups and the follow-ups, but we'll never know. It's only hypotheticals from here. Core JJ and Jose Diodo coming up 2 versus 3 as a nice quickness to charm them both from Huhi, but there's no follow-up damage. Yon and Rahel encountering one another. The Foss Bomb connects onto Yon, and Rahel goes in! The AD carry battle results in a win for Sentinels, and now with 2 dead on the enemy team, both of those 2 being carries, Jat, it looks like Sentinels is ready to start up the Rift Herald. Jose Diodo is nearby, and Darkwings is coming around from the other side. Core and Jose wanting to challenge for the objective. Resonating Strike comes in from Jose Diodo, and he steals away the Herald. Now the Equalizers down over the top from Morgan, but it's still a 4v3 favoring Sentinels. Jose wants to get out, but the heroic entrance goes in. Morgan's still overheated, but he's got another flame splitter ready to go. Morgan finds a kill. Rahel's gonna die to Core JJ. Morgan finally falls to the winds of war as Core is knocked up into the air by the grand entrance once more. Quid's trying to show up, mop and bucket. He's got some cleanup duty to do as Impact wants to cover for the escape of Darkwings and Huhi. This is a game, my friend.
This is North American League of Legends. It's non-stop action. Jose Dioto's insane. It's a 3v4, and he goes in for the Rift Herald steal, and they just all commit to the fight. They nearly get the execution onto Rahel. He lives just a second longer. That allows Impact to walk all the way from base. I still think Sentinels come out ahead at the end of it, but this is insanity. The Hex Gates have ruined the minds of everyone in this game, and they're just giving them this insane bloodlust because with the Gates, they're always 5 seconds from a fight, and they always want to fight.
Hex Gates is the new Otacon. They're just all over the map instead of at one spot. MasterCard Power Spike right there on your screen. Jan has acquired his first fully completed item with the Kraken Slayer for the Yunara. So maybe that is going to get him paid. 1,000 gold lead for Rahel's Corki specifically.
Which is important. I feel like the first AD carry to hit, 7 items wins this game, seemingly, with the direction that we're going. But this is kind of part of how League of Legends works now, with home guards being better and with the Hex Rift getting you there. Okay. The map shrinks, right? The game speeds up, so it's all about how you outplay the opponent in the constant skirmishing, which is definitely the direction that this game is moving.
You remember Nexus Splits? You remember the Ring of Fire? It's kind of just like that, but a little bit more indirect of a version.
Fighting again.
As Core JJ steps in, headbutt pull only onto Hambach. Not going to see that Gravity Well accomplish a whole lot here just yet, but Morgan has arrived. That is the largest individual gold lead in the game. This Rumble is a huge factor in the team fights. Morgan has been doing a lot of work here for Team Liquid in the past couple encounters. His equalizer, the placement, the timing on that, absolutely critical if they want to triumph and stop the soul stack here for Sentinels. Huhi on the Rakan, just trying to get as much value as he can out of those gleaming quills, those extra heals, keep everybody topped up against the poke. Impact gonna be your front line here. Over the wall goes Huhi. Quickness ready to follow it up with a heroic entrance coming down over the top, and Jose Dioto is already down. Equalizer, not a lot of value to be found as Morgan has to try to flash away, but Hambach is in hot pursuit. Team Liquid, they only lose one man, but that man is the jungler, and Sentinels are going to Soul Point.
And they crucially burn Flash off of both Team Liquid carries for future fights. Clean engage there by Huhi's Rakan, and they actually execute the jungler rather than the carry. Morgan was trying to hold the flank, so he's almost preventing the re-engage here, but Huhi flies in. You can see no other carries other than Morgan can really do any damage as Jan and Quid both just push completely out of the fight. And Sentinels win the Drake River contest yet again.
Sentinels, man. You could look at Jose Dioto's eyebrows jump up. The damage just exploding this guy before he gets the chance to respond. Okay, so last game, it took us till like post 40 minutes to get a Dragon Soul, or just about 39 or so, right? This time around, we have the chance at a Dragon Soul 24 minutes or so on the clock. We'll see if Sentinels can maintain that control. The gold lead itself is still very modest, but 3-0 Dragon State means that Team Liquid cannot afford any more mistakes when those are about to spawn.
Definitely not. And remember the way this format works. Winner is in playoffs. Loser might have to play a last chance qualifier tomorrow. And based on the preseason expectations of Team Liquid, that would be absolute insanity that they'd be playing the game to decide 6 and 7 in the standings. They could still be 5th. It depends on the way strength of victory and head-to-heads play out. We've got a great foldy sheet from our stats guy that we're going to be folding all of tomorrow to decide that. But yeah, loser of this game could still be eliminated at some point tomorrow. And with how Game 1 happened and Game 2 started, it's crazy that we're here, right? Yeah. With Sentinels almost being back to their Week 2 selves, right? Sentinels loses to DSG, then they demolish Dignitas, and maybe they beat Team Liquid. They're on Morgan now.
Yeah, they immediately summon up the Ornhorn. Impact has it all ready to go here this time. Yes, he doesn't quite slam himself into the volcanic fissure how he wanted, but it means it only cost them an extra second to get that kill. And Jat, That was the plus 2,000 gold Rumble. That was what has been trying to get Team Liquid through some of these mid-game fights, and that was a free kill on the very same dude.
How much swagger does Impact have right now? He might beat Team Liquid in a series where he played Guardian Aatrox. Like, game 1 was a throwaway, and they're winning games 2 and 3 right now.
That's the ultimate mind game. You lock Guardian, you lose game 1 in the most goofball way.
Make them overconfident.
And then you win.
They goofball a little bit in game 2 because they feel like it's just a little free win, quick 2-0, go home, make playoffs, blah, blah, blah. Nope, actually, Impact's gonna just play as classic try-hard champions. He's gonna Scion lock game 2, go deathless. They're gonna set up bans. They're gonna draft for Impact's Ornn. That's what they did. They banned Trundle. They banned, what was the Silas? They banned Trundle Silas, and then just blind picked Ornn.
Slam Ornn.
Well, sorry, they played it into the Rumble, but still.
Who, by the way, he has Kanik Rookern now. He has Jack Show. Kanik Rookern is evolved into Kanik Rookern, or whatever we named the ornaments these days. This thing is absolutely massive against both Quid and Morgan, and Morgan's gold lead has now shrunk. This man who had twice as much of an individual advantage compared to anybody else on the Rift now has less of an individual advantage than, oh, what's this? The mid laner from the enemy team, the bot laner from the enemy team, these champions that are going to be causing a lot of issues. Team Liquid is now 3,500 gold behind. Jat, the thing that I said a couple of minutes ago about how, yeah, they're 3-0 on Drakes, but the gold lead itself is at least very modest, not so modest anymore.
No, and Rahel with the gold lead is also going to get accelerated whenever Ornn upgrades his item. So it's looking very dire. And again, who he's hunting in the sideline. I don't even know if they have the damage to kill, but he's flashless, so they're hoping to burn ultimate, which they do, and now they can just disengage.
Yeah, just walk it off. Hambach is coming to show up, though. If Morgan overstays for this, Core JJ is at least ready to shadow him a little bit. Meanwhile, they will at least be able to secure the top lane tier 1 turret for the Team Liquid side. That is the first turret they've got all game long. Mid and bottom are still at only a single plate, and Quid gets some extra money from that, which they are going to need. 55 seconds until the next Drake spawns. The Rumble ulti will be ready to go again for that fight, which is very, very important for the Team Liquid side.
Yeah, that could have been absolute disaster. That was totally a play just to get the Rumble ultimate. Morgan probably didn't even need to burn it. He would just imagine that there would have been more people on the way, so he was trying to shoot back some damage. At the very least, though, it's going to prevent Team Liquid's ability to contest early vision, which will allow Sentinels to have first start and really set up everything they want around this Soul. I feel like if they get Hex Soul, 90% chance they win this series, so they're ready to go, and Huhi is going to be looking for an engage here. They have great river control right now.
Muramana completed for Rahel. You've also got the extra serrated Dirk on top. Jungler's already fighting. Here in the river, here in the jungle of Team Liquid. Is all right, checking in on our Ornn upgrades. We do have that Trinity Force upgraded now for Rahel's Corki.
And
Sentinels,
this is the spot to fight.
Grouped up as 5. Rumble ulti still 5 seconds away. Core JJ tries to jump in the middle of everybody. He's going to take a lot of damage here at the very start as Hambach wants to put pressure onto Morgan, but Hambach is already killed. Now Yon's about to be bursted down. Darkwings doesn't have any cooldowns left. The Arc of Ruin going to force the Galio back. Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike. Hosadioto wants to go in, but he has to get right back out. Remember, there is no jungler on the side of Sentinels, so trying to take this Drake doesn't feel right.
And Hex Gates re-engaged. Look, Rumble already teleporting. Core JJ on the way. I think they denied the Soul.
Soul stopped. It stopped. Team Liquid, it's a 1-for-0, but again, last time they were on the receiving end of the 1-for-0, but it's jungler. This time, they achieve what they're looking for.
I can't believe this worked. Core JJ at 50% out. Flashes in for the CC on the jungler, and then I think the fact that Hambach went on to Morgan allowed him to get executed. If he just stays in river, I feel like they probably just get the Drake if they played that fight slow. But instead, Hambach really tried to go fast. He's the one who falls, and Team Liquid stay in the game.
Huge, huge halting of momentum there. I'm not going to call it a swing for Team Liquid because I believe that Sentinels is still definitely in the lead. However, that gold lead has fallen by half. Team Liquid has bought themselves at least 5 more minutes before a Soul would arrive. Darkwing should be able to pick up just some free gold here. Punch the turret one time. Easy peasy. Brings the gold lead back up to 2K. But man, these fights get crazy, man. They're fast.
They are so fast, man. This Hex Soul Team Liquid modern 2026 version, they're exciting. I don't know if they definitely don't love the way that they're playing right now because they might be losing this series, but they go for plays. Sentinels, I feel like, is generally playing the more controlled style, which is crazy. They're just trying to set up around these Drakes, burn crucial cooldowns. They're still going to be scaling with this Ornn. Rahel really just needs to get more and more items because I'd say Yon, based on items, is right there with him at the moment, but it'll scale in the favor of Corki as he completes more and more items.
You still do have Yon's Yunara, though, with those Fiend Bolts. The item, the new AD carry item that is it's another thing kind of like Experimental Hexplate, where it's really good on the champs that really like it, even if it's kind of useless on the majority of champs overall. Any marksman that really wants to turn on their ult for the team fight, Twitch, Yunara, Zeri, all these types of things, loves this thing.
And I will actually say, even though the front line is really good against Victor Rumble, the front line's pretty low on armor. Finally, Seeker's Arm Guard is built by Darkwings. That gives him a bit. You get a little bit of armor from the Jack Show on Ornn, but Yon will also be able to completely shred the front line if he's able to scale. So Team Liquid's just playing this slow game here where they're just hoping that they can deny this soul as long as possible.
Third item completed, though, for Rahel, Collector on the Corki. So he'll also be able to shred low armor targets. There is no armor built on Morgan. There is no armor built on Quid. There is, I mean, yeah, you've got Zeke's on Core JJ, but it's not a lot. Obviously, Yon won't be building armor. So this is going to give you some good value, some good burst here for that Corki. And like we saw earlier when Rahel jumped in on Yon when they ran into each other in the river, Rahel can go aggro if they need him to.
He really can. They're just going to start the Baron, accelerate the game a little bit more. Quid was trying to push the side wave. They're likely just looking for an engage here. Impact level 16 on this Ornn.
You're seeing on my way pings coming out from the Team Liquid side towards the Baron, though. This Baron DPS is not particularly fast. Team Liquid is going to make their way over. Morgan gets taunted up, though. A lot of combo damage onto the Rumble, and Hombok's ready to create some space for everybody else. Core JJ down to half HP. Here comes the Ornn Horn, and Impact with the sideline kill on Morgan starts it off. Now Yon's in danger. He might get focused. Rahel flies in. Hombok is down, but so is Yon. Team Liquid has lost everybody except for Quid and Jose Diodo, and Sentinels still has 4 men. Health bars are compromised, though. Darkwing's gonna go ahead, go back to base for now. The bloodbath ends with nobody claiming the Baron, but a decided victory for Sentinels.
Man, Yon tried so hard in that fight. He just doesn't have the gold to be effective. He managed to space the Impact CC at the very end to stay alive, but Rahel even bigger after that fight. 2,500 gold lead. He's getting the last hits from these fights because Impact and Darkwings, if they fight away from Yon, are untouchable. Look at what they're able to do to Morgan right here. And then Yon is distracted, can't hit the Xin, has to deal with Huhi. So Morgan just gets kind of soloed by Impact on the top side there. And at the end here, look at what Yon does. He goes in, doesn't get CC'd by that Ornn, but at the end of the day, those are 2 4,000 health tanks that he really can't touch. And the Victor is not able to shred through the MR stacking soul laners of Sentinels.
Sentinels now have 30 seconds on the clock until Dragon Soul time is once again at their fingertips. You can see they've already got their support units in position around the area.
This might be a long one, Flowers. Take a drink, make sure you're hydrated, because even if this fight starts and someone dies, they could keep fighting until the Hex Gates come back. So right now, insane vision control from Sentinels. Huhi doesn't have ultimate, but it's up in 5 seconds. I think that's what they're waiting for. You can see him on the flank. If Team Liquid try and move in, Huhi's going to go for an engage, and we're going to see a fight.
And Jose Diodo has always been around this area for these dragon fights, always ready to jump in over the wall with the Lee Sin. That seems to be what Huhi is marking with his recon. Hombok and Rahel DPSing the dragon slowly but surely.
It's a flip.
Got it down to about 2,500, and Impact is going in here with the Ornn. Ornn knocks him up into the air, and they've already claimed the soul, and Morgan's soul as well. Darkwings drawing the ire of Yon off to the side, but it's only a distraction, as now Team Liquid's gonna lose their second man. A double kill for Rahel, and Hombok wants even more. Wind becomes lightning, and lightning strikes Quid, as he's again forced to retreat. Team Liquid, they lose 2 men, they lose the Dragon Soul, they lose control over the top side of the map, and now the Baron should go the way of Sentinels.
Jose still hoping to pull off a miracle, has the control ward inside, has another control ward and a trinket to check, but I mean, this is a rather big ask to try and steal the Baron away from this Hextech sold Sentinels team.
Team Liquid fans, spam your Tukis. Jose Dioto's got to go for the miracle here because Sentinels really wants this Baron. Jose Dioto throwing the Q over the wall. He jumps into the pit. The Baron's still at 2500 HP. Meanwhile, Darkwings is ready to follow up over the wall. He finds the taunt onto 2. Nobody else wants to overcommit to chasing Lee Sin and Alistar. The Baron goes over to the Sentinels side. And what a massive swing for this team now. If they weren't in the lead convincingly enough before, this one's real tough for TL.
And they played this fight really well. Look at the flanks they're holding. Huhi on the right, Darkwings on the left, Impact up the middle. Team Liquid had to go in for the Drake, but it was too low by the time they did, so Sentinels get it anyway, and then there's no retreat. I'd say Darkwings is having a great game. I mean, if you consider going up against a former LCS MVP, a lot of people wondering how Darkwings is going to coordinate with his team, who often plays in full Korean, and he just has to follow along. He's been right there. His ults have been great. He's been on good roam timings. He's kept up in lane against Quid. He hasn't been picked once. He has been doing exceptional. And stay tuned for this post-series interview with Impact. He's going to have so much swagger if he beats Team Liquid in this series.
This is going to be like a storybook, what you get in the interview for this game. Between the game 1 all the way up through now, if they can manage to turn it around and win the series. CoreJJ is already almost dead. As soon as Hambach goes in for the prime 3-talent strike, knocks him up into the air, that's going to force out your Unbreakable Will, which means CoreJJ now has to wait for that cooldown to do anything other than go in and die after one combo in a team fight.
Not completely over yet, though. So 1 minute, 30 seconds on this Baron power play. They have to make it count. They are a short-range team. So they have big-time tanks, but it's really just Corki who can safely hit these turrets. They might have to full commit for a dive, which can get messy.
And they're ready to step up and start putting that pressure on.
Just hit it, though.
Yeah, the first turret, there's no defense here from TL. Hambach steps forward, audacious charge on the minion for the better positioning for when becomes lightning, means that Team Liquid feels that presence. They have to back away, and now the top lane tier 3 gets knocked out by Darkwings right thereafter. That means that this will be a 2-inhib game immediately without much of a fight being put up by Team Liquid, who are now this close to losing this series. Jan gets jumped on, Ornhorn coming through. Heroic entrance right next to it. Jan's about to die, and Impact's taking the kill all for himself. Jose Dioto can't get to the back line. Who he might die. The turret shot's in the air. Quid takes the credit for it, but the first Nexus turret is already about to fall. Morgan wants to hold with the flame spinner, but it's just not hot enough. Rahel and the rest of Sentinels push forward towards the Nexus itself, and Quid and Morgan can't stop them. 2-1, Sentinels takes the dub.
And Sentinels move on to lock in playoffs. An insane progression from this team. They lose to DSG week 1. They sweep Dignitas week 2, and then they win the back half of this series. Impact, he's wiping the sweat off his brow. If they lose this series because he takes Guardian Aatrox in game 1 against his former team, that's going to be a tough one to live down. But now beating them with that actually even sweetens the victory.
And I said at the start of the day here, this is Sentinel's chance to prove themselves against a team ranked higher on the tier list, against one of the bigger competitors here that they'll have to go up against. They turn the sweep, or they sweep the series with the reverse sweep the series. I'm losing my mind here. It's 2-1, even though they lost the first one.
Impact is going to be on his way for the interview. You guys can see it. They're going to have him on the lounge. Lounge, what the heck do we just see?
We just saw, I would say, a big upset. Sentinels taking the win against Team Liquid.
I don't know. Look, even with my glasses, I can't see. What about your big old glasses, Emily?
Is that just a comment on my glasses? I think we saw a team that from week 1 to week 2, we talked about minor improvements that they'd made to, again, like focus down all of their opportunity areas to one thing, which was focusing around Drake. I think you still saw that today. And going into it, we were saying, like, my big thing of why I was going TL was that Sentinels just didn't look as coordinated. It felt like every single game in this series, they got more and more in step with each other, and that was such a huge difference maker.
Their comps, I think, very much simplified it. Straightforward, front to back, easy understanding your role if you're Hambach and Rahel, for Huhi as well. Like, and you have the big old Impact coming through.
Woo!
Well done.
Impact.
Let's go.
Well done, well done. You got the win.
I play bad. The mid ulti one, I like, oh my god.
Oh, no.
That's trauma. You know, after the Aatrox, I took the wrong one, and they want second trauma. I like,
Oh my god.
I wanna start with that.
Yeah.
Your perspective. Do you think it was a bug, the runes?
Yeah, but I realized I double click. When I scroll, I double click that and like, fuck, why not? F-Shock. Even F-Shock better.
Yeah,
anything better than Guardian. But I was not bad lane.
Yeah.
But I kind of hinting after he TP back. If I'm just base, was good, but.
Yeah.
But I was pretty bad, but it's fine.
How hard was it to recover from that? Because mentally, I can imagine that being tough going into game 2 to be like, okay, we got to keep playing the series even though that happened.
I mean, what I can say, my finger problem too old, you know? I misclick, so I have to accept, you know?
Yeah.
I say, okay, just next game play better. And I see the Nocturne die in the proxy and die.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, problem too.
With this team, you're kind of surrounded by a lot of younger teammates, especially Hambach. Everyone was saying, oh my gosh, Hambach is so crazy. He always goes in for the play. What's it been like playing with him? Because he does seem so willing to just like immediately dive in.
I thought he good at like decision making to fight. But one thing I think first game he tried to hurry to doesn't understand top condition situation because they can always TP first. So next game I said I give feedback. When I say wait, just wait a little bit more. So I think that's what happened all the number game.
Oh, nice.
We waited a little bit more. We said, we can buy. I said, no, just wait. I mean, I make the call more louder so they can understand, they can hear. But they try more understand my side too. So
she asked about specifically Hambach, but like, what about the team? Because you guys started the split losing to DSG, the tough series versus Dig. Like, it felt like you guys had just gotten better and better over time. Where do you think that came from?
I think everyone understand. I think everyone try improve passive scan. I think everyone really try hard. Also, I think we try learning more like detail, team fight stuff. So we try focus more team fight because even you're losing or winning doesn't matter. Team fight most matter.
Yeah.
Even you're losing, you can come back from team fight. So we focus more spacing and team fight. I think Grace, Golden Guru doing well about that.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, he is right behind you. Thumbs up or down for team fight. Thumbs up. Oh, yeah. We got the mic.
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys we'd win. Oh, you can't really see us. I told you guys we would fucking out. Win. And unless my impact goes Guardian on Aatrox, we would have won that game too. You guys played well.
All right, thank you, Coach. There we go. Well done. I want to ask about the team also against Team Liquid, because this is your first time going up against them. You were on Team Liquid for such a long time. We talked about it before the game, how many championships you've won with this team. What was it like playing against Team Liquid?
When I was EG, I played against them too, you know?
Yeah.
So I feel not different that much, but like, they're the same.
I remember your quote that you said when you were leaving Team Liquid was like, will you guys win without me kind of thing.
That was joking.
Yeah.
But lizard wise. But still, I'm cheer for them too, still, you know? I don't hate them, you know? So, I'm not hater. Hater. I like Tier. I like Yon and Core.
We lost your mic, so if you could use the stick mic, that'd be perfect.
Thank you, Raz.
I like Yon and Spawn and Core and Dodo, you know, there. So, I don't have bad feeling from them, but kind of nervous a little bit. But after one game, my nervous gone because I choose Guardian, you know?
Yeah.
And my nervous gone straight. I'm like, wow, what I'm doing, you know?
What are you going to do at that point? I'm hearing that we have an APA tweet. I thought Impact and me were the problem.
You co-signing that tweet? You co-signing it?
I mean, he can do, but like, no comment. I don't say anything because just one regular season, you know?
Okay.
I think most matter is playoff and, you know, just MSI world play and person, right? So up to results, so I don't mind that much about we beat it. I mean, I'm happy because our team play well, you know?
Yeah. Now, you may not like this. Who do you think is player of the game?
Yeah, player of the game.
Lyon or Hambach, these two at that play.
You're not going to like the answer to this one.
We'll take a look. Who won player of the game?
Throw it up if you can.
So this is the fans voting right now. They vote you. The fans are saying Impact.
You guys don't see what happened in the mid?
Yeah.
We did.
The Ornal, yeah.
I don't know. I want to just jump windows past, you know?
They voted you. I voted you. A lot of it is like they just could not get past you as a tank.
Yeah.
That felt like the composition was really tough to deal with. That being said, of course, thank you a lot for coming through. Congratulations one more time in the win. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be DSG versus Lyon next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Guys, I'm 20 and I'm from Canada and I'm Romanian. I think against the other LCS junglers I'm doing good, like I think it's no problem, I'm mashing up fine. To be honest, when I think about it, it feels like unreal. I've been playing this game since I'm like 10 years old and I was first challenger at like 15 and I never would have thought, I think, that I started in LCS, but I guess it's a dream come true, for sure. I've been looking up to Inspired for like 3 years, ever since he was in EG in LCS. I was already watching all his games, and then on FlyQuest, all year I was watching at Worlds, and yeah, to be honest, I tried to inspire my gameplay around him, so it's pretty crazy now that I debut my first game against him.
Crier's here. That's the big story. We finally got him.
That's
all
a big
the way
one.
From Canada, the ping story's done, Raz. He can no longer claim ping issues.
True. Now you can say the ping is too low. So he's not used to it.
Yeah, maybe we get Masu situations where he's like pre-cleansing Ash arrows and stuff.
That's true. Do you want to make any additions or adjustments to the board that after the last series?
You know what? I think we do have to move some stuff around, so we're going to be updating this as we go. Obviously, Sentinels actually win. I just dropped on the magnets. Team Liquid lost, and that brings up a lot of questions around Lyon plus DSG is what's going to happen here, because we already had one upset. A win for either of these teams puts them in the playoffs for the first time.
Put that big horse in the magnifying glass. Put the big horse in the magnifying glass.
The big horse. You're right.
True.
We need to investigate
one
Team
that
Liquid.
we did not think was going to be there. But I think for this series, again, you said how important it is for Lyon or DSG because the winner of this does qualify and advance to playoffs. And Kryra being here, we've talked about how he's been scrimming with the team pretty much the entire time. And a lot of the impetus for bringing him onto this team was to have him be a carry jungler, right? So I'm really looking forward to see if their compositions reflect that. What do you think, casters?
It's another wonderful day in my Chungus life here. I'm Azael alongside Kobe. We got Lyon versus DSG. Ooh. One of them's going to playoffs, baby.
One of them is going to playoffs. It's going to be a tight battle. I'm super excited for this one. After being very pleasantly surprised by the success of this disguised roster and what they've been able to accomplish with this team. Last year perennially on the bottom of the LCS, but really making a big push here with a lot of young players themselves. So let's see what we can cook up here.
And I think the big question is, how will they look with Kryra? Because he is finally here. When I talked to Coach Ido before the split, he told me they were building the whole idea of the roster around having Kryra.
And then he's not there.
He wasn't there. They had to play with Kizno, who, by the way, only had 3 total scrims ever with the team.
And Smurfed on stage. Pretty good.
Did pretty damn well. The team looked solid even without their intended starting jungler, even without the guy they were scrimming with. So now Kryra is here. Really excited to see how he can perform. He has the opportunity to play against one of his jungle idols in Inspired.
So I will put forward a question here then. Since, they're all about Kryra, they're talking about, we're going to build around him. It's going to be jungle carry. We're going to funnel him. You, Azael, what would you want your carry jungler to be on? Because we got a really good taste. We got Griffin on Ambessa. And
what did that taste like?
That tasted delicious. That
like
was
victory.
That was perfectly cooked steak right there. Griffin on Ambessa, FlyQuest made that carry jungle look really nice. So do you think that's a good angle to go versus Inspired? Seems pretty difficult of an opponent to try.
That would be really, really hard. I mean, when I think of carry junglers, I always am hoping as Ambessa is going to be banned out. He actually gets triple banned in the jungle.
There you go.
So they're looking at him as a real threat too. I always hope that we're going to get things like Kindred back. Kindred is one of my favorite champions ever. Still think it's my most played champion ever, and I do really enjoy that. So I'm always hoping it's going to come back into the meta. Of course, it is not in there right now. I'd also be interested in seeing some things like Diana, which has been really popular in solo queue, but hasn't really come out in pro. Some of the AP junglers feel very popular in solo queue these days. So, I mean, I'm down for it all. Whatever Kryra wants to show us, I'm going to kind of just buy in and see how he does.
Yeah, let's go. On stage here, let's see what happens. He had a lot of respect for Inspired. He talked about in the little video that we just saw. So we'll see on stage, in game, how it pans out. Regardless, though, we're going primary picks right now. We are on the new patch, but not a lot has changed as far as Azir or Rumble. So that trade should be fine, except that with Oriana banned out, they can still go like Talia or Ryze or something on the side of Lyon, but you already have the Rumble. So whenever you have Rumble, I'm already thinking, ooh, don't I want something like a Yone as an other solo laner instead? Maybe like a Jarvan on our team, little Cataclysm synergy there. We'll see what AD options they can cook up. I would bet almost anything you do not lock a Nidalee in.
Yeah, very unlikely. It's always the classic Inspired hover, and Kryra does end up going with the Pantheon. So obviously a strong AD jungler, but also if you are anticipating Talia, you want to break up that duo, right? Be able to have that as a takeaway. So it's going to feel pretty nice. Vi Talia would be a pretty common combo as well. That or Wukong are generally the things that people do look at. And is going to be Vi. Akali would be an exciting counter. It is one of those answers we see sometimes in pro. But I think he's just kind of taking us on a wild ride with the hovers.
I mean, I always like it because it's more kill pressure or oriented, and especially if you do have a Vi. But the classic here, lock it in, easy to hit those seismic shoves off of the Vi ganks. And what's going to be our response here into the Rumble on top side? Or do we just drop it and then Castle's like, all right, you know what, fine.
Ooh.
Okay, so we go with the I mean, this one we saw a lot of mileage at Worlds.
Last year, for sure.
Galio into Rumble. And I am liking that new Galio skin.
Yeah,
that thing was looking clean last game.
It looks nice. It's kind of interesting, though, because Galio in pro play as a top lane counter to Rumble has really fallen off. People are not playing it pretty much at all. There's only 2 pro play picks of Galio so far in this season, and Rumble has 61 games played. It's the second most played top laner behind only Cassante. So it is interesting that did kind of fall off. We'll see how Castle does do it. I know, having spoken to him before, I got to watch some of their scrims one time, and he was really into a lot of these counter picks and kind of more niche things. So I think he's going to be happy to bring it out.
Yeah, he always has looked good with it, and it pairs well with a Pantheon here. So Pantheon and Galio, pretty good synergies all the way there as well. They don't want any more globals, though. They're like, all right, fine, 2 is enough. No Bard for you on top of it. We can't have Bard coming through and blow into Leah's flash as well, because anytime you have Azir mid, it always feels really good to have a Bard as your support. You just come and gank and blow the enemy mid laner's flash, and Azir's constantly looking for shuffles. So want to keep your summoner spells here on the side of Lyon.
Yeah, also really nice. Anytime you can create terrain, with a champion like that, going to be really beneficial as well. A couple of enchanters getting banned out here, so trying to defend against potential Nami Lucian, Nami Corki, Ezreal Karma. Those are kind of really popular pairings we are seeing. Enchanters in general, I think, are just a lot stronger this season because you have so much gold generation. If you're stuck on one item in pro play, tanks are just kind of king. But when you keep getting that gold generation like they do from the support quests, it allows you to play a lot more enchanters, which I think scale a lot better than those tanks, especially on multiple items.
Yeah, and talking about lane power. All right, we get the Nico lock-in. Lane power right there afforded to you. What are we going to get from Berserker and Isles? They have been ferocious in the bottom lane. Let's see what they go for here.
I like Jhin with this comp. What do you think? Hard engage?
It's so much extra CC and lots of range, to go with super long Vi Rumble combos, lots of die there. So it definitely does have the possibilities of fitting. Rel here to keep people on a Rumble ultimate. Vi is great, but Vi plus some nice AoE for the engage really helps out.
And it feels like they just wanted a little bit more time, talk through the AD carry pick, decide exactly what they're going to go for. But against relatively squishy team, we'll see if Rumble is, or excuse me, if the Galio is going to be full tank or not. But Jhin can be really, really effective. Seems like it's just a debate between Corki or that.
Yeah, I mean, since they have double AP solo laners, going to want a big AD threat here, and Corki is very popular at the moment. Locked in again here for Berserker, and we get the matchup. All right, the Kai'Sa answer.
Sajid has looked good on the Kai'Sa.
That's champ, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing it really, really well. I think mechanically this guy is super impressive. Even in the loss on Kai'Sa, he was kind of popping off. And this guy has some fast fingers, for sure. He's able to really react to these engages. Super, super fast flashes, Zhonya's, killer instincts to actually dodge some of these engages. So it'll be exciting to see how he can perform. And a lot of CC, a lot of ways to apply plasma there for the Kai'Sa. You talk about this Galio Pantheon entrance. Well, Kai'Sa can follow up on that very easily with Killer Instinct.
Yeah, just has to be very cognizant of Inspired, the Vi ulti. Very problematic for that champion, especially because there is a lot of follow-up for Inspired's Vi ultimate on the side of Lyon. All right, high pressure on this series. Whoever wins gets into playoffs already of the lock-in tournament. Moves on up to a nice and comfortable position.
Yeah, well, a lot of pressure on Kryra as well. Your tier 1 debut, and it is being made against Inspired over on the other side. Going to be a tough jungle matchup for him, but also a great opportunity to really impress people, to kind of make a name for yourself here right off the rip.
100%. If you can start off your tier 1 career with a win versus Inspired in the West, like, you're basically starting at the top. He is the peak, and Inspired's been in very good form as well already. People were questioning, wow, this Lyon roster, there's so much star power, but if you throw them all together, You know, are they going to be able to perform? Is Inspired going to be okay on a new team, separated from FlyQuest? And he has had some very big games.
I mean, he has. And, you know, some people talk about Lyon as a super team. Some people maintain they're not a super team. Pretty much as soon as they got Inspired, the word super team starts getting thrown around. I mean, Kryra, this is his experience. 3 weeks of scrims. Not too bad. Let's see what his opponent has as far as some accolades. Well, it's looking pretty damn good. 8 international appearances, 4 times the NA champion. He won the LTA Player of the Year. He's won the NA and LEC MVP 3 times. He's a finals MVP. He has been just crushing it.
And he has a ward on your Raptors, so he's got your Raptor respawn timer too.
Got you there too.
Oh my goodness. All right, we'll see if he does anything with it. On the Vi, not necessarily gonna start stuff too early, but Vi got some nice buffs on this patch. You know, some little, you know, scaling AD and HP. Very simple, but straightforward, but quite powerful as well as the game goes on.
Yep, Sajed just narrowly avoids that Foss bomb coming through from Berserker. And as you said, Isles and Berserker have been very strong in the 2v2. You know, Lions and Sajed, not as strong in the laning phase, but have had some good moments in the team fights for sure. But here with the Nico early on, you're expecting them to have the advantage, and we'll see how much they can actually make of that.
Yeah, and especially as you're highlighting on the Kaisa, Sajed has just looked quite comfortable on this champion. He's gotten so many kills in both of his games, has gotten a very healthy gold lead in both of them, even though they weren't able to win one of them. See if they're able to do it again. Get this little chip on the tower, proc the small little bit of crystals that's there, and soften that thing up is step number 1. I mean, the gold off these is good. The progress towards your quest is really good. So early pressure, really nice, because both junglers are pathing down to the bottom side, and you see the red ward in that Phaelite brush already for DSG. So they're pushing bottom, they've got the Phaelite warded, both junglers pathing down here, and feels pretty comfortable.
Yep, and Sajed, 14 kills across those 2 Kaisa games that he has played thus far. Castle will be playing Phase Rush, so 2 different kind of approaches. Sometimes people will go Aftershock, and it's more about that kind of big trade, you know, the upfront damage, the tankiness. Aftershock gives you that. Phase Rush allows you to disengage from these trades. You go in, you pop those spells, proc the Phase Rush, and then you can kite out away from those Electro Harpoons because you don't want those extended trades. But Castle and Dokla trading very aggressively here. Dokla does have the push, but he's getting pretty low on health. We know that Kryra is on the other side of the map, and he has the Vi covering him, so I don't think Dokla's too worried about jungle interference at this point, but does have to be careful.
Yep, split crabs here, and Inspired's going to use a couple of seconds to wait around mid lane. I mean, it is in his ear, but going to spend a couple of seconds here while Pantheon goes back for the early buy. So Kryra back with his Ruby Crystal and Long Sword, ready for the second clear. Meanwhile, Inspired, with his earlier one, will just go on over, and as soon as the Gromp respawns, get into his second clear as well with the exact same clearing potential. Same early fighting tools, and we just continue to farm.
Yep. And Kryra is now up on that top side, but of course there was a ward in that Tri-Brush from Dokla. He's going to be completely safe. Castle does elect to just stay around. He's going to collect this last wave before he goes home, and top lane looking pretty even, all things considered, assuming Castle gets all of this CS. It's going to be pretty close up there. Well, Sajed does have a slight lead on the bot side, but again, that's going to be just a couple CS, assuming Berserker gets all this.
Yeah, he's working on it. Gets 2 of the 3 there. Meanwhile, teleports right back out to mid lane as well, so no surprises there. The farm fest continues. I guess once we get towards the crab that gives level 6, the all-important third pop-up of the crab, and that will determine jungler level 6s. Then maybe we get a little spicy. That's when you start heavily scrutinizing my mid lane push, who's going to be able to collapse on this crab earlier, and the bottom lane push, if it spawns on bottom lane, is the real key, because if it spawns on top side, I mean, it's far away from dragon, so it's still good crab, but it's definitely not the same as that bottom side of the map and the dragon area as well.
Yeah, and you feel like the 2 junglers are maybe wanting it to spawn on opposite sides. You know, Inspired feels like they have push up on the top side. You know, if Rumble is level 6, that could be pretty strong. But of course, on the bot side, it has been Lions and Sajed pushing in, Berserker basing. So we are seeing that it is that bot side settle spawn that is going to be in the area. And DSG should have the advantage if everything stays the same to be able to grab that.
All right, Pantheon on the way. Side brush is warded up too. I mean, See what Inspired moves from here, because the entrance there, the ramp by mid, is also warded. So he doesn't actually have too many avenues. I think they just popped the Scryer's Bloom as well.
Yeah, they do also have that option to potentially go for Call Me if Call Me's trying to move down the river. You know, maybe Talia Vi can try to make a play there. But Lion's going to push Isles back, who did get vision there of Kryra, and Inspired's just going top side, realizes, you know what, they have the push, we can't contest, so he's just going to go back towards that top side, see if he can steal away some camps, or maybe look for a gank angle here.
Yeah, Pantheon early on, quite good at dueling as well. And he'll get the early level 6. All right, Kryra with a level lead over Inspired. Oh, okay, we get the flat. Oh, actually not even.
Yeah, going to be able to get the flash there out of Saint, but Kryra has to defend here. Call Me getting quite low. Saint, of course, has no flash to follow, so Call Me will be able to just walk it out. Holds onto the flash, so next time Call Me has his ult, Saint could be in a lot of trouble, especially if you call that Pantheon. You could look for a flash ulti onto Saint and try to punish.
Yeah, that's the first step. Get your flash, even without the support roam, just do it yourself, and Pantheon jungle could come on over. We'll see about Inspired if they want to like counter gank that and try and turn it around. Meanwhile, top side still has like Ben pressure for Dokla. Hasn't actually turned into too much quite yet, and the Gallia ultimate is the extra little bit you have to think about as well for them.
Yeah.
Mountain Dragon, though, as the first dragon, takes a little bit longer to take, a little bit more durable, so might have to go for the kill first on somebody, or just raw starting it up.
Yeah, it's also going to be a little bit more difficult for Lion, you know, when they want to full send it on these engages. Vi goes in, Rel goes in. You have to be aware of that potential turnaround, you know, from the Galio, especially later on into the game. Both Azir and Kai'Sa are tough carries to dive because they can itemize in towards Zhonya's, right? So if this game does go late, your targets can get few and far between, you know, as the Vi. It's like, who do you ult when those guys are all building stasis? I mean, we're also likely to see Lions build a stasis. Of course, this is very far in the future, but is always one of those things that can make a big difference with so much gold income in the game. We're seeing these items come through a lot faster.
Yeah, stasis, and then Pantheon has directional immunity that you can put up when the Vi is coming. You know, the ultimate with the travel time, definitely telegraphed there, so you can... There's a lot of responses, a lot of tricky targets here, so have to be quite sure when you do go for it. Honestly, maybe Inspired just trades again on the top side. Now that grubs are up, okay. Maybe they'll just transfer over to the grub side of the map, take those. We still don't want to fight around bottom. Just give over that first Mountain Dragon anyways.
Yeah, and you could see that Castle was walking down, trying to see if Inspired was already on the grubs. He checked the pit, didn't have a ward for it, so doesn't catch Inspired. Inspired will be here as soon as that scuttle does spawn. And you can see that Lions is clearing out that dragon, and they are going to be starting this up. So DSG will be trading for the grubs on the top side, very likely, as you predicted.
All right. No spice quite yet. Just farming pretty easily. We do have the support roam timers too. I don't think it's going to turn into anything. Maybe try and clear out the vision around mid lane while DSG are taking the dragon. Isles here is doing his best. Grab the control ward. Because you know, the Talia still is very antsy with no flash. Two grubs and Inspired's just going to leave the last one as the collapse is coming through from the rest of DSG. Nice defense here. Castle got the re-push back out on top side. And mid lane just kind of hovers over as well. So calm trading early on. This, honestly, we were talking about Inspired back when he was on FlyQuest. This is fairly reminiscent where it says everybody calmly farming. Everyone, you know, they have confidence, line have confidence in their mid-game play. And nobody rushing into any unnecessary fights quite yet.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I mean, Inspired has so much confidence in his own play, right? And we've seen that, you know, throughout last year as well as this year. This guy is just such an incredible team fighter. It is very rare to see him make mechanical errors. He's really adept at choosing the right fights, and when he knows this is the way you have to win the game, he's going to fully commit to that, right? He's going to full send it, whether it is risky, whether it is not, and execute really, really well. So he can pull back games at times where you think it's doomed.
Yeah. I think he's just looking for like Trinity Force spike here for Berserker maybe. And then they'll start to really make some plays. Some extra burst damage down there because they have quite a few options available. That last grub still just sitting there inside the pit as well. Kryra just got his first item completed though, so full Sunder Sky is done for him, and he does have ult. That Talia flash looks like it's fully recovered though, so the window is gone.
Yeah, and while Lyon hasn't really had, they've been really successful in the team fights, I think in the mid game they've been good. Late game they have had some problems, right? And Saint has been kind of under fire as far as the criticism is concerned because of some of the issues that have happened to him. I do want to point out, in this, not this one, it was the one from last week where he got caught in game 2, where it was actually a vision bug where he got spotted on ward that he shouldn't have because of a vision bug, which is being fixed.
Sweeping the ward that was already disabled by a control ward. That's a crazy bug, by the way. That is...
So when you're sweeping a ward that was already disabled by a pink, it re-enables the ward. So that allowed them to see him. So we're going to give him a bit of a pass on this second one they're showing. But the first one, they were in a pretty good spot. He kind of overstayed on the map, didn't base for a really long time. Unclear whose call that was, but didn't end up basing until the game was basically over.
Yeah, it was that one right there where, hits it with the Braum Q, the slow is enough for the seismic shove.
Looks like we might have a fight. Isles is going to flash in. They're full sending it. Inspired goes in onto Lions, but he doesn't connect with the Q flash. Sajed getting a bunch of damage down. Killer Instincts back in onto Berserker. Looks like he's going to win out that fight. Kryra, though, trying to take down Saint. Saint on the run. Call me looking flash forward there from Kryra. DSG win out in the fight. It is 2 for 1. Explosive engage there from the Rel, but it looked like the Q flash whiffed from Inspired that didn't allow them to get the kill as fast as they thought.
And that one's going to have huge ramifications because it is a kill for Sajed and a kill for the Azir. Yeah, didn't quite get there with the distance. They get the kill on the Lions. Berserker Valks and then flashes into the pit here, though. And Sajed's like, great, I will just follow you here. Killer instinct from Sajed. The Kaisa that has run so many of the games for DSG, getting in there, getting the kill, and that Kaisa is also going to have double sums advantage because Berserker just used everything in that fight and trapped inside the pit. So this one, these bottom lane skirmishes can have huge ramifications for the rest of the game, especially considered these compositions and how many ways, as you say, they have for DSG to apply that plasma. I mean, Sajed on Kaisa is becoming quite the story.
That boy's nice on the Kaisa for sure. I really have to wonder if Inspired hits the Q flash, does Lions not die before his Pop Blossom goes off? And I do think the answer is probably yes, because it went off right as he died, right? It would have been close, it's hard to know, but those things can make a very big difference. And as a result, DSG do win out in that fight. They're now 1.6k gold up. They are a dragon ahead. Yes, there was 2 Grubs on the other side, but Grubs really aren't that impactful, especially if you don't get all 3.
Yeah.
So I think DSG is going to be super happy with how this game has started.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be. I mean, we talk about, the overall gold lead for the team, but it's 1,000 gold concentrated onto this Kaisa that we're trying to hype up. And I don't know what kind of gold value you're going to assign to having flash and barrier advantage too, because you just
infinite, just like the possibilities.
Exactly, and his ult is coming back up soon too. So you have ult shield, you have barrier shield, you got flash ready.
He's almost cashing out the call.
Yeah, he's gonna be rich. He's like, I am ready to outplay somebody. Let's see if they actually go for it though. A couple of globals. Remember, on that team, you have to be cognizant of. Not only is it the Pantheon, as Inspired here is planning. Maybe some sort of counter or something. He's just hiding in the fog of war for now to see if anything presents itself by this Dragon startup.
Yeah, the mid lane quest just completed for Call Me, so he has tier 3 boots right now for this fight. They are ahead as far as those role quests are completed. Lion still needs their mid and support role quests and decide, you know what, we're not going to try to contest. They were looking for a pick on Call Me, but Kryra is right here behind him. They're going to go right now. Inspired starts it off. Seismic Shove is there. The full combo comes in, but now the counter engage. Call Me sweeps them away and survives, and Kryra is chasing. He's hungry for some kills, and I think he'll be able to get at least one, but Saint trying to throw down the covering fire here. Kryra is the one that goes down, and Call Me comes back in. He gets flicked forward. Saint gets another kill. Sajed finally arrives with the killer instinct. Does knock him down. Great counter engage from DSG. Got a little bit over ambitious on the chase though.
Yeah, that's totally disrespecting Saint's damage. They're just trying to all walk past this to Leah, and Saint is just throwing rock after rock after rock. Saint ends up getting 2 kills after DSG had initially disengaged. Then Sajed comes in and kind of like saves the day a little bit there, cleans it up.
Lane with Talia.
Okay, Hex Flash. Nico is here.
Try to one-shot him.
Okay. Do Pantheon.
He has flash, it's bad.
Go flashing. Kaisa starts running. I will spell Kaisa here. Yeah. Nice. Kaisa coming to the
back. Okay.
Okay.
Kaisa is almost in ultra.
I mean, it's a good seismic shove as well onto Call Me there, too. So it's like, yeah, he's pelting the Pantheon and then seismic shoving over here, and he grabs both kills. So out of a play that, because multiple DSG members were hovering the play in River, they were there for the counter, Lyon actually still ended up getting those 2 kills, but right now they're under pressure again. A little bit of an invade from Kryra and Lions onto the top side of the map.
Yeah, that is great, though, for Saint. You know, going to be able to pick up some kills there, get some much-needed gold, and keeps it from snowballing out of control. Because when you're already behind and you go for a play like that, and you get like 2 for 0, 3 for 0, and then they're hitting the tower, you kind of know how those games generally are going to go after that. But they're able to get a couple kills back. Yes, Sajed does continue to get paid. He's now 1.5K up individually because he had that first roam. That means he's on 2 items completed already. So that is a problem. But at the very least, we do have 1 item done. As Pantheon ult going to come in, not going to amount to really anything, as we have the MasterCard power spike of the game being completed. Sunder Sky there for Kryra.
Yeah, I guess it's in Sajed we trust for DSG. Yet again, he's got his Rage Blade done, so 2 item feeling quite good. As you mentioned, the on-hit for Kaisa really can just rip through people, and they have so much CC on this team. But Saint trying to cook something on the top side, and look at the mini-map, because Inspired is going for possibly another lane gank. I mean, it is the classic, the Vi and Taliyah, and we got to listen in on the comms there, where ahead of time they're like, all right, I'm going to Taliyah, you know, we're going to do a little brush play, ult into seismic shove, and try and burst somebody. Unfortunate for Lyon that there were reinforcements for DSG very close, and so they kind of countered the play initially, but doesn't mean you should stop playing around your Taliyah if you're Vi. It's so Inspired. Looking once again, you know, go up to his side of the map, see if anything presents itself.
It's really interesting because like that is obviously a powerful combo, but also, well, Saint's a pretty appetizing target here, you know, as he has no flash and Pantheon has flash of his own, so he could even be looking for plays. So both junglers really have to be aware of, you know, where they are susceptible and also where they can look for those aggressive plays of their own. So Call Me, you know, just continuing to take these waves and just back off after every single one, respecting the fact that Vi could be in the area. So nothing happens, even though they both do look for it. Gold lead has closed quite a bit, though. It was 1.5K last time we checked in. Now DSG only ahead, a couple hundred gold. So really it's just the lead for Sajed versus what they have on the top side for Lyon.
See if they can combo anyone with this Taliyah. I mean, we got fully completed Seraphs for Saint, too. So that helps with your, you know, dying concerns that you had with no flash.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, we get the big shield as well. And
I have dying concerns too. It's reasonable.
Yeah. A healthy fear of death is normal, especially if you don't have flash. Top side.
I don't have flash.
there you go. You should always be worried. Yours is always on cooldown, bro. What happened? Yours is bugged?
Yeah, it's messed up. We can see Call Me can rest, sleep a little bit more soundly as he's got a Seeker's Arm Guard already done. You know, we touched on the Zonias, and he got a very quick one. It is just so powerful against the Vi because the ult is so telegraphed. It's really easy to respond to and immune that ulti coming in.
All right, Black Cleaver also. A lot of these second item power spikes coming in for basically everybody, and it's going to be just in time for the Dragon. So timing window is working out pretty nicely here for a lot of them. Inspired has a fully completed Black Cleaver, though, while Kryra does not. And he's going to head on over. Let's see. Galio would have to start moving pretty early.
Go. Saint trying to find him, but does force a flash there off of Lion. So that is their reward for it. Call Me getting a little bit of poke damage down onto Inspired. TP coming in now from Galio, and it's going to be about the Herald. Can DSG stop this mid? Looks like they will likely be able to defend the turret, but of course not the crash.
Okay, they got a turret plate out of it. Can they get the mid push again? Berserker here taking priority over the mid wave, trying to burst these minions down. Foss bomb, Dokla helping out as well, so they get their mid prow first, and then they can sweep right into the Dragon Pit. And the Dragon actually there, see if they have any sort of wraparound.
So Jed moving in, Castle going forward. He does catch a taunt there onto Saint, and Saint is just going to die in a hurry. Can't stay safe there. Kryra pushing forward, as does Castle and Lions. Nice sweep back onto Inspire. They're going to knock him down. So Jed gets another. He's on a killing spree, and he's into the back with Dokla here. Killer Instincts in on top of Dokla. He overheats, gets another kill there. DSG wiping Lion off the map as Saint was just caught in an awful spot. Even the Seraphs not keeping him safe enough, Kobe.
Still needs to have that healthy fear of death And you're going to have fear of the Galio, too. That is a critical fight win for DSG. Not only do they get to kill Saint, but they immediately followed up. I actually love how Call Me goes directly for enemy jungle. He's like, all right, we did get the Taliyah. We need to kill Inspired as well. There will be no chance of a smite steal or anything. And they get the objective secured for themselves. So let's take a look at that. Castle walking down towards Saint, starts channeling his taunt, and just on the edge, nails him, and he gets 100%ed. So then, with the jump in over here, Primer used the ulti. They actually have Call Me go all the way back, scoops up the enemy jungle, and Sajed has his red buff. So thank you very much. Even with your flash, Big Dokes, you're going down, buddy. 2 more kills for Sajed's Kai'Sa.
It was tough to see, but I think there was a split second left on Saint's flash when he got taunted. So maybe, didn't think they were going to engage at that moment, thought he would be able to kind of play a bit risky, flash back. But it looked like it was really, really close. It was hard to see on the spectator client there. But that is a costly one. And Sajed now 3 fully completed items. He is so ridiculously strong at this point. DSG already on Soul Point as well. They hit Soul Point at like 20 minutes. So that is a problem. And that is something that Lyon are going to have to try to solve for. They have to get to this next dragon and win a fight. And they have just not been able to do that thus far.
Yeah, it gets so difficult because while all our eyes are pointed towards this Kai'Sa and the auto attacks that this Kai'Sa is going to be throwing out, not necessarily the AP variant. Kind of like this version, get in there, we'll do some work with your hands instead of the long distance. Whereas the Azir is a little bit more soft-spoken here for Call Me, not as rich.
He's getting interest. He's saving up.
But he made the big, makes big plays with the Azir ultimate. You have a lot of other capabilities that aren't just pure DPS with that champ too, and survivability with the tier 3 boots plus the arm guard that you mentioned. He hasn't had to break that thing yet.
Nope, he's holding on to it for a rainy day, staying safe. Unlike Saint, unfortunately, but Sajed is definitely going to be the main concern. We'll see if Lyon can try to problem solve for that. They have to get to him, try to one-shot him. But again, counter gauge is so strong on DSG. If you full send everything onto Sajed, you're going to get Pop Blossom, you're going to get a Azir sweep, you're going to get Galio ulted. Everything is going to come in on top, and that is going to make it a very difficult fight. So Inspired has been trying to problem solve by getting to side lanes, looking for picks before these fights. But DSG are playing a smart game. They're not exposing themselves. They're not over-pushing, so he's never finding a window. And now Call Me has the fully completed Zhonyas, so had been saving and does cash in on that.
Yeah, it pretty much has to be either Inspired or Isles doing some good vision work and doing one of these sneaky routes to get in position to have a bursty engage, Vi or Rel. If you can lock someone up for Taliyah and Rumble follow-up here, then that's kind of your hopes for actually getting a way back into this game, getting some leverage before the next objective.
Yep, we'll see. Still just kind of hanging around that top side. Saint going to be able to go up there and just defend. Call Me not pushing forward to try to cash in on some of those plates. He just knows they're winning. They just have to keep doing what they're doing, keep showing up to Dragons. They're not the ones that need to do anything different, that need to look for any sort of aggressive plays. They are chilling just how they are right now. And Berserker obviously trying to work quickly towards his collector. But really quirky at this point, the next big spike is your 4th item, not your 3rd. Like, you need to get towards the IE, and that is just such a long way off.
See if they can get there. It's going to be a difficult path. They do still have the remnants of their tower in mid lane and top lane, so some defenses still to work with, and shouldn't be too difficult to keep vision of the top side of the map. Problem is, 1 minute on this very early Dragon Soul that's about to arrive with the Chem Soul, and Azir's going to go back. Azir's going to get another purchase before this one. So, got to be in place early. Try and take advantage of positioning.
Are you surprised that we are seeing the Fiend Hunter bolts build as opposed to AP, given that we talked about how effective Zhonyas is versus Vi and Taliyah, this combo?
I've learned to never be surprised by any Kai'Sa builds because Kai'Sa can go whatever she feels like on hit, full AD, AP, lethality, whatever you feel like. And
that's true. Uh-oh, taunted over the wall. Saint could be in some trouble. Is going to lose half his health, even more, as well as that Seraph shield. That sucks. 15 seconds before this does spawn. He does have TP, though.
And it could show confidence in your teammates for peeling. He's got a Galio on his team. He's got a Nico on his team. He's got Pantheon with point-and-click stun. So, he's looking for some very strong autos.
And when he ults in, that will be a bunch of bursts. Berserker has to be careful. Does spend the Valk backwards, so could be a bit vulnerable now as Lyon trying to retake some space. Saint has rejoined the team with the teleport, and you can see Inspired is over behind the pit.
All right, wrapping around. Lions as well, though, he's got the benefit of a clone, and they do spot him out. Into the pit, though.
Oh, in comes Galio, the blast going into the back line. Flashback, though, from Castle. In comes the ultimate from Kryra now, a little bit disjointed on the play. Lions going for it. They're just one at a time going in. The Dragon getting incredibly low, though. It's going to be a smite fight here, and it is taken there by Kryra, and it's up to Sajet now to try to win the fight, but he's getting burst down. The barrier gets punched through. Dokla trying to knock him down, but he just can't do it. Finally, he does fall, but Kryra getting a lot of work done on one side. Castle going forward on the other. He's going to get knocked down by Berserker. A disjointed fight, but kills-wise, pretty damn even, and the soul goes to DSG.
Oh, that was an exciting one. You could tell their blood started pumping here after the initial surprise of this blast cone. Castle here with the super blast cone. He had eyeballs on Saint once again, and so he goes in, he does get the Justice Punch, immediately flashes out, avoids the seismic shove, but it seemed like as soon as he had gone in, then Kryra had already hit his ult. Then Kryra's like, well, I got to get out of here since you flashed out. Then Lions had to get out of there. And then the Dragon's low, and everyone's panicking and screaming, smite it, smite it! And Kryra's able to combo it with Pantheon and does get it. And then in the aftermath here, very scrambled. As you point out, they do take down the Kai'Sa. That is a shutdown for Rumble. However, the Dragon Soul, much bigger reward, does still go over to DSG.
Yeah, and I'm not looking too happy about how that engage went.
Yeah, it was so hectic. I mean, I was feeling panicked for it.
Yeah. And I think once Castle flashed out, he didn't know, like, do I Galio all back in now that, Kryra's going in? Like, what are we doing here?
And Lions was like, all right, me too, I'm coming in. And they did get flashes as well. So a lot of summoner spells were burned in that team fight, which also makes it look a lot funnier because there are so many re-engages.
Oh, Isles could be in some trouble. Does get caught out. Sajet is there. Equalizer going to be dropped defensively. Kryra actually early flashes out of that. Was quite scared about the damage it was dealing. Castle arrives. Justice Punch forward, but the Valk will keep Berserker safe. Now Sajet is going to be separated out. Tries to rejoin his team. Saint jumps off on the wrong side of the wall there, unfortunately. Has to flash back. Saint definitely having some struggles in this one, and they're going to look for him now. Kryra going in with the Pantheon ult. He throws down the E. Saint is getting ran down. Inspired trying to go back in, but he is by himself, and he is gone in a hurry. They're looking for Berserker. Call me, can't quite find him. The Valk just barely keeps Berserker safe, but it is not going to defend the Baron. You have Azir, you have Kai'Sa. That thing is dead.
They got what they wanted here. DSG, they take out Saint, they take out Inspired. No jungle smite available for Lion to even hope for a steal. It would have to be a miracle rocket from Berserker, and guess what? He's not leaving those minions to go throw that Hail Mary. So DSG, they get their Baron on top of it, and they make the initial play here going for Isles as he's trying to clear out wards, immediately going for the point-and-click stun. Rumble ultimate getting a lot of value there. Kryra, the floor is lava. He's like, I gotta get out of here. I don't know about this damage. And then looking for the follow-up here, because Saint riding in on the wall, and the Galio taunt again. Castle just grabbing him off.
Yeah, nicely done. Castle taunts him off the wall. I thought it was just a misclick to the wrong side, but it was Castle making a good play. Now Sajet going to be able to kill off Dokla in the side lane there, as he has the Infinity Edge completed as well as a Crit Cloak on top. He is ridiculously fed on this Kai'Sa, 8-1-1. It is Soul, it is a 4,000 gold lead, and it is Kryra who's going to easily claim that red buff to add insult to injury here. Big experience advantages as well. I mean, it's level 17 for Call Me, level 16 for Sajet. I mean, Sajet is ahead of Saint in experience at this point. This guy is so strong.
Well, I think Lion will be happy that there is Fearless mode as well, because this is about the time where you start thinking about the series as a whole, as Castle goes in for a nice little combo onto Berserker. Castle, by the way, been doing such a hero's job on this Galio. So many, set-up positions from Castle for DSG, making those carries look good, and bottom side is just wide open. Call Me already finished up the turret, working away on the inhibitor. You get a little bit of like split push for Lion. They're like trying to scrape together anything because they know we can't really defend against this Baron buff Dragon Soul onslaught. And so they try and scrape together at least something.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a little bit of gold there at the very least, but now even more of those luxury items are coming through. Zhonya's on Lions. We have Zhonya's on Call Me. We have GA on Castle. We have Seekers GA on Kryra and Seekers on Castle. And then we also have the Immortal Shield Bow on Sajed. So every single one of them has a defensive item up and ready to go now, which that in addition to the fact that they are tankier with the Chemtech Soul is going to make it almost impossible, you have to feel, to just one-shot someone, and that's really the only way you have a chance to win a fight.
Yep. So Lion probably still going to go for that, you know. Group up, control ward on a brush, Azael. It's the tale of oldest time. And DSG grouped up, though, not going to give them any stragglers, nobody out of position, just have Castle, 4-1 split push, Galio on the top side of the map. Castle does have his Galio ultimate ready, and looks like no road in for Lion to crack through this siege. DSG with a very good opening game. They'll go for their pick on the Dokla here, but even without a turret, just kind of walk away.
Warning shot. It's my lane now, buddy. Stay out.
You've been warned that we're coming for your Nexus shortly. That's the message. I guess they're going to go buy first, though.
Yeah.
They're feeling kind of rich.
And if that was real life, even though you lived, you did get hit in the butt with a spear. That would hurt.
Even if you're inside of a mech.
Yeah, that could have some lasting consequences.
Okay, well, we'll see if he's walking funny in the next fight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's tough. We're just rubbing this off. Just because he didn't die doesn't mean it's not a big deal.
You're going to have to get surgery for that, some rehab afterwards, physical therapy.
Crutches.
Could be months before you're the same.
That's tough. You could get your cast signed, though. That'd be kind of fun.
That'd be kind of sick.
But maybe not if it's a butt cast. Maybe people don't want to sign that. We'll see if they're going in. Kryra going to look for a fight here. Galio ulti coming in over the top, and there is Sajed, and there is Dokla dying instantly. Inspired flashing forward. They're going to try to take down Sajed, but do they have the damage to do it? Berserker going forward. Sajed flashing out. Barrier as well, and he kites to the side from Inspired. Now they're going to go back in onto Berserker, who's trying to survive, trying to get something done, but he just can't do it. DSG too far ahead.
Oh, look at the player cams. Kryra popping off. He's about to be 100% win rate in the LCS. That's gotta feel good.
And 100% win rate versus Inspired. DSG marching on the Nexus here. Kryra with a very successful first game here for DSG. Sajed popping off, the whole team looking good as they secure game number 1.
Oh, you can tell. They are feeling amped. They're feeling good after that one. Really nicely done all around. You know, bottom lane, they were working well themselves, getting their own leads. But then they also had the good dragon fight and Castle making a lot of plays throughout the game. So who will your player of the game end up? It's actually pretty tough in this one. Spam chat, and we'll check in on the analysts and see about their picks as well.
I think it's pretty tough because that was a full team effort.
It was.
Like, honestly, this team looks so much more well-coordinated than I thought they would. I mean, we've talked so much about Sajed's Kaisa. It was the thing that he impressed me on the most in their first series win.
Yeah.
Even when that was the game they lost in that series. Super impressive in this game as well. Just really great debut from Kryra. And also, Drake is above all.
This is how you win games.
Literally how you win games.
They were hard committed to those. And I got to say, this is, I think, a benefit of why a team that is in a situation that DSG was in. You have an E-sub Kisno playing for the first 2 weeks. Keep scrimming with Kryra. Keep scrimming with the intended jungler, because this is a very well-coordinated team. For a debut of a rookie, first game in the LCS, he did not play with nerves. It didn't at least feel like he had any nerves.
It didn't look like it at all. And I'm going to go straight to Telestration one more time. I think the biggest wins that we have been seeing from this team is that they just have amazing mechanics within the fights, and also they are able to see things that I would say the last DSG was not able to. So let's play out the fight here. This is really early on in the game. This is 11 minutes in, and this is just basically trying to find an angle. And if I speed it up just to see, because they're hunting for anybody. Isles is presenting himself. He's just basically trying to look for a fight himself. Now I'm going to pause here because I see two things. A, I see Berserker, an AD carry, looking for a flank. I think kind of risky, a little dangerous. Not sure if I agree with it, but all is well, because you see basically the three-man core from Lyon looking and hunting for the fight, so they go for it immediately. And let me tell you right now, if I highlight this brother, he's cooked. And it is the player that you were talking about, Sajid, that was able to zero in on him, and Kryra, who was using his empowered E to basically nullify any damage coming forward. And so that was the first replay. I want to continue to move on to the next few. It is basically the same thing, and to the point that you were making, I think DSG is just playing really well around objectives. And so who is the player that makes the call here?
Kryra!
Yes, sir!
That's a manfall right there.
You can already see him taking off.
Straight manfall as he sees two people that his teammates can straight up come and combine forces on.
Skadoosh!
I just want to say they make a quick kill on towards Sync that's separated, and they full-on dive to look for any extras. Call Me also gets a fine pick here. But from this point forward, you just see Dokla saying, I need to get out of here. But Sajid immediately clocks him and says, no, you're not going anywhere. That's 2 fights in a row where I feel like DSG have great eyesight on how to take the fight. And this is the third one. This one, I feel like, if I remember correctly, was just Call Me playing this one perfectly.
Yeah.
He just jump scares the entire team.
Dude, this one's crazy.
And then gets a good knockout, flashes away, Q's back forward, ins goes Pantheon, and I'm just seeing a team that now following straight up the Lion engage. There are just so many wave of engages here. You have Galio going in, jumping out, Pantheon going in, jumping out.
Yeah.
I was like, when is it gonna stop?
And you see everyone flashing away. Like, it was all one at a time, and during the cast, it was so chaotic, but like, Dokla's flashing, like, we're getting everyone flashing away from that. So then, when it comes time to get into the Dragon Pit, Kryra was able to out-execute in the Smite fight with the Pantheon Q Smite over Inspired. Again, you know, a rookie jungler out-smited Inspired.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other big thing that happens in a lot of these fights that you pointed out, Raz, is that Sajid on the Kai'Sa already has so many repositioning tools. So when these fights get separated, when an assassination target gets split out, he is immediately Kai'Sa ulting on top of them to clean it up. And I think because Berserker has been such a huge part of Lion's success that they have had, where it's like, okay, they're stomping 2-2, right? Like, they are coming into these fights with a huge lead. This is his going into today, all of his stats, right? This was in this game 1 against DSG. And this isn't on Berserker. I'm not like calling him out individually. It's more that he's been such a huge focus and great point of pressure for this Lion team when they've done well. And DSG really erased that in this early game today.
I'm gonna ask you guys a few questions.
Okay, is this interview with Raz?
A little bit. What would you imagine Lion's best champion to be?
Sorry, repeat the question?
Lion's best champion.
Lion's best champion.
Oh yeah, it's Lions versus Lion. We're just laughing now.
It's Nico.
Support Lions.
Nico, correct. Sajid's best champion.
Kai'Sa.
I feel like a lot of the times they're getting their best champions frequently and also extremely comfortable. And I was wondering if we're going to be seeing a comfortable, jungle Kryra in game 1. He's been playing with them in scrims throughout the entirety of it, so he's just coming in like it's a glove.
They all look comfortable. Let's see who wins game of the, or player of the game, our POG.
Game of the year.
Game of the year.
Game of the POG.
In February here. Player of the game, it is Sajid on the Kai'Sa, 9-1-3. 80% KP as well. He was flying in there, man. I mean, we saw Berserker and just not being able to get into the fights the same way that Sajid was.
Yeah, and I think that is partially Kryra taking the fan vote. He had a fantastic debut game on the Pantheon, like we said. I do feel like, though, this was a game where I'm like, wow, everyone did their role. Like, it seemed like everyone knew on this DSG team what they wanted to do, and then they were able to execute it in these really crucial Drake fights.
Yeah, and I echo the sentiment of the fans just because when a rookie jungler comes in like Kryra, he's throwing himself in his Pantheon. He's outsmited Inspired. Incredible debut from a very young player. So we'll see if they're able to keep it going. But don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Make sure to check out that QR code on screen right now. Scan that and get some great deals. Thank you, Uber Eats.
DSG's eating good.
DSG's eating good. A reminder that this win, if they win game 2, will put them for the first ever time in playoffs to join Sentinels. Also, technically the first ever time making playoffs. So we're going to throw it to a short break before we are back for game 2 right after this.
Dead?
I have plant. Oh, wait, let me take a plant. Oh. Look at it.
Yeah. Play slow and rumble. Play slow and rumble.
I got rumble. They cannot damage. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Have G. Hit front.
Look at Quirky. Quirky no flash. We won.
Nice. Let's go. Field? Thank you, bro.
smokes. You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks them down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello, I'm Sajed. I'm the ADC for DSG, and this is a quick little pro tip that works for any champion. So basically the idea is that you can flash on the blast cone in the middle of your auto. So if you're a ranged champion, you could kind of do something like this. And you can do it as a melee, but it's a little bit harder. And yeah, can get you out of some sticky situations.
Welcome back to the LCS. Thank you, Sajed, for that cool tip. Maybe we'll see him pull it off in game. But they are now on the precipice of knocking down Lyon to that 1-2 bracket, securing their advancement into the playoffs. Up 1-0 against Lyon. DSG's looking good.
They look very capable. They look up to the task as far as game number 1 is concerned. And that's got to give them some more confidence, too, because this team coming in, as we've been talking about all day long, Kryra's here, going against Inspired. It's going to be like battling a Dark Souls boss. Well, he just beat him on his first try. Didn't you have to see any of the moves?
No problem. Easy.
Just dodge, bro.
Yeah, just dodge. Just roll. What's the problem?
Just dodge, just roll, just smite. Just,
How do you beat that boss? Just don't get hit, bro.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
I don't know why you're taking damage. I'm not taking damage. Let's get into champion select here, though. Round number 2. Sajed will not get to pilot Kaisa. And that definitely has been a real standout for him. I wouldn't say it's like oh no, he's like, that's his only thing that he can use.
Pool is exhausted.
But it definitely has been, by a large margin, the best performances that he has shown so far. So now we get a little bit more interesting of a test. Berserker, what will he have to say this time around? Because, I don't know, some choices like using Valk and Flash and then still trapped in the pits, like, they seemed a bit uncoordinated in some of these early skirmishes, and those things, it's like a domino effect that you lose control of a lot of the game. Anyways, up into the live timing now, because Oriana is still banned, and Tullia and Azir were both used in the previous match. Guess what? Rise is king. The actualizer is here.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, one of the answers that is up and available is the Casio. I feel like it used to always be called the counter. In the phase rush era, I don't really feel like it's that much of a counter anymore. It feels like more of an answer. But maybe some of the phase rush nerfs do affect the matchup a bit. Hard to say. Rise also, got the little baby W nerf and everything, but hasn't really felt like it's very noticeable.
With the little nerf.
Little slap on the wrist.
But then his items, his turbo strong, so I think it'd probably be all right.
Slap him on the wrist and slip a 50 in his pocket.
So, I think Anivia is the more real counter nowadays, and that one has been getting, ever since Worlds has been quite popular. So I do like the Anivia version into it. We'll see though, because this team fighting is a little bit different, and you do have a lot of wave clear. But Anivia Yunara is a very strong, like, AoE team fighting combo of carries. And so that I kind of like this core double carries for Lyon that they're starting with.
The other thing I was going to say is I feel like Anivia is insanely difficult to play into when you're a really short-range team, but can struggle against poke, right? So, yes, you're always going to have that isolated matchup, but DSG gets to draft 4 of their 5 picks knowing there's Anivia on the other team, right? So, if they draft themselves into a corner with a really short-range team, well, that's your own fault. So, we'll see how the Anivia is going to succeed.
And especially, like, it's a similar thing as far as the strengths, with Yunara having a lot of strengths versus a lot of melee clumped-up champions, too. If you draft yourself into a clump, then you're not in a very good spot, because Yunara is going to be splash damage, bouncing back and forth on everybody.
It's an ugly clump.
I have yet to see a very good-looking clump, actually. I think by definition, no,
can't be a handsome clump.
There's no artistic clump unless they're trying to like sell you on some extremely overpriced low
can't
effort.
be like what a handsome clump of casters that are casting today.
Well, if it's us.
Yeah, I mean, we can be, there's exceptions to every rule.
True. That's us. Oh, Trundle. Okay, so Trundle also got a little bit of a buff on the patch. So coming right back here, Trundle, the Pillar and Anivia wall and Anivia ultimate there's so much.
Give me some Poppy. Give me a Poppy support or something.
Oh man, there's just so much stuff that Lyon can put to annoy you. So many slows. They can create so much terrain for themselves as well. This Lyon comp that they're building right now is gonna be able to do a lot of terrain building themselves.
And I like that they're banning out some of these long-range ADCs, right? The Varus had already been banned out phase 1. Kai'Sa was gone from last game, so you can't play poke Kai'Sa. Ezreal now going to get banned out. So we talked about how poke can be really effective against this style of composition. Well, they're taking those options away. So we'll see where they want to throw this final ban. It's going to be Lucian, so we're going to deny any possibilities of Lucian Nami and that sort of thing. Corki was gone, which is another one who can kind of poke and prod. So it will be more difficult for Sajed to actually look for something that is a bit more able to get involved without really exposing yourself. There's still things like Jhin if you want to be able to follow up, that can be pretty effective. Obviously Xayah stays safe from dive, but you can't R over the Anivia wall, so it's actually not really a good pick in that way, especially because Lyon don't want to hard commit. They're not looking to dive. They're looking to control the fight, have it go slow, create these kind of sections of control with the Trundle and the Anivia, and allow Berserker to do his work. Like, this feels like a comp that is built to keep Berserker safe and have these extended fights.
Yeah, Berserker on Yunara, hyper carry champ, and they've got a brick wall in front. They've got an ice wall, they've got Pillar of Filth, and they've got Sion himself. So
Trash wall?
Trash wall, yeah. Is it even called Pillar of Filth anymore? I think they changed him to be more ice themed, so.
Could be.
We'll have to call
it. It is until we look and find out that it's not. In our minds, it is.
Aphelios can be long range with green gun.
That's true.
There
and
you
he's
go.
got a green support to keep him safe here.
Oh, you are on it today.
Yeah,
Look at this.
It's got the lantern.
It's connecting all the dots.
Just ones and zeros. So I'm locked in today. We're getting going. Now they're gonna have a wall. Another wall.
And a door.
It's just a wall comp.
It's just a wall. You just wall at them.
It's crazy. They just need one more and then you can have a house, right? Because they got 3 walls.
Yeah, I mean, it's also crazy Freljord synergy here. It just, you just can't really walk around any of this team fight. Like, this team fight is crazy from Lyon. All of the CC and slows and setup here.
I like their clump way more.
They're gonna force you to be a clump, whether you identify as a clump or not.
You're getting clumped.
They're gonna make you be a clump.
Yeah, well,
that's rough.
DSG, pretty short range, and they are pretty hard engaged. Trying to engage through Braum. Braum feels like actually a killer last pick here to bring the comp together. When you have Renekton and Wukong, like they kind of have to send it. I do think it's gonna be really difficult for DSG. Unless they get way ahead and then kind of all bets are off. Maybe they could try split pushing, trying to punish the Anivia in a side lane or something like that. But I love what Lyon has drafted.
Yeah. I guess like the only way it fails is if bot lane gets targeted and Berserker just gets blown out of the water and you just have no money on your Yunara.
Or if you like subbed us in, you'd probably fail then too.
Yeah, we could do that. We could fail that bot lane. That could be us in there.
I can make that go bad.
I got a 0-6 in me. I got a 0-10.
That's light work. Well, we'll see if Lyon can pull it back, force us to what would be our first 6-game day. We haven't had a double 3-game day just yet.
Wow,
so.
record setting.
Yeah, record setting. We're looking for it.
Could be us.
Or we could just get clumped in with all the other 4- and 5-game days.
No. Yeah. Not that, anything but that.
It could happen.
All right, Sajed. He had a very good Kaisa game here. Choosing the Aphelios into this comp. Let's see how they operate. I think if they have a way to win, maybe bottom lane is it.
We will see, but we have Raz standing by with DSG's head coach, Ido.
That's right, got Ido right next to me. First of all, taking the dub versus Lyon in game 1. Was that something you expected, especially with Cryo's debut?
Yeah, I hope I never expect to lose. That would suck.
Yeah.
Cryo's debut going pretty good. He had obviously some misses with the Pantheon ults, but he's working it out in real time. A little bit of stage nerves, but I think he'll be fine.
When the team was built, and of course you guys have been scrimming with him, what did you envision Cryo's role necessarily?
Yeah, I think the way that I view jungle is jungle can be just as much of a carry as AD carry or mid lane. So you should let them eat as much as they want. You should play off of their timers. I think that's the best way to play the game. So helping him embody that, helping him learn it's okay to eat camp, slow down the game, make sure that he's strong. And last game that worked out pretty well too, aside from like some team fight oopsies. But yeah, I think he did a good job doing that.
Before we send it to the casters, thoughts on the composition here?
It's a little weird, honestly, for game 2. They don't really have too much engages. They're kind of expecting us to like run into them. So I had a word with them before that, they don't really have engage. The only way that we lose is like we go way too deep, way too fast. Just hit front, play on Aphelios' screen, and it should be pretty good.
Sweet, thanks a lot for the interview. Gonna send it straight back to the casters.
Okay, I mean, if they walk up and they start stacking dragons, like if they get the dragons early, and they've got Braum and Trundle and Sion in front, we'll see how those ones do go. I like the confidence here. And the last final words, calming words for your team, always nice. Send them in there. Relax. They can't win.
They can't clump us. We can only clump ourselves.
Yeah, just don't clump ourselves, and it's all good.
Yeah. It's also interesting hearing his kind of take on how jungle should be played at pro level. I got to talk to Ido before the season started, and he kind of reiterated a similar thing, where he was saying he thinks that a lot of pro junglers are going about it the wrong way. He thinks that the team should play for jungle and really inject gold into the jungler. The jungler shouldn't just be sacrificing and making themselves weak because of the reason he was saying. He thinks they can be just a strong carry.
I tell my flex queue team that every single night. Every night. Here we go, though. Looks like bottom Scuttle Crab. Easy peasy for Inspired, and it will be split to the top side for Kryra as well. Nice delay on the back. It cost Lyon it cost him a little more. The flash has to be used because of the pillar and the collapse here. So he gets an interrupt onto Trundle, which, I mean, look at Wukong right now. You know the Grump is respawning, and so you're going to have a ward watching it. But because your first clears are done so quickly and the second clears, like instantly start, junglers have a couple extra seconds anyway. So that interrupt is not really going to deter Inspired at all. Like, basically, Grump is spawned now, so I lost 1,000, 2, 1,000. It was alive. Like, that Grump could be thanking him, maybe, hey, thanks for my extra 2 seconds of life.
Yeah, and I mean, Inspired ended up basing before Kryra anyway, because Kryra spent that time walking across the map to get the ward. So regardless, it's not going to be delayed too much. But we have an update, a critical update in this all-important matchup. Because the accolades were looking a little bit uneven last time around, but Kryra has been able to add to it. He now has beat the reigning MVP Inspired in his LCS debut. That's a pretty good accolade.
Also, you got a thumbs up from production right there. That's the biggest one.
You don't even get a thumbs up for being a 4-time champion, for being a 3-time MVP. That's kind of crazy. Look at the producer bias on this one.
Yeah, actually, I mean, you got trophies and blah, blah, blah. Don't care, but...
But you beat the guy with the trophies. Thumbs up.
There you go. All right, well, game number 2 here in this series, though, Lyon, it would be very big if they lose here. And they go down to 1-2 in this lock-in tournament, bringing in such star power as we keep on going over the story here with Inspired, as well as Berserker. Some pretty high-powered pickups for this squad. And if they were to go, especially if it's a 0-2, versus DSG here, I think very few people would have predicted that coming into this, this season.
And we know it's not determined yet because of tiebreakers and so on and so forth. But I mean, TL is 1-2 as well, right? Like, that is super surprising. TL was kind of the de facto #1 team as far as the power rankings. People had Lyon
Scrim rumors.
And Scrim rumors. People had Lyon in various places, but a lot of people did feel like, hey, Lyon could be competing for a championship. Lyon should be a top 3 team. So to have both of those squads here off to a tougher start. Of course, Lyon could still come back in this series and win, and then that changes the story a little bit. But yeah, not having the start, I think it's fair to say that they were hoping for.
All right, well, let's see about this bottom fight. They did have vision over the entry from Inspired. And that ward is going to die in Tribrush as of now. Scuttle Crab being pushed up to the top side.
Oh, they're going to Realm Warp. They're going to try to look for this fight here. Kryra has 6, can't quite get in range. Nice attempt, though, with the Realm Warp right as Wukong hits 6.
Honestly, I love that the whole talk of, like, every single game where I was like, all right, that level 6 crab is coming up. Where is everybody? And no longer has it, like, determined the whole game. We haven't had people dying over it. But bottom side for the level 6 crab means you also get priority into the dragon. And so the rewards are like quadrupled for winning that little push and shove around the bottom side of the map.
And you're talking about where is everybody. I think Lyon was wondering, where is Saint? Because he was the one that wasn't there. He was, late to actually arrive to the play. He was trying to run over there, but I think had taken a base. And Calmy was that difference maker. He shows up. Lyon does have no flash, but is going to be able to back off. Nice hook, forces out the cleanse on a Berserker as he had been rooted up by Sajed. So just a trade of summoners there. And Lyon is able to use the Spellbook Cleanse to stay safe on the Braum passive.
Okay. Kind of a little bit scary, but topside is actually more scary for Lyon. Dokla here is losing NCS. Castle has been able to get 1 turret plate. I don't know what your metric is for how far you feel okay with a sign getting behind versus Renekton, but I think Castle's doing quite a good job here, earning a decent amount. 400 gold lead for himself, and 7.5 minutes feels like a pretty good pace for the extra advantage here.
I agree. I think he's doing really, really well. I kind of think if you can this is really good for Castle now, but if Dokla can keep it dead even, I feel like if you stay within 2 waves and you can kind of defend your tower, then you're usually doing okay, right? You know, that at this point in the game is significant. That in 15 minutes means nothing. So that's kind of generally how I look at it, is Sion should bleed some CS early, but as long as you can stabilize and kind of keep within a couple waves of CS, then you're going to be really happy later on.
Want to see, too, how much side lane pressure DSG can get out of that, because that's one of the big things here is that they do have Ryze and Renekton for side lane pressure for later, and Castle's going to use his ultimate pretty early here on Dokla to get a very, very nice trade here, getting a lot of his HP down. And Dokla, of course, neither of them have their teleport cooldowns, so that's why he's going for the extra pressure. You know, he had some distance there from the mid lane. You could walk him down. The damage over time is one of the biggest things about the Renekton ultimate. That was the area that they kept buffing when they were trying to get this champion back in. And so it is critical when you're using, especially your early ultimates, get some good walk down value, get some good time while they're actually, you know, burning down there. So he's trying to soften them up, trying to keep Dokla a little bit concerned. And if you can keep your pressure up as the Renekton, get access to popping more tower plates by the crystal pop mechanism.
Yeah, and I like that from Castle, especially because not only did Dokla have no TP, but he ulted back to lane, you know, last time he actually based. I should have that TP back up pretty soon, as well as the ulti, though, so as long as Dokla doesn't get dove or anything weird, he will be okay.
And look at that, I'm pretty sure he got the second turret plate. Renekton was up at the tower, I can see on the mini-map. So bottom side, they're getting turret plates. Top side, Castle just got his second turret plate. So both sides for DSG early on, grabbing some turret plates here. Still gold lead for Berserker, though, as he returns.
Yeah, and you could see that Lyon was very worried about Kryra coming in down for a potential dive. They didn't have any eyes on him. They saw that he had walked down to their bot side jungle, and so they respected the fact that he could be there. Kryra, of course, just based, and he's farming top side, but that does earn DSG's bot lane a little bit of reprieve. It's allowed them to catch up a bit here.
All right, replacing some vision on Inspired to look at the clear down towards bottom once again.
Oh, nice hook comes in, and this is not going to be cleansed away. Lyon is just trying to back it up here as Isles blocking some damage. Berserker, though, does get hit by the Infernum ulti. Will they chase in further? Doesn't look like it, so it's a trade of ultimates. The heal used from Isles as well, as Berserker did not have his cleanse back.
I mean, you heard Ido play around Aphelios. If Aphelios, you know, has some space to work with, and you got some good Thresh Lanterns for mobility here, then get some extra money. Maybe they can work away on that other turret plate as well. Then that would be the biggest area for them to start. Kryra, though, exiting past the mid lane where they have their control ward. No real option here. We continue to farm.
And Berserker now does get back. He will catch some of this wave, but the lead is gone in bot. So Sajed, you know, gets some help from that, you know, implied threat that Kryra had, and then they win a trade. They push him back. He's also a little bit ahead on the call, so going to be pretty happy about how things go, despite the fact that, you know, they are into maybe a bit of a tougher matchup. Can be difficult for Thresh playing into Braum, but farming even like this, I think you're going to be really happy.
Yeah, nice little bit of pressure. And the return here, Aphelios will get there just in time. Lion's going to pull the wave a little bit. How many does he get? Every single one. Nice. He should be able to clean up all these pretty effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Trundle and the Wukong, same Trinity Force timers here. Both these Trinity Force junglers. I mean, Wukong especially has the opportunity to try and you know, look for some flash plays with ultimate, with Trinity Force Spike. I mean, yeah, the Lion team is very good defensively, but you can still pull off some really good flash engages onto a Yunara. Wukong is one of these jungle champs that can put a lot of pressure onto Yunara. Let's just see, it might even occur here at this dragon fight, approaching from two angles.
Yeah, Call Me does get walled off, but the stun does not connect there from Saint. Isles and Berserker down below, and the TPs are going to be coming in here. Sion going to arrive with the rest of the team. Castle had already TP'd in early, forces the flash there from Saint, but they are split up. Who are they going to engage on? Lion does get that big hook on a Berserker, but he cleanses away on a Kryra, trying to get it. He does slay the dragon, flashes back in, knocks up Berserker, now dashes out to the Braum. Well played by Kryra, dancing around the team fight. Dokla's locked up, he's going to be knocked down, and Call Me once more, trying to chase in onto Saint. Won't be able to find him, but it's 2 kills and the dragon, and how about Kryra dancing around that fight?
That was beautiful. I also love the DSG prep so well. they get to the Dragon first. So that was going to be the big difference maker. Okay, if we have to approach this Lion team, they're good defensively, that could pose some problems. But they have pressure, they go early to the Dragon, they are on the same side. So when Lion approach from 2 different angles here, bottom lane coming up the river and top side, Saint and Inspired, that's not real threatening because DSG have 5 members top side of the fight. So Saint has to flash. You have to respect that. And then he goes back in, and we're going to get, the Dragon picked up for him because Inspired's been rooted all the way over there. So it's an easy Dragon smite. But the cool thing is he escaped. Flash over onto the Yunara, then dash over, kill off the Braum as well. Berserker's going to have to flash out because your team has priority, has the pressure. You're all grouped up. You're able to chase them out. And Lion, they're just split. This comp, like Ido said, you can't engage, and so if you're approaching from 2 different sides, it makes it very tricky for you to have real pressure on any one target. You can't really focus target like DSG could, and DSG just calmly, I think, played out that fight quite nicely. You focus one side of the fight, force away their resources, go back on the objective, no chance of a smite steal, Inspired too far away, and they get more than they came for even with the extra kill.
And I love, that flash from Kryra, because not only does it get him back in on Berserker, he flashed over Doka's ult, so he's able to dodge the sign ult too. It's just really, really well played. But I gotta say, Lion in a lot of moments in this game just don't look like they're on the same page, right? Like you're saying, they're so split up. How is Anivia really supposed to enter that fight? How is Trundle supposed to walk into that fight and even have a chance at stealing it? Inspired never even got on the same screen as the Dragon. He was never going to have a chance to actually 50-50 that. So definitely looking tough for Lion. And though, I liked their draft a lot, when we were actually coming out of Champion Select, they are now way behind and, again, going to be in a pretty tough spot.
All right, Big Dokes finishes his Sunfire. So that Scion with the ultimate is the, primary engage. You're hoping maybe like, all right, there's going to be Trundle pillars and Anivia walls and stuff to make it hard for enemies to move. But I think the biggest thing is if they get behind too early with this and you're not able to have a very big effect while you're grouped, it's also going to be hard to attend to your side lanes. Ryze and Renekton side lanes here are going to constantly have pressure. And so, theoretically, DSG can keep on gaining resource advantages on the map here, putting pressure, moving in, getting jungle vision super deep in, and then you get to see the next moves that Lion are going to make. And immediately they're going to rotate over to that Rift Herald after placing some fairly deep vision, but Kryra's going to reset it.
And I really like the point you made about, being first to the Dragon, because to me, it's like, that's clearly how you want to function as both teams, right? If Lion are there first, and all of a sudden, DSG was the one having to walk through, a Nivea wall and all this zone control, and then you're getting funneled in, and someone steps forward, and now they're walled off, and they're getting focused down. That's incredibly hard, but because they showed up late, they're now way behind. And when you're playing a team that is great at counter-engage, but has no engage, your comeback mechanics are there's a lot fewer, right? Because generally when you get down, you're like, all right, let's make a pick, right? But that's not really going to be an option, and Saint may just be going down. Has no flash. Good wall, though. Keeps himself safe for now. But Castle could look for a redive. Saint trying to keep him away, trying to stay safe here, but he has overstayed his welcome. He needs to leave. He's back into the egg. Will Castle go back in and try to finish him off? I don't think so. I think he's going to be happy with popping that passive, as Inspired is going to come down here now and try to look for the play onto Castle. Does he have the slice and dice? Can he get over the wall? Flash followed there from Inspired, and Castle I don't think is going to have anywhere to go now. Looking like he's out of luck. They want to give it to Berserker, and they're going to be able to. That is nice. Lion not only get the kill, but they're able to give it to their most important carry now, Berserker.
Yeah, 100%. They need Berserker to have enough money to carry these team fights. That Yunara definitely has the capabilities of putting out the damage if they can fund her. So very nice luxury there that they're able to actually give it. So the slice and dice, and you saw no hesitation from Inspired. He flashed over that wall. He's like, you are definitely going into Berserker's pockets here. I'm going to make sure of it. Nice little pop-up there from him as well. And Berserker gets a little bit more money. It's still not going to make up fully the gap that they had. And Sajet as well, going to be able to tap a turret plate.
Yep, and is looking strong, moving towards that IE. No flash on Inspired. Remember, they're trying to focus him down, and he gets bursted to start the fight here. Castle on the side, going to threaten.
Just got deleted. Red, white, good night, Inspired. He just gets deleted off the map. Hit a death sentence, and now Lion are thinking, well, the rest of us are here. What do we do now? I guess we're trying to watch because we know they're taking Dragon. but we just lost our jungler right before the objective even came up, and you're sitting there hands empty. I guess we all leave now.
Yeah, I mean, there's the punish on the flash that was used to kill Castle. They catch Inspired, has no flash. They get that kill on him. And pretty early on, like you said, realized nothing we can do here, so he just runs up towards that top side. Again, we are faced with a really quick soul from DSG. Last game, it was about 20 minutes when they got their third dragon. This time it's not even 18, and they're on soul point. And that is going to be really difficult to deal with. Call Me going forward here onto Saint as Lyon's going to flash in, finds the follow-up hook. And remember, he has no passive, so there may be a punish back the other way. Good flash out, though, from Saint. And now the stun coming down on Lions. He's got no flash because he used it aggressively. Inspired arrives, and they're going to get the kill onto Lions. Just barely Saint survives. Comes up with a pretty important play, but did he overextend? Oh, my God.
Okay.
I wonder if Lions kept autoing if he just kills him there instead of actually going for the hook. That was close.
All right, call me now.
They are going for the recall, but will they go for the play? Isles now in the area. Call Me flashing forward, does get one back. Nicely done as Saint does fall. You can see Renekton down towards that bot lane working on the tier 2 tower, so he is farming up some plates. Sajed could be in a bit of trouble as Dokla trying to threaten him. He'll just back it right off and respect the threat there. So a lot of scrapping, but at the end of the day, the gold swing stays pretty even, and Inspired has hit his MasterCard power spike there with the Trinity Force. Of course, had that for some time, and is looking pretty powerful with it.
Yeah, interesting stuff up there. I mean, it got a little dicey, a little spicy at the end. In the end, though, Flash invested from Call Me to make sure that he gets a counter kill on the play. We'll see if that Flash ends up getting punished, but he just didn't want to go down without taking somebody with him. So, you know, I respect that.
Respect.
I feel that.
I got mine. Yeah. What else is the team doing?
You're going to kill me. I'm taking somebody down with me. I'm good for one.
Yep. Die in a team fight, but you get one kill. I got mine. Why did we lose the fight?
Well, we'll see if anything happens with him not having Flash later, but we'll see. Honestly, he still should be able to have some pressure split pushing. I mean, Realm Warp is very, very useful in those endeavors, and bottom side already is a long lane for them, having taken that tower. So Castle is able to push the long lane on bottom side and get some extra time to roam.
Yep, and I do like that he's playing upgraded Swifties. Makes a lot of sense. You're playing against Anivia, Trundle, Braum, Yunara slow, even Sion has the slow. There's so many slows on this team, so Swifties definitely smart tech here. It'd be interesting to see, you know, we have Swifties as well in Sajed. I was going to say I kind of expect him to go for it also, and he has.
All right, this Herald here going to finish up the mid tower. Now we've got bot and mid taken care of from DSG. Methodical gameplay. Bottom side minion wave does need to be attended to, as at least Dokla was able to push that one out. But I have to say, DSG have been very good at progressing the game.
Yeah.
They have not wasted a lot of time. They have been very calculated in all of their objectives. You know, arriving early, arriving on time. And everybody kind of doing their part. So next step on the checklist is going to be getting your vision for the Dragon Soul. Just make that approach to the fight so insanely hard for this Lion team that the only thing you possibly have to worry about is a Sion ultimate. And that's not even that hard to deal with.
You can Wukong clone that even.
Yeah, you can Wukong clone it. You got plenty of options here. So as long as they can go get some extra control wards there, like they can make it so difficult for Lion to approach. And Lion themselves trying to carve out an area of the map to work with at least.
Yep, and it's going to be tough for Lion, but yeah, have to be there first, have to find some way to get pushed, but they just can't really respond to this rise in the side lane. And Nivea just so much more at risk moving around the map. They're trying to see, is Sajed moving too far forward? Can we punish him? The answer is no for now. But as long as DSG don't see anyone, your side lanes are pushing. You don't need to do anything. You're just chilling, waiting for them to show up, because otherwise you're going to get a free tier 2 bot, and that looks like that's going to be the result of this play, or at least some damage on it.
Yeah, and Call Me, his Ghost is almost back up. Even without your flash, your Ghost is so much mobility here for the rise. Side lane pressure, very easy. As you say, confident as well to be able to push these out. And so they get them both pushed. They get the full rewards now. You can collapse first.
Yeah, Inspired was trying to move forward there. Was spotted by Castle, was camping out on the blast cones. They were considering an engage. DSG definitely in the area if Inspired goes too far.
20 seconds on the Mountain Soul. Pretty big durability boost, and Call Me Nice little exchange with Saint ahead of time, knowing,
good interrupt with the pillar there on the Lantern. Calmy's gonna get flashed on by Isles. In comes Dokla, can he find him? Knocks him up and knocks him down. MVP play with the pillar from Inspired. Castle is behind them though. Kryra gonna disengage. Will that be enough to grab them the Dragon?
That was clean timing right there from Inspired. And right before the Dragon Soul, this guy is clutch. They purchased themselves an MVP. Maybe it was just in time here as far as the play for Lyon. Now they've got the inside route on the Dragon. DSG are still trying to approach a little bit here, though. I think that is very ill-advised, and Lyon will be able to secure the Mountain Dragon themselves and a little bit more.
Yeah, Castle has to slice and dice out. Kryra forced to flash as they were really overstaying. The Dragon, I think, was pretty gone once Calmy died, but they said, you know, maybe we can fight for it, do something, you know, catch someone out. But Kryra does end up losing that Wukong flash, which is extremely valuable.
Yeah, it really kind of throws off your timing. This Baron is dark, though, and there's a white gun of Felios inside that Baron pit.
Yeah, and Calmy's going to realm warp right over into the pit, so they are on this. Dokla going to be able to scout this out. Inspired in the area. Do they just stick it? It's down to 5K. It's getting low now. Still getting hit. They're going to stop the damage for now. In goes Inspired and Dokla. They're trying to tank this up. Inspired's been pushed out of the pit, though, so they just focus it down. It's secured there by Kryra. Castle on the side trying to slice and dice to safety. He's alive for now. Calmy's going to get lanterned out. He's still alive. DSG on the run, but how long can they stay up? Dokla going to get hooked up the wall. Castle still somehow surviving as Dokla, against all odds, is the first one to fall, but a great wall is going to section off Sajed. And Sajed goes down. Isles and Dokla try to chase Inspired here as well. They want to push the wave. They're going to try to cancel the base here, surely. Isles does go forward, cancels it onto Kryra. Calmy now caught out into a weird spot here. He's going to get interrupted on the Lantern play. Inspired cutting back. Lyon's not able to connect on the hook. Berserker pushes it up, but they can't get more.
Yeah, they were sweating up against the wall. Saint ran out of mana, though, on the Anivia, and Berserker had pushed the wave into the top tower, so Lion will be able to get the tower at the very least for themselves. Still 3 remaining members with the Baron buff for DSG, and this is a tough one. They go, all right, we're going to push Inspired out. He flashes away as Aphelios was on him. That secures the Baron, but it cost them almost all of Castle's HP, so their front line's going to be gone. They have to run. Here, Sajed used a flash right there. So then afterwards, when they turn around to burst Dokla here and they move back up a little bit, now he's got no flash to get out of this wall. And the Scion gets a little revenge there with Big Dokes in the zombie form collecting. At the end, I mean, the terrain creation that we kind of were highlighting for this team early in Champ Select with the pillars and the walls, these clutch kind of interrupt timings on Lanterns. They did another little one up on the top side. But you can see why Ido said, it's okay, we just play on Aphelios' screen. Everybody kind of play around one screen length from Sajed.
Yep, just trust in your boy, and we'll see if he can take them to the promised land. He's been on 3 items for a while. It does have that LDR completed. Berserker has his IE completed, and he's had those Fiend Hunter bolts for a long time, so the IE very big spike now for Berserker, who is going to be a threat. But of course, the problem is Calmy snuck out of that fight with almost no health. That means he keeps the Baron buff, and it's going to make that split push that much more threatening.
Yeah, let's see about the return towards mid. Nobody gets hooked as of now.
Do they actually find a pillar here? Lion's gonna have to flash out immediately as Calmy trying to get some damage down, but did he overstay? Are they gonna look for the Realm Warp to re-engage here? Sajed takes that Lantern back. Nice hook there onto Dokla, does interrupt him as Calmy has to flash over the wall as he was being pressured on the other side. No one gonna go down, just a trade of summoners there, as it was Dokla's flash, as well as the flashes of the Rise and the Thresh.
Pretty interesting stuff here, because we had like 2 kind of sides of it, with a couple flashes traded here yet again. Calmy losing some more mobility resources. I don't know if this is going to become a problem for them, but it could be an area that Lion try and attack when they attempt to push these side lanes. Stop the recall on Big Dokes.
Nice smite there, does interrupt the recall. Sajed trying to get the damage down over the wall. In comes Isles to try to defend him. Kryra's caught off on the side, and Kryra's going to get burst down by Berserker. Saint goes into the egg. He's alive for now. Castle arrives with the TP as Lion surely want more. The Ghost was popped there by Calmy, now expires. Berserker threatening forward. They won't get any more. Isles comes in just at the right moment, keeps his top laner alive, allows them to get a kill back.
Yeah, sounds pretty beefy, and they kind of went in for the attempts here. Thought they caught him on the stop on the recall. End up losing a little extra themselves, but this Dragon, still 50 seconds, so there's plenty of time for Wukong. And Wukong's flash will also be back up. So Kryra will be back He will also have Flash. I don't know how much money he has. Look at his GAs. He really wants to complete the GA for the Dragon Soul fight. He has the components at the moment. If they could squeeze that out, it would be so big.
Yeah, that would be massive. You can see Saint now completed his actualizer off the back of that, so he's on 3 items. Same items there on the other side for Call Me. So Jed just a pickaxe on top of his 3 items, whereas Berserker has completed his 4th. So Berserker actually way ahead in gold now, up 2K. So it's kind of the inverse situation of last game. Berserker definitely has an opportunity to carry this one.
Yeah, for sure. And especially if their team does get here first, like they are now, because trying to cut through front to back through a Braum and Sion front line here that are backed up by a very fed Yunara could be difficult. So you might need like Wukong and a Renekton flank, which Castle is trying now.
Castle just now got spotted. He walked over that ward, but no one pinged him out. Did they not notice? They're not reacting to it whatsoever. They're going to go forward instead. Lion's going to be caught on the wrong side of the wall. He's going to get knocked up there by the decimating Snatch. Now Castle being marked. Call Me being pushed back. Berserker dashes in. He's trying to take him down. Sajed flushed over the wall, trying to get one back. Sajed kills him, but not before he goes down from Berserker. Lion's over the wall, lands a hook. Kryra's left alone, and it's Lion running over the fight here. This time, they get the best of DSG. Berserker went huge. So much confidence in that fight.
Yeah, you can see it. DSG know, all right, well, we can't get through all this, Sion, and look at this wall over here on the side. Lions is getting burned down, then the Bramble. It's like too hard to get there. So they're trying to all flash on Berserker. Sajed even flashes over onto Berserker. Berserker flashes up, and that causes everybody to expend so much in their endeavors to take down the Yunara that they do in the end, but it costs them everything. And it's just so hard to get through all of these Freljord champions. They're so durable, so much CC.
Look at the relief there. Feeling some stress, safe to say, on the Lion side.
You can say that.
Yep. Expectations are high for this team. They built a very expensive roster. And, with that comes the expectations that you are going to be a top-level team. So Reignover definitely knowing, hey, if things are going bad, that's going to be some pressure on me. So very happy to see them win that team fight. They were pretty down early, but have been able to claw it back. 3 straight dragons for DSG. Now Lion have won back-to-back fights, and Berserker is ridiculously strong. Already had 4 fully completed items. Now has the QSS and a Vamp Scepter on top.
And this is the stage of the game, which is why we were getting worried when we saw the champ select. We're like, oh man, that 5-on-5. Woo! Lion are looking very beefy, and they're going for a dive even.
Yeah, Berserker, though, going to be potentially in some trouble. Gets exhausted, QSS is it. There is the GA pop. Lion's looking like he's going to fall as well as Saint going forward, trying to finish him off. Can't quite do it. Sajed, though, focusing on a Dokla. Dokla getting low, but he is still alive. Call Me on the side just gets deleted there by Berserker and Saint as he tried to come in. DSG know from this spot they kind of have to try to find clever angles, but they're just getting picked off as they move forward.
Yep, cannot get in. Berserker knows he's the target, and he's not too scared with all of his bodyguards around him. They're going straight into the base. Middle inhibitor tower immediately down. And look at the timing windows here. It's going to be a desperate defense. Can Sajed and Castle and Lions pull out a miracle?
Castle popping the ulti, knows he can't waste too much time. They're trying to trim out that wave, but a new wave is coming in. Sajed on the side looking for some damage onto Inspired. Gets chunked a bit himself. Castle on the run from Berserker. The towers are being focused down. The last tower is gone. Sajed tries to make a big play. Knocks down the Anivia, but only into the passive. Kryra comes back up for the respawn, but Inspired eyes on the Nexus. He is not messing around with kills. Inspired wants to tie up this series, and he will do so. We are going to the first 6-game day of this split so far.
Record-setting day at the LCS. Banger here, too, as we go to a deciding game coming up right after this. All right, Lounge, how you feeling now?
I'm feeling like we're in for the long haul here. 6 games, the max we could have, and they have been bangers in this series in particular. 1-1, Lion tie up the series. They do not want to go into that 1-2 kind of like best of 1 scenario. We'll have to wait and see kind of based on games won, strength of wins, things like that, if they would get that auto qualification in or not. But winner here automatically qualifies for the knockout stage, and I think that that is a big buff for them, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of surprising, right, to see Lion be taken down in game 1, and then early in this game, it looked like, oh, okay, we had Ido interview with Raz and be like, all they have to do is just, not go too far forward, not extend themselves.
Stay on Sajed's screen,
and
I think is what he said.
I do feel like there were enough moments of slight overextension where, like, when you look at this comp from Lion, the Trundle, the Anivia wall, right? Like there's a specific fight where I think everyone kind of funnels into it.
Yeah.
And then it just ends up very, very poorly for DSG. So I think we did see those kind of strengths and weaknesses of both compositions.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think that the fact that we saw Lyon, Berserker's used to comps that try and keep him safe, and he had a pop-up performance on the Inara, being able to, in the late game, carry on a lot of those team fights, but it was inspired with the pillars, stopping people from calling me, like getting away with the lantern, stuff like that. Raz, you're back over here. What were you doing back there?
I was fan-dangling with that machine there. I was getting it ready for Emily, because you wanted to talk about something within the game, right?
Yeah, so I wanted to go over one of those fights I just mentioned. This is after there have been a few catches, right? So we do have the big thing you do not want to do with this composition is end up funneling into a choke point where what's going to happen is the Nivea wall is going to come down here, and then there's just going to be so much damage cycling onto DSG in this, right?
Yeah.
Because as we play this out,
especially since the carries don't have flash from DSG side.
So then they have Castle is headed up here. He's going to be looking for a potential flank, but Sajed is already over here. When Isles gets caught, kind of a little bit caught there, this is what I'm talking about. This is all of that damage just kind of cycling through. Castle's too late. They're already on to call me. And again, this is after a few other picks had been made previously, but this composition from Lyon just gives them such easy setup. So then it's up to DSG to try to potentially find some answers. And in here, it was just, again, so easy to set up, so easy to funnel them in, even with the flanks that Castle was looking for on that Renekton. And it felt like every single fight that even was like, okay, it looks kind of even, lose 2-1, something like that.
Yep.
Lyon was just clawing their way back in.
And for a team as young as DSG, I think it's important to remind people that they don't have as much experience to lean back on. Players like Sajed, players like Kryra. Like, this is Kryra's first weekend here in the LCS. And I saw some hints of that, Raz, in terms of like just them not being able to find the right approaches. Once the game started getting out of control, there were a lot of efforts and attempts, but they just weren't able to find the right ones.
It was a good point from Ido within the interview that we had prior to the game, talking about how they don't have engage, specifically Lyon, don't have clear engage. I guess you can talk about the sign, but a lot of it is like difficult for them to start a fight and force a fight. But if you're walking into them, it's hell walking into a team comp like Braum and Sion, who's just channeling Q, and an Anivia. And the biggest point within that replay that you kind of highlighted is the fact that you're walking into that comp, you don't have flashes on your carries, so they're just being cooked up the entire time. That is like that is Idol watching that from the back and being like, this is the literal nightmare that I had talked about. We did not want to walk into.
We were not supposed to leave Sajed.
They had another one topside where Sajed then didn't have flash, gets caught by the Anivia wall after they go back in to try to get the kill onto Dokla.
Yeah.
Same thing, right? Where you just get trapped, get absolutely cooked by Anivia. I am curious to see who player of the game was.
Let's get player of the game. While we're doing that, I'm going to take a look at the tool as well, because there's a lot of playoff implications for this next game. Boom, Berserker right there.
What did the fans think?
Yeah, I am curious to see what the fans think. Because Berserker, we talked about how in game one, I did bring up those stats where I was like, okay, it was tied. I'll out myself here. I actually voted for Inspired for this one, so I'm sure it was a split vote. Berserker also played really well. I think Berserker to this team, when we talked about when they were finding success in their games, he was doing really well. A lot of the time it was by having a really punishing 2v2 bot lane that then snowballed into the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Here we see even when things didn't necessarily go Lion's way early, he's able to pay them back with insane Unara damage in some of these team fights.
Yeah, they had a lot of control with this comp, and I think you needed to have that if you're playing something like this. And I was concerned because they're losing Drakes. They're really falling behind.
Yeah.
What did you have down there,
So
I'm
playing around with the tool right now. So we had the Sentinels 2-1 win earlier over Team Liquid. So right now, we have 3 teams locked for playoffs, 100% between Cloud9, FlyQuest, Sentinels. Well, we're going to see who's first seed between Cloud9 and FlyQuest later. But then this is what's happening with this year is because we're 1-1, we either get this world where it's DSG 2-1 and they qualify, or this world where it's Lyon. So then there's going to be a lot on the line here. So let's imagine, what do we think happens with Shopify Rebellion versus Dig for tomorrow? Do we assume 2-0 Shopify? What do we think?
I'd say 2-1 Shopify.
Yeah.
2-1? Okay, so if we're thinking like this, if DSG win, they're in. Team Liquid would be in as that, 5th seed that auto-qualifies. Lion and Shopify would have to play the next kind of best of 1. But if we switch it around, huge difference. Lion are obviously in. Disguise make it in. And then Team Liquid and Shopify would have to play. Let's see what happens if like Dig win it instead. Yeah, it's still TL over here. Yeah, so if Lion win, TL looks like they're gonna be in that tiebreaker best of 1. Crazy world to think about. But with that being said, that's all that we have for this post game. We're gonna throw it to a short break before we are back with Game 3 to see how all this plays out. We'll see you there.
Just take it slow. Yeah, I will go zone Renekton. Just fight there. Yep. I ulted the Renekton, I fight him.
Just fast in, 80 fast.
80 fast in, 80 fast in. Renekton no ease.
Upper left, no flash.
Wukong tag. Yeah. Wukong use double. Chase. His lantern might be up soon. I have word for it. Can you get one more kill or not?
And it's Lyon running over the fight here. This time, they get the best of DSG.
Hey guys, this is Dokla, top laner for Lyon, and today I'm going to show you a tip on how to play against Fiora. As Fiora, level 1, your vitals are predetermined on where they're going to spawn. So if you're blue side, it's always going to face towards you, and if you're red side, then it's going to face away from you. So what you want to do is spot your enemy, so then you can reset the vitals based on which side you're on. So if you're on blue side, you don't want to see them, and if you're on red side, you do want to see your enemy, so you can reset the vitals. There you go. That's just a tip on Fiora.
All right, now that we've mastered Fiora with that tip from Dokla.
Yeah, I'm good to go carry an LCS game now.
Yeah, seems pretty straightforward. I don't know why they make it out to be so complicated.
Why don't they lock that champ in more, huh? Come on.
Yeah, come on, Dokla, you got the tips. Maybe save him for game 3.
See the champ, don't see the champ.
There you go.
You get to pick side now, too.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, there you go.
You can choose whether you want to see him or not.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right, well, we got some playoff implications now. So DSG is locked as a result of game 1 because of a strength of schedule tiebreaker that could occur even if they lost. For Lyon, if they win, they are going to be locked playoffs. If they lose, it depends on the result of Dignitas versus Shopify. So that is the TLDR there. And DSG is going to select last pick, while Lyon selects blue side.
Okay, well, only thing that is still going to remain true, Mbessa and Oriana are going to remain permabans. So those definitely will not be available as we get into the draft here for Fearless Best of 3, Game Decider, Series Decider. Possibly both teams can still make playoffs, so it's not the last decider of that, but...
playoff implicationer.
All right, well, it does get a little bit more interesting. I guess Malphite also remains banned here, so we're
they just do Nocturne again? Because that was their first 3 on blue side game 1, I believe.
Keep that one. I mean, yeah, Nocturne does lose some value when Oriana's permaban, but they were before
banned
too.
Anyway.
So
yeah, and Varus going to remain on the ban list. So a lot of the same ones kind of staying up here. Wouldn't be surprised it's Nocturne because again, it was what was shown as that 3rd ban earlier. But hey, maybe they're saying, oh, we don't care about just the Ori Nocturne pairing. Maybe there's another pairing that's now been played, so they could drop that ban, and we'll see if they want to go for that. As it will in fact be Nautilus going to get banned out here.
Some people just hate playing against that ultimate, man.
It is annoying.
I don't want to see it, but maybe we will see it this time around. We'll see since it does get through. DSG, what are we feeling now? I actually, when we get to game 3s, I usually get most excited for mid lane because mid lane gets a little bit more spicy, a little bit more diverse here. So I want to see, you know, Saint was covering other stuff like Akali, you know, previously, and now you get some time to actually use those types of champions. Funnily enough, Call Me to me had one of the best Akali performances that we have had all year of an LCS mid laner.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of good combinations are available here.
I think Call Me has been quietly very good. I think, you know, he is a big part of DSG's success thus far. Already locked playoffs. That's awesome for them. That is a big win for them. And I was going to mention, you know, we've gotten through a lot of these meta AD junglers. Xin Zhao obviously got a little bit of a buff in the patch, so that one is rising in priority. But there's still things like Jarvan is still up and available. We've seen Kiana, we've seen some Lee Sin. So there are obviously other AD junglers that you can go to.
Yeah, and we get the presumably Castle Aurora because he does like it, but it's flex pick. It's a flex pick here. And put some pressure on those solo lanes. Meanwhile, some Lucian, possibly Nami.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to go Nami on 3 here, or if they want to respond to a potential pick. Also, we touched on jungle. You know, that could get pinched pretty heavily if they do not go for an AD jungler here, and you want to have an AD jungler in the mix. Could be a couple bans thrown their way by Lyon. Worth noting, though, that even though DSG is locked for playoffs, winning would start them in the upper bracket, which is very important. So, of course, still really hunting for that series win here on the side of DSG. And we are getting the Berserker Classic. This is the champion I associate most with him by far. When he first came into the league, was like peak Zeri gaming. He was getting pentakills. He was racking up wins left and right on Cloud9. And it is Lulu Zeri, absolute throwback to when he first joined the league.
And honestly, I love Lulu as in also. So yeah, this line opening set for their draft here is very comfortable. Very, very comfortable picks.
I feel like if I'm Lyon, I really would like to ban out Jarvan, because not only is Jarvan an AD jungler, but it's also a form of engage, right? And you are a bit light on engage when you do go this enchanter route, so being able to take that away could be quite nice. There's also obviously tank engage options up on the top side, like you can go towards Ornn or something like that if you want, but we haven't seen K'Sante played yet, so I'm pretty sure someone's going to play K'Sante.
The only thing with Jarvan is he doesn't put a ton of pressure on Zeri, so
fair.
maybe they're like Berserker. You're going to carry this game for us. Anything you want banned, buddy? It looks like the first ban probably wasn't Berserker saying, get Gwen out of my face. That was probably Dokla.
Maybe it was. You know, the Shroud's pretty annoying.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm trying to get a pentakill, buddy. What's up with this Shroud?
Yeah, immune? Hell no.
No. Not in my book. Get that thing out of here. So a couple mid lane bans getting thrown down towards Saint. So going to be taking away some of these control mages. Of course, Aurora could be top, could be mid. You know, really could go either way for Call Me or Castle. But the mid lane options are going to be narrowed down quite a bit.
I like it. And the bans are pushing them more towards some exciting assassin, get your hands dirty types of picks. Ban a couple of these control mages. All right. Raise that priority. All right, Jarvan still does get banned.
Yeah, I mean, even if you can't go for Zeri, I always feel like when you're playing as an enchanter against it, it's pretty terrifying. I'm not going to lie. You just get ulted, he flag and drags out. If you don't have flash, you are just cooked. As Sajed is And we're finding out his hover. His hover is Renata, so we got to find out the lore on the Renata hover. But usually it's a shout out to a girlfriend or something like that. So we'll see what they are going to consider locking. Mundo could be kind of fun as both a potential flex. Again, it could be jungle or top. But of course, in pro play, it's mostly just been jungle. I do think Mundo top can work quite well, though. So there are some potential flexes here. The Aurora could be moved around potentially. The Mundo could be moved around potentially. But we are kind of assuming that they're going to go more standard spots.
Okay, so gonna have to get the reveal on both solo laners here, regardless of who will go against Aurora. Gotta pick something that could take either of the matchups. And they feel fine with Cassio. Wow, this team, I mean, Cassio pumps, Zeri pumps. I mean,
Lulu pumps shields.
I was gonna say, Xin even kind of pumps when you got a Lulu backing you up too, so.
Surprise, surprise, Cassante probably gonna be the option here.
Very
as I
versatile.
said, yeah, it just kind of fits in everything. And there is very little engage, though, honestly, on both teams thus far. Like, yeah, you can have Aurora throw down an ulti to kind of start a fight, Nami wave and whatnot, and culling, sure. Xin can jump in and kind of start a fight out, but there's not, like, pick tools, really, per se, right? So we'll see where they are going to go, and if this is going to be Mundo top or not. I think Mundo into tank matchups is super strong because you generally outscale them all, and they usually can't punish you enough in the early lane. So if there were a game to go Mundo top, I think this could be a pretty good one. We'll see, though. Oh, Jace, so it's still flex. It could be Jace jungle, could be Jace top, could be all kinds of stuff. We're going to find out where they are going to end up going. There are only like 4 Mundo games top in pro so far this year, and there's been a lot of jungle ones. So jungle is the expected, and it looks like that is going to be what it is. Kryra going to be piloting the Mundo. Jace receiving some nerfs on the Shock Blast, some buffs on the melee form, if I recall correctly, and that's going to be going mid.
Okie dokie, yeah. Taking on some monster damage, but also taking some of the regular damage too. So we'll see how much that does affect him. And if Kryra can do some Velia, some lesser tone cosplay here with his Mundo, walk him down, see if you can get your farming going, scale up nicely, become nice and beefy. I mean, a lot of poke, too, because Lucian Nami provides you poke on your team. Jace provides you huge poke on your team coming from mid lane here. And so there is a lot of potential on even some early power spikes for this team to poke you out. I mean, mid control seems really good there when you could have Shock Blast coming from downtown. You know, that's 30% of your HP. Lucian Nami, as soon as Nami's got the mandate and Lucian has whatever he has at that point, it's totally fine too. it'll be enough.
He's got some swords, he slapped them together.
Yeah, it'll be enough to chunk
it'll
you.
Get her done.
Throw out a culling there. So you do have to be worried about getting poked out, I think, in the mid game by this DSG lineup, because if you do sustain a lot of that damage, but guess what? Invisible Rabbit comes hopping down, and they go for the engage with the Aurora there. Aurora, maybe the slow and ult is enough to get a Nami wave going for them. So we'll see.
Interesting tech here for Dokal on the top side. Going to be playing Aftershock instead of playing Grass, so still wants to be in that defensive tree, but feeling like you're not going to be able to really trade with Grass autos and stuff on the Aurora, which I think is totally true. So if you're saying, I'm not going to get Grass procs throughout the lane, Aftershock is going to do more in an all-in, right? You know, you go all out, you proc it, you hit a Pathmaker, you proc it. So I think that actually does make some sense, given that a good Aurora player will just not allow you to be autoing them.
Yeah, keep that distance, play the distance. Honestly, looking at the distance here too, both first early Qs from Saint hit. 2 for 2 on the Noxious Blasts, harassing the Jace while CSing.
Yeah, and that really is kind of what Cassio lanes come down to. If you don't hit the Qs, you don't deal any damage.
Every blast counts.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Don't minimize any of these blasts. They're each important, and we'll see how he's going to be able to perform. As Calmy does backstep that one. He's going to be playing Phase Rush, of course. Helps a lot to be able to get out of Miasma. And when you're not playing against any team that has like true hard CC, hard engage, Phase Rush is just insane value all the time.
Yeah, people are wondering, all right, are the nerfs, you know, people still going to use this thing, still going to have value on range champs?
Every game.
Yep.
Turns out.
Yep, pretty good still.
Going fast, being immune to the slows, pretty damn good as Calmy goes in for a little bit of a trade, but Saint is dictating the laning phase thus far.
Conqueror stacking up, speaking of which, for Saint, and Saint aggressively popping the Ghost as he had stacked up some Conqueror stacks here, wanted to push Castle away.
Ooh, Call Me getting way too greedy there. I mean, he walked in. That was a freebie that he gave him. Saint is already standing on the minion that you're trying to walk up and hit for that last hit, and allows you to just kind of pre-queue it. And now he could look for a potential all-in. If he hits one more Q, he will go forward.
I like that. Stand in front of the cannon. He knows you can't CS the cannon walking up, so he'll try and shock blast it. And Saint has enough HP, just face tanks it, denies the cannon.
Yeah, this feels horrible for Call Me right now. The minions are kind of getting into that weird spot. He's missing all of the melees because they were kind of weird health amounts there. And this matchup going to be pretty important, has been pretty important throughout the series so far. Saint, obviously someone who's been getting a lot of criticism, to be clear, and Call Me someone who has been kind of, I think, a big standout for his team.
Yeah, definitely has been true previously. This game starting out pretty Saint favored, though.
Yep.
That's what you get when you eat too much poison, Zale. Keep your poison intake low.
That.
Please.
Part of the food pyramid.
Mundo, you should just get back into your next clear. Yeah, there you go. It was fishing for an easy recall interrupt, but if he doesn't see Cassio immediately, it's like, I tried, buddy. No interrupt on the recall for you.
Only going to find Inspired here. Inspired does have Smite, so is he going to try to get it last second? Doesn't quite get it as Inspired reacts with the Smite. And also, I think he had it body blocked enough. I don't think the splash would have reached that, but nice little attempt from Call Me. And Inspired could go around behind him. Even if you just get a bit of damage down, it would be pretty annoying, but going to be able to spot the Mundo over on his Krugs.
The corporate... wait a second.
What was this? Isles is just walking up and might end up dying. That was really close as the heal had to come through from Isles. We didn't see what kind of prompted that, but I guess they were low on mana. Maybe he wanted to walk up and try to stop some bases and try to get an advantage that way. Berserker did go back to base, so I think that's exactly what happened. Is Isles was just trying to go forward, trying to harass them, make them get locked in lane, because Sajed now is and has no buy. So now he can put no pressure on Berserker. Berserker can walk up no problem and farm a play here.
Honestly, since Isles didn't die, just spending your heal for that, and the Lucian is out of mana here, honestly, good. He just gets to go for his base anyway, and Berserker alone at the tower able to work off first turret.
It was a risky bet, but it paid off, you know? It's like when you just close your eyes, buy some Bitcoin back in 2005, you know? Back then, it was looking pretty risky.
PSA, we don't give financial advice here.
I give financial advice to people in 2005. Buy some Bitcoin.
I give time travel financial advice. Yeah, for sure.
I do give that. I'm quite confident. But maybe the timeline changes and then Bitcoin's not worth anything. And then they travel back in time and kill us as, you know, little people or something.
Who caused that wrinkle? That branch in the timeline?
Who knows?
Unfortunate.
So never mind. Don't buy it. Time travelers.
Well, Lucian's not getting any sort of money because walking back right now, some minions are dying to the old tower there. So Kyra just going to spend some more face time here in mid lane.
Yeah, he's got nothing to farm right now, so just kind of waiting for that bot side scuttle to come up, and Saint going to be able to chase him out. Call Me getting pressured pretty heavily. There is more minions for him to farm there, but he will, of course, still be down in some CS. And will equalize a little bit, but not a big deal as long as things don't go from bad to worse. You know, if he doesn't die without this flash being up, he's probably fine.
I do think this has been quite good for Saint, though. Like talking about some of the errors that have been that we've seen. This one has been very good. The pressure early. I love denying the cannon. You know, getting some good chunks out of him. And
time to brawl.
Wait a second.
Crab is up. The big crab as Inspired just going to go right in onto Kryra. Kryra's kind of sectioned off from the rest of the team. He's going to have to flash, you have to think. Instead, just trying to walk it out, but Saint is coming in, has the ghost pop. Kryra very low. The ulti not going to connect onto anyone. Nice slow, though, onto Kryra as he flashes out. I don't think Inspired wants to take that back in. Call Me, maybe just going to get chased down, missing that flash. Isles flashes in. Can they get a kill back? Yes, they can. First blood, though, goes to Berserker. And that season, from last season, didn't give you any bonus gold. This time, it is quite a nice chunk of change there for Berserker.
That was such a worthwhile flash and sacrifice from Isles to get the last hit for Berserker on the kill. And yeah, so Crowd's taking a lot of damage. Look at Saint Ghost now. So Saint wrapping around here on the Cassio, flash miasma into the ultimate to slow, and they force the flash out of Kryra, and Call Me gets kind of stuck here. But then as the bubble lands, the peel is there, and Isles says, I'm going to send for it. Call Me goes back in, and it actually ends up perfectly for Lyon, allowing Berserker to get that last hit, and influx of gold. And it is terrifying. You know, you said you had memories of Berserker on Zeri when this champ was first released, and it was mega busted, going for pentakills all over the place. You know, it's always his comfort zone here. It's Zeri plus a Lulu. He's got early money. We have seen this recipe result in lots of team fight victories later on in games for Berserker. It was when he was wearing Cloud9 blue, but still could be true here.
Absolutely could. And Call Me, as a result of that lane pressure, you can kind of thank Saint for that kill, honestly, because he forced the flash, and the flash was not back up when he went down. So that lane pressure in the 1v1, you know, I thought, hey, maybe it's not going to matter too much. Ends up getting in a fight right around that scuttle, wasn't up. And thanks to Saint's 1v1 prowess early on, Berserker is able to cash in on that first blood.
All right, thanks all around then. Good effort, good hustle, everybody.
Out there, team.
Isles, you know, flash over, sacrifice.
Throw up the in-game fist bump, you know?
Yeah,
are you a fist bumper?
I am. I always answer.
Yeah.
I'll instantly answer. Anybody fist bumps for any reason, I'm in there. I don't usually start them, though.
Oh, you're
I'm going to answer.
Okay, yeah. You're like, it's maybe you're doing a little too much, but you're going to go on with it.
The only one I only spam one, and it's the Braum Keck W, regardless of good or bad plays.
Yeah, it does fit. It's an all-arounder for sure. I will say, my success rate in games where I press the fist bump and all my random teammates respond to the fist bump at the very start, like if you get a penta bump to start off the game,
you're feeling confident.
You're feeling confident. It's going to be a dub.
Yeah. They're coming to help you on Dragon. You know, they're going to objectives.
Yeah.
They got you.
Penta bump is definitely where it's at. But when you go in and you get like no responses and it just turns to the thumbs up.
Do you deafen?
That's depression. Yeah, that's.
As soon as you get no fist bumps, all right, I'll mute deafen. I'm out of here.
Tab out, get a movie going. You already know how this game's going to turn out.
All right, well, teleport back up to the Grubs here side, and Kryra, the businessman, is on the way as well. See who can get the Phalites first. Oh, they both get it. Inspired's technically first, but it doesn't matter because they both saw them go down.
Yeah, Call Me does have first move, but Saint is behind him, and they could try to collapse onto Call Me. They do. Forces the flash there. Inspired fighting against Kryra. Nice little use of the passive, going to be able to stay alive for now, but Inspired with the ulti is just sustaining through Kryra's damage. Kryra trying to heal up as fast as he can with this ulti, but he is going down in a hurry, barely staying alive for now as Dokla arrives. In comes the rest of the team. Castle is here as well. Saint is incredibly low. Call Me trying to finish him off. Castle gets a kill. The reset's coming through now for the Aurora as everyone's getting taken out. Dokla flashes forward. Kryra survives. It's a triple for Castle, and Kryra, who looked like he was going to go down at the very start of the fight, stays alive, and Castle gets paid.
That is insane. Okay, look minimap right now. Aurora is basing for a purchase. Castle right now is looking, and he's going to teleport in straight from base with a fresh purchase. So even though Kryra's getting so low here, and Saint goes, one more, it's not enough. Look at that healing. Mundo barely keeping it up. And he's able to walk out too because the Aurora creates so much space. On arriving here, Castle, fresh purchase, Aurora ultimate, off of his teleport.
That one hurts. I mean, and Saint even spent the ult on the Jace instead of the Mundo because I think he thought he was guaranteed dead, so he didn't use the damage. Jace is jumping in, and Kryra is pumped up. I mean, he landed.
He got to live. He was like, oh, new lease on life.
He thought he was cooked. He's not going to take anything for granted now.
Yeah, honestly, I take back my earlier advice. If you're Mundo, then you can eat as much poison as you want, I guess.
Turns out, just well, Mundo, it does kind of make sense.
Yeah. He like does that for fun.
Yeah, exactly. He went down to 1 HP, apparently. Literal number 1.
Oh my God, that was crazy.
That's tough. That is a tough one to take for sure. Because when he was taking the poison, he threw a cleaver, which cost health, right? And he went down, I think, right there probably to 1.
You know what's more tough, though? Dealing with Castle's Aurora that is post 3 kills.
Yes.
You're going to get a triple kill here for Castle's Aurora off of a really good buy already. Holy! Leandri's is already done. Big Dokes is like, please give me every little bit of magic resist I can possibly get my hands on.
Yeah, this is tough. It's like, you saw the Thanatos Cassante build from last week? All the chains and cloaks?
Yeah, that was...
This is just going to be cloaks. He's just filling it up with cloaks.
He's like, hey, there's a Jace and Lucian on the other side. I don't care.
I don't care, buddy.
You're not in this lane.
You're not living with me on this one. The Mundo passive going to be able to eat the Petrifying Gaze, but nice sidestep with the Ghost. Will keep Saint safe. Inspired. Connects that Wind Becomes Lightning onto Call Me, but not going to be able to kill him. He's in thumbs
another
up.
round, another round. Oh, minions.
Oh, got him. Bends the bullet.
In the butt again.
Yep, and has a MasterCard Power Spike to boot, as he does have that Heartsteel now completed, so gets a stack on the gank, which really is a dub when you think about it.
Do love that.
Nice culling coming out here. Kryra moving down as well, just keeping it moving. Call Me is behind him. Will they go for the dive? Mundo does have the ult to tank it up if they want to push this in, but the minions are very far away. This is going to take too long, I think. So Call Me just going to go back to base. They looked for the angle, couldn't find it, but do relieve a little bit of pressure. Interesting as well, Sajed going to be going for the Storm Razor here on that rush.
Okay, so only a minute till Dragon. Kryra's going to grab Scuttle Crab ahead of time, no problem. His topside camps are up, so you've got 50 seconds to work with here. You definitely want to get the Raptors and red buff, and then we'll see DSG if they want to get down there, because a lot of the DSG lead is actually isolated up here with Castle, and without the top laners having teleports to join, yeah, it's great for Castle up there in the 1v1, but it does mean Berserker, remember the Zeri, also got early money and has finished the Storm Razor himself. So Berserker's Zeri down here at the Dragon fight. Let's see if Lyon feel confident in this one. He's got his barrier, he's got his flash. Same thing for the other side, but if they get early vision, if they get some priority here, maybe they cook. Mundo's going back to base, and there's only 10 seconds left on this Dragon. Both junglers actually just resetting, so it won't be any sort of an early timer on this one. Previously in this series, we've been on strict timers for our Dragons.
Yeah, it has been really fast stacks.
But yeah, this one will be delayed a bit.
Yeah, we'll be delayed quite a bit. I mean, we were at 3 Dragons last game for DSG at 17 minutes, right? So we're very far away from that. I do wonder if Sajed is going to have mana problems without the Essence Reaver rush. I saw Doggo do this build the other day, and you get the move speed, so it's like you can throw down an auto, get the bonus move speed, use that with your culling to kind of reposition it. But we will see as they are on the Dragon here. Kryra trying to step forward, trying to create some space. Castle's still not here, so I think they're just going to back it up.
Yeah, for sure. Dokla said, I'm not going in that lane again. I had enough of the Aurora up there. I'll come play for team. I'm playing for you guys. I'm going to come down to the bottom side.
That's
towers.
smart.
By the way,
you can blame your team, too, if you lose. You're like, didn't you see it? I'm roaming for that Dragon.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
The tower is gone up there, and it, first tower of the game.
But Saint's going there, so you can blame him.
I like that.
Fair.
Always look for someone else to blame.
Never take responsibility.
We got a lot of very good advice so far today.
Thank you.
I think I've learned a lot.
That's what we strive for,
The first turret bonus goal back in effect again, by the way. So this Aurora, Castle is actually a monster. Castle is a truly frightening bunny.
Ooh, going to be flash forced as Isles does get away, but that hurts, and it is tough to check brushes and play for vision when you are Lulu.
Is it like Rochambeau, loser has to go to that lane, or what's the deal now?
I think that's one of those things where you just show up to another lane and you ping assist to that lane.
Yo, somebody deal with that.
Come on, bros, learn your macro. I can't beat that guy.
Castle's level 12. He's got his second mask working on it here. We got Rift Herald. Rift Herald's getting cooked up, and it's on his side of the map. So
Castle's just getting greedy at this point. I mean, how many masks do you really need, right?
I guess the style of layering masks is truly unappreciated.
True. One for the front of your head, one for the back of your head.
I was thinking stack, just on top of each other.
I was thinking never catch them slipping kind of thing,
They're going to fight this, though. Look, they're walking in.
Yep. Lyon going to be looking for the fight. Inspire goes in, but it's going to be secured there by Kryra. Lion's flashing out. Inspire taking some damage, but the ulti is buying him a lot of time. Kryra going to pop his ulti now. Call Me coming in from the side, looking for Saint. Saint hits a 3-man petrifying gaze, but he's going to get knocked down for his troubles. And the Herald going to get summoned up. I mean, they tried to go in on this fight, but there's no TP on Dokla, and he's bot, so it didn't really make any sense to me. Once the response is coming through from Call Me, you're just cooked.
And since the Aurora is so fed, it's not even like a 5-on-4. That's like a 5.5-on-4. With the extra money bags being half of a person. Rift Herald going to get a lot of money down mid, too. They took out first tower, half of the second tower.
That's almost a 5K gold lead, and that is problematic to say the least here. I wasn't getting too excited about this because I thought there's no way they're going to engage with Dokla bot, but maybe they thought Dokla could mark the TP.
Yeah, they went straight for it. Inspired here, so he ults and actually creates a lot of time. I
think that was the call. Dokla's like, I can cancel TP before 4v4.
Yeah, I'm pretty close. Not close enough, though. Call Me got there in time. And Call Me's flank meant a lot. He's on Saint, and, Saint... gets flanked there, so maybe with some comms listening, that must have been in the intent at least.
Oh, nice sidestep from Castle, even with the slow from the Miasma. Gonna be able to sidestep The wind becomes lightning there from Inspired. And Kryra, we know how well Mundo scales. He's 1K up as well. So very far ahead. Calmy's up 1K now. It is the full Thornmail as the second item, which is kind of interesting here. But, you know, I guess maybe he's thinking that Saint isn't going to be that big of a threat, so he doesn't feel like he needs to kind of go a different direction.
Yeah. Well, a lot of healing from Xin, you know, there for Berserker as well. Decent amount since they've got a Lulu over here. Maybe he has to worry. I mean, they've got the power to walk wherever they want.
Yeah, they're just pushing straight on in, and Castle always has his TP available. As Dokla going to get his heart stolen as another proc does come down. Berserker is in the area. Castle pushing forward there onto Saint. Inspire going to dash in onto Kryra, but he takes a shock blast to the face. He's low already. The Nami bubble going to get flashed away from by Inspired. Survives for now, but again, Lyon retreat here as Castle maybe just going to burn down Saint, and he does. I thought he would have been able to walk away, but the dot damage there finishes him off, and they lose out on both sides of the map. It's now nearly, I mean, it's 5,500 gold. Only 18 minutes in.
Stacking up your mask items provides so much here, and the Riftmaker was also completed there for Castle, so feeling the power. And that is just going to be DSG ballooning their gold across the map. They have full control. Here's another look at the beginning of it. So Saint went in and took a tower, two tower shots.
That is not what you want to see.
2 tower shots. And then he pulls back, or pulls back to Q, and it's still enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when someone's that fed, but like you can't be going aggressive on the super fed guy under his tower. That's just a really bad death. You know, dying like that when you're already that far behind is really, really tough. Calmy going to be able to farm plates on the bot side, and I think Lion's hopes in this game are very quickly slipping away.
Yeah, people were ready to be like, he was in the fed lane, but...
Oh, Castle going to get dove here. Dokla trying to start it off. Berserker focusing him down as Tokla does tank up the tower, and they got the shutdown. Goes on to Berserker. Hey, a little bit of hope. They get a bounty. Maybe they can farm some plates.
There you go. And they want to leave them for Berserker, especially because it just gets tankier and tankier with multiple people around. Everybody just vacate the area. Let Berserker farm. This is the plan for Lyon. Funnel as much as you can into the Zeri. It's got a Lulu to supercharge him. Pray for late.
He needs a lot of items, though. He needs, at the very least, the IE and the LDR. But they're going to try to lay a trap here for Calmy. They were walking around into that alcove. If Calmy pushes forward, could be in trouble. Doesn't look like he will. So by time, Berserker needs probably 4 items, and then maybe you can make something happen at that point. But of course, it is very difficult to get there when you're already this far behind. DSG, at least thankfully for them, didn't stack early dragons, so that does buy them more time, right? You know, you can afford to give up the next one in 4 minutes, try to play for the one after that. So you have like, you know, 9-10 minutes before maybe you absolutely have to fight. And I think the idea is just try to get Berserker as rich as possible before then, see what happens.
Yeah, and then you also are going to have to remember the poke we were talking about. Like, it's right now when you've got Jace as well as Lucian looking for lots of exchanges. I think it is going to be hard for Lyon to just like stay healthy on the map.
Let's solve one problem at a time here, buddy. We're getting ahead of ourselves, you know?
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
I'm trying to work on this sprained ankle. You don't have to remind me that my arm is broken, okay?
True.
We're going to focus on small problems here.
Only what is immediately bleeding right now.
Yeah. That's everything.
It is going to mean, you know, Sajed should have a lot of early pushes on mid lane. Is going to do that. Side lanes here for Castle. Similar kind of stories. Dokla, though, actually doing quite well for himself. Able to get that push in. Kanik Rookern, quite nice to be able to use that large, you know, extra shield to go in and push a minion wave during the timer. Back off and get the reset for it.
Funny enough, Dokla was ever so slightly ahead in XP as well. Of Castle, which is actually pretty surprising to me. You know, just a little bit, like he's like a wave ahead in experience, but I would have thought he'd be pretty behind in this situation. DSG going to be starting off the Baron. Definitely don't want to mess with that once he gets spotted, as they are just going to back it up. That would be one of the ways they could potentially throw. Call me up a couple levels here onto Saint, though. Castle, nice chunk onto Isles. Will send him packing, and that's some of the poke that you were talking about.
Yeah, so many angles you gotta keep your eyes on here, because all of your outer towers dropping really early on in the game just gives so many options to DSG. They need to move their ward line up a little bit. Everybody online trying to retake vision. There still is a nice little regular trinket ward there. through the blue buff that does not get spotted, so they'll remain with some. Bottom side as well, Castle has his teleport, so push it away, get your bottom leverage going early. Kryra,
They could be slapping
friendly
them up.
tank slap.
But that one goes in the favor of Mundo because you get a heart seal.
Exactly. I was going to say, you hear that noise?
That sound is just crazy dopamine. I'm not going to lie. Riot cooked with that one. That's a good sound for sure. Lyon going to bully their way in, though. We'll see how many kills they can get here, if any. The CC going to be stacked over onto Mundo, but he is way too tanky for that. Castle going to arrive. Dokla going in aggressively. Isles could be in some trouble on the other side. Inspire getting incredibly low. Flashes back over to Kryra, but he's just not going down fast enough. And now Lyon are caught between the tower and a really hard play. Sajed wants to chase for more. Kryra trying to get the slowdown. Saint trying to turn here. Are they going to be able to knock him down? Great turn from Saint, and Berserker does get them the kill, but can Berserker make the magic happen? He has got to run. Castle's coming. Calmy's coming. He slides over the wall, but falls to the burn from Castle, and now that is going to give them the Baron.
They are cooked. They're like chasing the Mundo all the way in there. And that play took so long that by the time they go for the flash engage onto Calmy, onto the Jace, like the rest of DSG have arrived. And so after that win, you know, free Baron wrapped up. The gold lead was already 7.5K before Baron. After Baron gets taken, as they're waiting for the revive here, they give it over to Sajed as well, so they can all be matching when they go and they march on the Lyon base. But yeah, Lyon, they're feeling pretty desperate, you know, going for this chase here. The teleport you see channeled from Aurora, and then they're kind of backing out. They go for the flash play over here. They do not, you know, even get like a good angle on Calmy there. Calmy had a good flash on Jace. And so they're just, you know, they're cooked here. Sajed on the bomb side with the culling, just flanking them as well. Mundo shrugs all of this off. This was a little, I like the health bar bouncing back and forth. You know, you see the little Nami healing. They're trying to keep him up, pouring everything into him. And, you know, at least they get the kill on Sajed, which caused Berserker to go for the fist bump emote mid-fight.
Do you see that no one bumped him back?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
sad.
they were all dead too. They had plenty of time.
They had plenty of time. They considered it, and they decided no. They're not
like,
going to fist bump him.
It's not funny. Yeah, we got one kill. All right.
Saint with at least a good attempt on the turn. You know, it does get them the kill on Sajed, but Saint going to be sent packing here as Dokla comes in to try to keep him alive. Isles in a lot of trouble. Isles might just burn down. We'll see if he can survive. Looks like he just barely will be able to. But the pressure is unrelenting. It's nearly a 10,000 gold lead for DSG now, as it looks like they are just running away with this one. I think Lyon have very few hopes, if any, at this point.
Yeah, the base is crumbling around them, so maybe, you know, try and make a play towards the like Call Me or something with no flash, but I guess they're just getting pressured too heavily on both sides. This 4-pack just looks like there's nothing you do here. Mundo is just infinitely spamming front line. He's level 16 now, so you get giga tankiness out of your ultimate, but they can't do much mid either. The Jace and the Aurora finish up that inhibitor, and they're coming for number 2.
Another shock blast going to connect there onto Inspired. Castle threatening, just hopping forward, as Saint trying to do his best to defend. Lyon clearly has one plan, and that is, you know what? It's still the same thing. Stall, try to get Berserker as many items as possible, hope you can get to an IE, hope they can make some mistakes, and maybe you can make something happen as a result, but it is going to be incredibly hard. I like the Serpent's Fang picked up there for Calmy. Going to help a lot against all the shields that Isles is pouring out. And DSG are going to be able to move themselves to Soul Point here. So Lyon, if they weren't already on the clock, they definitely are now. Going to have to be ready to fight here in, you know, in just about 5 minutes, but they are so far behind.
All right, 5 minutes are on the clock, but honestly, see, even Baron's a little earlier than that, so maybe it's only 3 minutes on the clock, and DSG just goes straight to the next one, because the next Baron probably gives you enough. Honestly, maybe this is going to end the game before that. You've got 2 lines of super minions. So the question really is, can Lyon hold out until DSG and force them to attempt Baron and then go for like an ace when they're in the Baron pit or something?
Yeah, we'll find out. Berserker basing from that bot side. And little update. So if Lyon do in fact lose this, they are hoping for a Dig win, which will put them in 5th and get them into playoffs. If Shopify win, then Lyon has to play a tiebreaker against them to even get into playoffs. So they become fans of Dignitas if they do in fact lose this game, as we are expecting. And the super minions pushing in through bot, but a couple waves that they do have until those arrive, and that's going to be where they do look, as Castle trying to go aggressive on a Saint, can't quite find it. Kryra at level 16 now, massive spike for Mundo, and he is not threatened at all by a 2-item Saint. He's just moving on in and looking to try to put the finishing touches on this one.
He's going where he pleases and taunting inside their base, and he knows they can't do it.
Oh man, and we're gonna get to hear from him after this game, assuming they win, as a big shock place lands again. Dokla getting knocked low. Kryra's just running straight past the tower, throws a cleaver and tags Berserker. He is feeling himself right now. We'll see if they can punish anything. Berserker getting incredibly low. Wild Growth has to come out as there is the culling used. They're trying to knock down the Aurora. Can Castle get out? He jumps back to the other side. He does get shut down. Have DSG overstayed. Saint with the Ghost Pop trying to chase after Kryra. Does still have his ulti, and Sajed gonna dash back in, and now Kryra pops the ulti. He goes aggressive. Saint flashes out, trying to survive as Inspired's in the backline looking for Sajed. He can't quite get him. Sajed barely survives. Kryra's under the tower. He's looking to do it all himself, but he gets thrown into the polymorph. Berserker has to find an angle to try to kill off Sajed, but Calmy has arrived, and he's going aggressive. He knocks down one, flashes in. That's the exclamation point on an incredible series from DSG. They're going to playoffs. They're knocking down Lyon. And Kryra is taking out Inspired in his LCS debut.
Woo! Call me an LCS Lock-ins playoffs team right here. DSG have qualified. Who is your player of the game from that game? Huge stuff coming up here from DSG, taking down Lyon.
That was incredible. Lounge, who's the Pog?
Pog is up for debate, but congratulations, DSG, for the first time in history. The guest team will qualify for playoffs. DSG, welcome to the lock-in brackets.
And I have to say, I have to call all of us out, including myself. I don't think anyone had DSG out of bottom two on the entire broadcast.
We didn't show.
Yeah.
We didn't show the predictions, but I'm pretty sure we had it like a clean 2-0 for Lyon.
I had 2-1 Lyon.
You had 2-1?
Yeah.
Okay, but guess who's walking over? Guess who's coming on over? It's Kryra. Idle giving him a few words of advice or something, just saying something. But no, that's incredible. By the way, this was the team that we had questions about coordination because A, they didn't have Kryra based off Visa. B, they had to completely change their lineup because 3 of the players went to Sentinels. And none of these players had prior experience with each other. So like there was a big question mark coming towards this team with 2 players that were extremely green, playing in tier 2, coming on up, like Visa, Snafu, and they beat Lyon instantly.
Yeah. I mean, what a debut for Kryra as he joins us.
Hey!
Congratulations!
Damn, I mean, I guess so. I guess so.
Welcome, welcome. So, Kryra, debut performance. I want to get your first feelings after your first stage win. How you doing?
I mean, just unbelievable feeling. Like, I want to live this every time, you know, just win every time. And, I mean, I feel like I had a lot of pressure coming into today because Inspired is like I've watched him for 3 years. And he's really like my big model, I feel like, role model. And I feel like I did pretty good against him, so I'm really happy.
What's something about Inspired that you've watched and you got the feel now, of course, having the experience about playing against him today?
He's just really efficient. I feel like he does really the smart play every time compared to other people who are more flip or will try something. I think he's just really efficient and he knows how to win game and just clean. Like, he's just clean, yeah.
It's a crazy opponent to go up against. Have you had a chance to interact with Inspired before this?
I had the fist bump. That
was the first time?
I just did it, yeah. Big fan.
That's
no
crazy.
ego, no ego.
In terms of coming onto the team, obviously you've been scrimming with them for a while. The synergy absolutely seemed to be there. You guys are incredibly aggressive. So who is making the majority of these calls? Or is it just kind of a team effort?
I feel like it's kind of a team effort, but I will shout out really Call Me. Like,
nice.
Call Me, especially, I think he knows when we should play aggressive and enemy the jungle. Like, and Lions also, he stepped up really huge today. I mean, everyone respect, but more in that aspect, I would say Call Me is my goat. Yeah.
What do you feel like, where do you think the improvement as a team has come from? Because a lot of expectations had you guys bottom 2 because, of course, 2 players, you and Sajed coming in from tier 2. Of course, none of these players that you guys have had like prior synergies of work together from like different teams. So there was a lot of question marks coming in, but you guys have proven a lot of people wrong so far.
I mean, I think we're just proving the like ones who don't know wrong. Because I feel like who put us like in the bottom? People who like never watch us. Oh, they're new, so they must be bad. And it's DSG.
Yeah.
You know, it's like kind of, I mean, that's how people go with it, I feel like. They don't actually watch. But I mean, hopefully we can show you right now that, you know, we're pretty okay, I feel like. Pretty okay.
Pretty okay.
Pretty okay. You just qualified for playoffs for the first time in DSG history, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
First time a guest team has made it in. So
it's Kisno. It's all Kisno. Bro.
It's all he gave the team one win.
Yeah,
he gave the team one win right there. I want to ask you a question because I remember, Cryer, the first time I ever heard your name or saw you play League was running the Rift Combine back in like 2023. Do you remember the scouting combines back there?
Yeah, I was in every combine.
Yeah, you were in every combine. You were always trying out. You were hungry. And I got to say, now that you've made it all the way to LCS, I want to hear you reflect on the journey because it took you a long time to get here, and not every player is able to make that jump.
I mean, I said it before. I mean, I'm saying it again. I feel like it's really an unbelievable feeling. I mean, if you told me, I mean, I've been playing this game since I'm like 9 years old, 8 years old. And if you told me back then that you'll be a professional in the future, like, I didn't even know this exists. You know, I was just playing for fun. Even when I first reached Challenger at like 15, I didn't even know pro existed in this game. I was just playing like that. And it's an unbelievable feeling, I think, when you like actually sit down and think about it. Wow, I'm in LCS, you know, like I'm an LCS player, yeah, it feels good.
That being said, being able to take the win, you just saw it up there, player of the game goes towards Castle. I wonder what the fan votes are. Like, talk to me a little about playing with Castle coming in, because he was, of course, the sole member that stuck with DSG.
I think Castle is a really important, like, veteran presence. Like, I think now he's always in the game telling us, like, even after, like, it's 1-0, he's like, guys, like, we're going to have plenty of time to be excited after, like, take it slow. Like, he just always gives the reminder, I feel like, and just even, like, after the first game, just breathe, you know, it's okay. And then he's also just always positive, I feel like.
Yeah.
You know, so that's really helps with the team environment, I think.
You see that right there?
Fans are voting for you, 59%. Also,
I'm Mundo King. Like,
also, can I just say, are we going to get a ponytail at any point here in LCS?
Bro.
I'm noticing that the photo is a little different.
It's a long time ago. I mean, I should cut my hair. I think it's too long.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kangas is the living vicariously through
Please, if you have any tips.
I can cut my hair and give it to you.
We'll get a custom wig. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, let's take a look at all of today's player of the games because we had 6 games. That's so many games of League of Legends. We hit the max out of both best of 3s that we had. Did we give one to Cryer? I'm trying to remember now. I believe we did for game 1, right?
Definitely did for game 1.
I think we
memory
did.
is scrambled here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, no. You're lying. It's Sajed.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was Sajed. I am lying.
They spoke it into existence.
I am lying.
It's fine. The chat knows. The chat knows.
Yeah. Chat knows. So here was from the first series, Jose de Oro, Rahel, and Impact.
Were you surprised about this, by the way? Sentinels also taking down Team Liquid?
We were watching right in the backstage, and we kind of couldn't believe it. Like,
yeah.
I guess it speaks to how like Team Liquid right now is doing.
Yeah, you called us out, obviously. Like, Sajed takes it, Castle in game 3, the fact that it even happened versus Lyon. Like, what is your thought as Lyon as a team? Because that is a team that, of course, I put it as a 2-0-4 Lyon. A lot of people expected them super team or something is like, there's a lot of MVP power coming from them, especially with Berserker coming through, especially after facing them. What's your thoughts on the team?
I mean, me personally, right, before the season, I also had like a personal, I thought they would be best. Like, I thought they would be the best. I guess so far they're not looking good, but they have really good players, right? So, and they have inspired.
True.
They're like MVP how many times, right? So I think it should click eventually. But right now, I guess they're not playing that good.
Yeah. We'll take it.
Well,
we'll take it.
Cryer, we want to give you the honors because we have this big Swiss stage board behind us. There's some magnets. Can you do us a favor and grab the Lion magnet?
You may not see it, but the DSG logo is a magnet.
Yeah, move the Lion logo down to TL. Down by TL at the 1 and 2.
Here.
Yep, right there.
All right.
And then move the DSG up to the 2 and 1. Congratulations.
Well, right here.
Down there.
Yeah,
and then
right
if you want to stand right next to it for the camera, here, turn there. You see the camera? And then take a step to your left.
Oh, shit.
Take a step to your left. No, your left. There we go. Perfect.
Excellent.
And I'll let you take another seat. I actually want to show you something here, Cryer, because you just made things very interesting for the entire league. First off, congrats on the win again. And I'm going to the computer because there were actually some big implications for that 1 and 2 bracket now. And because DSG just won, tomorrow's match is very important. So Sentinels 2-1, DSG 2-1. And now I'm going to show you what happens if Dig win tomorrow, 2-0 or 2-1. Lyon are 5th seed at the 1 and 2 and auto qualify in. And
so
then
Team Liquid would be playing.
If Shopify Rebellion win, it's Team Liquid and Lion swap. So if Shopify win, it's Lion, Shopify, Team Liquid make it. And then if Dignitas win, Lion make it into the bracket stage. There's a best of 1 tiebreaker tomorrow between Team Liquid and Dignitas. So Team Liquid is cheering on Shopify. Lion is cheering on Dignitas.
Okay.
Interesting. What do you think, Kryra, about the match tomorrow between Dignitas and Shopify Rebellion? Who do you have taking it?
I feel like it could go either way. I feel like they're both not that great. I'll be honest.
True.
But I think Shopify will end up winning. Maybe 2-1.
Okay. What's your thoughts on the Dig team? Because they were also the other team that was facing the same type of visa difficulties as you guys, but they got their bot lane together late.
Yeah.
Do you think that would make much of a difference now, from then to now?
It's a boring team. Like, all their players, we've seen them forever. Nothing interesting about them.
There it is. That's from Cry himself.
Fair enough. Let's take a look at the schedule because that's going to be a big match tomorrow. But then we also have, reminder, the undefeated teams, C9 versus FlyQuest. Well, we have it here, Cryer. What do you think about that one? Because I think is like the big marquee
I feel like
matchup.
it's a mega banger, I'm not going to lie. But I still have C9 winning either 2-0 or 2-1.
No faith in the fellow debut performers, Griffin and Cryogen?
Okay, I mean, that's why I'm giving them 1 game.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 2-1.
For them. Well, there we go. The LCS lock-in continues tomorrow with the Dig, Shopify, as well as FlyQuest C9. LEC Versus, though, also wraps up the regular season tomorrow, and the race is really tight. Los Ratones is taking the world by storm after defeating SK today. So Destiny's in their hands. A win tomorrow would make history, advancing them into playoffs ahead of the current ERL champions and 3 LEC teams.
That's crazy.
The LEC establishment are still in the fight as well, though, because Europe's El Clasico between G2 and Fnatic will likely decide who advances and who goes home between those 2 dynasties. So make sure to tune into LEC tomorrow as well. That's it for us. If you're interested in those LEC matches, their show starts at 10:45 a.m. Eastern, 7:45 a.m. Pacific. The LCS will be hot on their heels back tomorrow on Super Bowl Sunday. Raise your hand if you're going to be here instead of at the Super Bowl. Yeah?
I'm not going to be
what
here.
Are you doing? Your hand better be up.
Yeah, where are you going,
I'm going to the Super Bowl. What do you mean?
Crazy.
I'm just lying. I don't know any of this. I don't know any football.
Same, actually.
We'll see you tomorrow. Or Top Pride for Belly
Maybe CFL. What about the Canadian Football League, eh?
I don't know if that would play tomorrow.
I
don't think so.
The Olympics are on.
Olympics?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It is time for the final week of the Swiss stage here of our pre-first stand competition in 2026.
이즈 볼게요. 이즈. 알로기 이즈 살. 제이포. Israel. 너 제이포 펄스. Israel 제이포 지단. 오케이. 야, 아니 막. 렉터 거다시. 이제 다. 렉터 스로. 잘반. 암탱기. 제이포 플래시. 안 먹게. 슬로리. 가운데. 나 이거 랭터 볼게. 랭터 플래시.
Or no flash.
오리. Rahel and the rest of Sentinels push forward towards the Nexus itself, and Quinn and Morgan can't stop them. 2-1, Sentinels takes the dub.
Yeah, come on. This is very far. Yeah, this is good.
We can keep going. I think it's really good for us.
I'm looking Zeri. Look, Zeri can't play. Zeri 1 HP. Yeah. We can play. Cassie on ball.
가술.
No flash
serie. Run on this guy.
Just run up. He can't play.
Okay.
He's there.
Go bottom.
Nice. That's the exclamation point on an incredible series from DSG. They're going to playoffs. They're knocking down Lion.